A NASCAR Labor Day weekend tradition, the Southern 500 at Darlington Raceway. Annually since 1950, 500 miles at NASCAR's oldest racetrack is still the biggest challenge of the year. And tonight, this crown jewel event sets the field for the 2024 Cup Series playoffs. Welcome everyone to Countdown to Green, presented by Sonic. All of the greats like Richard Petty, Dale Earnhardt, Jeff Gordon, and Cale Yarborough have won the Southern 500. Dale Jarrett, what makes this race so special?
Marty, you know, every week the drivers are the stars, and yes, they have to do their job here tonight to win this race, but the racetrack is the star. Make no mistake about it. It is the hardest test as a driver in NASCAR that you will ever find, and you have to complete 500 miles to go to that victory lane and collect a trophy that every driver wants to have in his trophy case.
Yeah, you mentioned it, Marty. It's the history of this place. No other speedway holds the history or the ghost of the greats who have crossed across that finish line out there and hoisted the Darlington Trophy over their head.
One of NASCAR's crown jewel events, a win in the Southern 500 means so much. The Peacock Pit Box located right in the middle of pit road, along with Kyle Petty and three-time Cup Series winner here at Darlington, Dale Jarrett. I am Marty Snyder. So, KP, where would you rank then a Southern 500 win as a career-defining moment for a driver?
I grew up in the wrong household for this question, Marty. My grandfather thought it was all Darlington all the time because he grew up racing in the 50s, won Daytona in 59. Daytona became the crown jewel, the place, but Darlington still ranks in our family right there equal with it.
Yeah, I kind of have to agree with that. The Daytona 500 is the epitome of what we do in stock car racing, but I'm telling you, with the test that you have to go through, everything that a driver must do to win this race ranks it right there at the top, because you won't find anywhere that's harder to win.
So, DJ, you mentioned that test. This race is over 4 hours long, and literally the drivers are inches from the wall the entire time. So how do you hold your concentration and keep it that dialed in for that long?
How do you?
Yeah. I don't know that I'm best person to ask this, because I won 3 of the 400 miles races, but I could never get to that one that took 500 miles to win the race and get the trophy. It is such a level of concentration that it's unmatched in any other races that you go to. You know, as a driver, that there's times that you're just going to have to give that wall a little bit of a break, because challenging it lap after lap after lap, even the very best, and even when your car is the very best, it's easy to find yourself into the wall, and that could take you right out of your opportunity to win a Southern 500.
Well, you can see why it's one of NASCAR's crown jewel races. And oh, by the way, the race that decides who's in and who's out of the playoffs in 2024. So, KP, is there some merit tonight to a driver, quote, earning it if they race their way into the playoffs?
Well, Bubba Wallace and Chris Buescher this week have said it's the collective work of the 25 races that got us here. It's not all about this one race. Having said that, Bubba's crew chief, Booty Barker, has a saying: there's no free lunch, which means you got to work for it. And Bubba said at Richmond they knew it was going to be a dogfight that came down to the end. Guess what? Darlington, dogfight, they go together. It's the end. Something big's going to happen tonight.
Well, a new driver raced his way into the playoffs last week at Daytona. It was Harrison Burton, earning the 100th win for the Wood brothers.
I cried the whole victory lap.
This is a great opportunity right here. You're going to have to be very aggressive. Copy. We'll make it happen. Go to the green. Green, white, sugar. Coming back, bottom, 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 bottom. Top, 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 top. Sugar flag, sugar flag, sugar flag.
Jeff, your little boy, has done it! Harrison Burton wins in Daytona!
Yeah! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you!
My scream turned into a cry pretty quick.
Yeah, it's been hard 3 years, but we got 100, baby!
Been kicked in the teeth over and over and over again, and then to rise up from that, to get a chance in the playoffs.
Yeah, boy! Woo!
Then to give the Wood brothers their 100th win in the same breath. Never forget it till the day I die, that's for sure.
All right, let's take the time now to bring in the winning dad here from that race, and Harrison Burton, what a great job he did. Jeff, I'm going to tell you a little story that I was reminiscing about this at Daytona last week, the 1993 Daytona 500 that I was fortunate enough to win. My dad being in the booth, calling the race, excited just as you were, and well, you should have been. I'm just going to tell you something you have to look forward to. That smile's going to go on for the rest of your life, because it's the one thing that the fans bring up more than anything else that my dad or myself ever accomplished in this sport. So congratulations, bud.
Well, thank you. And you and your father, Ned, have really been my guiding light in how do you go up there and talk about the race and also watch your son. And Ned always did such a great job of treating us competitors that weren't his son like he cared about us and he was going to treat us fairly and not take favoritism. And that's been, like I said, that's been my guiding light all along. You guys and, you know, both Petty's, Jarrett's up on the pit box, not going to get any better than that. And you guys know what it's like to have family in Victory Lane. It just means a ton.
Yeah, Jeff, I'm gonna keep it on the family side. The two biggest wins of my career was my dad's win. As a crew member, I was on that team in 1979 when he won Daytona. And my son, Adam, who won the ARCA race in '98 at Charlotte. Where does this win rank in your career?
Well, I mean, look, it's way up there for sure. I hate to rank them because I wouldn't trade one win for another because they all had their own special stories. But seeing Harrison struggle the way he struggled the last 3 years, but never quit. And I think that, to me, as a father, you know, we try hard to instill things in our kids that last a lifetime, more than just how you hold a steering wheel and how you match the gas. And seeing how Harrison has handled himself around his team, around everybody, and mainly with himself, and that's the most important thing. I've been exceptionally proud of that. And then to overcome and to win, it proves, hey, look, if you don't quit, if you keep your attitude right, all that matters, and it all means a lot. So that win, because of all that, KP, is certainly way up on my list.
Well, Jeff, we're honored to share in that moment with you. And again, congratulations to the Burton family, which, by the way, has a terrific reputation here at Darlington as well, because Jeff has 6 Darlington wins on his resume. So speaking of former Darlington winners, let's hear from 2 of them, starting with Kyle Larson, who's with Dave Burns.
Well, Marty, just a little bit on the line tonight for Kyle Larson. Could he repeat as a Southern 500 winner? And, oh, by the way, could he be the regular season champion? So what's front of mind for you as you get ready to get going?
I think a lot of that. You know, I mean, obviously winning the Southern 500 for a second time would be great. Maintaining the lead in the owner points, which I think has been overlooked a lot. So, and then, yeah, I mean, if we could have a good day and get the driver regular season as well, that'd be great. So, yeah, just look forward to it. It's a long, tough race. You know, probably the most challenging of the season. So, yeah, hot temperatures out here, slick surface, should be a lot of fun.
Good start to his weekend, Marty. 4th in qualifying.
Brad Keselowski has 2 Darlington wins, the 2018 Southern 500, and then you won most recently this spring. How much discipline does this track demand from drivers in order to be successful?
I think it's a tricky track, Kim. You know, it's just the speed is right up next to the wall, and it's great until it ain't when you hit it. And, you know, over 500 miles, like, you're going to have laps where you make mistakes. So it's like, what buffer do I want to give myself? And I don't want to leave too much speed out, but I also don't want to hit the wall. And just, that's like a challenge every corner, every lap, you know, and the tires are changing and just a lot going on here, but that's what I think makes this race so special. And, you know, I tell people all the time, what makes someone really good at Darlington is if they can run like in the top 3 or 4 the whole race and not hit the wall. And I ain't done it yet. But hopefully today we can do that with our fast Mustang and get another win.
And Brad has a very special paint scheme running the names of over 250 veterans on the number 6 Ford here tonight.
I don't think it's any coincidence, Kim, that the 2 Darlington winners we just talked to, 2 former Cup Series champions as well. Coming up for the 2nd straight week, could a driver currently out of the playoffs race their way in tonight? And could that be Bubba Wallace? He's on the pole. We'll hear from Michael Jordan's driver next.
Did Larson really say this is going to be fun?
Yeah. You're watching Countdown to Green, presented by Sonic.
Who's up for a little bit of chaos?
Hold on. It's Larson.
A dash of drama. A touch of temper.
Look at this.
Who's down to take it to the streets? To ring the triangle? To hit the bricks? Who's game for a little fireworks between friends? See, that's a trick question. With the playoffs coming, there are no friends.
Countdown to Green is brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic. Boy, I love that historic footage of Cale Yarborough driving around Darlington. So, DJ, do you really get to drive this car in a few minutes? I mean, you've done a lot of cool stuff in your career, but what an honor.
Yeah, it really is. You know, there are certain things that happen in your life, and you're not exactly sure at that time what it's going to do for you. But Cale Yarborough gave me the opportunity to get into the Cup Series driving for his team and help me along. I just owe him so much. But just knowing him, I watched him race against my dad, with my dad, and then to race for him and against him was just incredible. The toughest driver I've ever known to come through this series.
Well, here's what's on the menu presented by Sonic. The 2025 NASCAR Cup Series schedule was announced this week, highlighted by a stop in Mexico City. It marks the first time in 73 years that the Cup Series will have a points-paying race outside of the U.S. Bubba Wallace, as we mentioned, on the pole this evening, and one of the more impressive qualifying efforts in quite some time, almost willing his car to the top spot yesterday. That's important because tonight's the final race of the regular season for the Cup Series. Currently, Chris Buescher has the final spot in the playoffs, while Wallace and Ross Chastain hope to race their way in tonight.
There's always those races that haunt you looking back.
And we just got missed.
Frustrating all the way down to the line.
I don't have that sticker on my head. This means more.
One, I'm going to live in my head forever. I need someone else to be more mature about it.
I'm smart enough to understand there's time and place. For some reason we don't have a chance to win it, then make sure that we're maximizing points on the day.
Walking into the Cup garage, all the nerves, I have all the feelings, the butterflies. This season hasn't won. I really didn't think we'd be in this position. As we got closer and it all became a little more clear, then you realize it's another one we get to go try to win.
Well, we got to win. Got to win. Michigan, car capable of winning, getting wiped out in somebody else's mess. Knowing how good our team is, both the 23 and the 45, gives you a ton of confidence.
T1, go.
Our best race ever is on the table.
Sorry about turn one, but God almighty 3 and 4.
Today's a damn good day, so I live for it.
Chris Buescher comes into tonight's race with the last playoff spot, 21 points to the good, so you can make it in on points, but a win would be much easier. So with that in mind, how do you approach tonight's race?
Easier might be a relative term, but it'll certainly be cleaner. I think, for us, we've been so fast here. We've been, close enough to feel like we had a shot at winning the last 2 races in Darlington. So want to do that same thing here tonight with our Build Subs Mustang. Feel like we're able to make that final round, so that was good. Going tonight here, I always feel like we get better as the sun goes down, and seems like we're off to a pretty decent start. So go figure out how to win this thing. That would certainly be the best way, and then if we need to play defense a little bit there towards the end, then we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Speaking of defense, how much information do you want to know about the other drivers that are kind of around that elimination line points-wise?
Not much to start. I want to race our own race, and Darlington is well known for being its own battle. So fight the racetrack first. Figure out how far we can get in this thing. Try and get some stage points just simply by running up front here the first half, and then get down to the end. We need to be aware of scenarios, but ultimately it's for us to go out here and do what we've been doing here, and most of that will just take care of itself.
Chris Buescher looking for a coveted playoff spot.
Well, Kim, so is Bubba Wallace, and he started things off the right way here at Darlington, grabbing the pole yesterday for your first one here at Darlington. How big was that?
It was huge. We've been decent here in qualifying. We qualified second in the last year's spring race, so thought we had that one. We've been really good here at qualifying and executing. Obviously, the finishes have followed with that, so just need to keep it all in check tonight and make the most of it and go out and have some fun.
Last week after Daytona, you told us this week, just got to go get it done. How much was yesterday, the whole day, including the pole, a step towards that and getting the win tonight, or even just pointing your way in?
Yeah, well, like I mentioned, Dave, last week, I take that responsibility on my shoulders and proud to carry that weight. And I wanted to show up here and make a statement and flip the pressure switch to the enemies. So I think that's what we did. But we also know it's a new day. It's a new opportunity for everybody in the field. For me, I wake up excited every Sunday morning because I know one of us is going to be in victory lane, and hopefully it's us tonight.
Marty, consider it pressure switch flipped.
So, KP, let's talk about that pressure that Dave and Bubba talked about right there. Does being on the pole add to or take away from the pressure he's feeling tonight?
Well, that's a great question, because I think it does put the pressure on the other teams, because they say, hey, they showed up. Bubba Wallace showed up this week. Bubba made the statement, I have to portray the best race this week that I've ever portrayed in my whole entire career to make the playoffs. that means he's putting pressure on himself. So he lived up to that pressure on qualifying day. Will he live up to that pressure today? I think he is in the mindset, and that team is ready to come here and take that position, and move on into the playoffs.
DJ, is his car owner Michael Jordan, and your buddy Michael Jordan texted him this week, said, quote, "Things you want cost more." Does Michael Jordan, being his owner, bring out the best in Bubba Wallace?
100%. This is a perfect match for Bubba to have Michael there. There was no one more confident in his own ability than Michael Jordan in any sport. He's the best athlete that I've ever seen in my entire life. For him to be able to talk to Bubba about those things only makes Bubba a better driver.
All right, KP, time to put your money where your mouth is for the final spot. Is it just a battle between the three drivers that are near the bubble? And if so, who has the edge?
I'm going with Ross Chastain, the Watermelon Man, and all I'm going to say is Martinsville 2022. I'm telling you, you see that car, you see that man, but you can't see his heart. You don't know what he's willing to reach down and grab and make happen. My money's on Ross Chastain.
I'm not going to be surprised to watch all three of these drivers inside the top 10 the majority of this 500 miles. I will tell you, and I won't be shocked if all three of them are in the top 5. Who can get down the most and get the job done? Chris Buescher is the one that has shown me that at this particular racetrack, he's ready to go to victory lane.
So those are your bets for this evening. How about the DraftKings odds? How are they shaping up for tonight, DJ?
Well, I think they got the, unlike last week where we had everybody that could win.
Yeah, right.
They've got it, the favorites here. Certainly Kyle Larson, Tyler Reddick, and Denny Hamlin. You have to look at them. Ryan Blaney, I think, was maybe the very best car in practice yesterday. But you got Bubba Wallace. You got 12-1 odds on the pole sitter, who is very fast here.
Yeah, DraftKings Sportsbook is an authorized gaming operator of NASCAR. And this week, beautiful evening at a completely sold-out Darlington Raceway, where lately the tempers have been about as hot as the temperatures here in South Carolina, Kyle. So why does this track lend itself to angry drivers at the end of the race?
For 4+ hours, you're stuck in that car, not being able to go a lot of places, slipping and sliding, 90-degree+ weather, and the racetrack. You got to race it. You got to catch people and get around them, but you got to use the racetrack. It's got to be your friend.
I'm sure one group doesn't help either, does it? They're always in your way.
2 cars in one place doesn't always work.
Because it was built for what? Cars to go 120 miles an hour, Kyle?
120 miles an hour on an 8-inch tire, and now they're running, what, 160, 70 miles an hour, whatever they're running.
So to that point, as a driver, who's the biggest competition here? The other competitors or the track itself? You are your biggest competitor. Interesting.
Getting your head straight to use this racetrack to your advantage.
And you got to do it for 500 miles, the most grueling race of the year. It's a crown jewel, and it decides who will be in and who will be out of the playoffs. Time for the pre-race ceremonies from the track Too Tough to Tame.
Race fans, please rise as you are able. Remove your hats, and veterans render a hand salute as the Spring Valley Junior ROTC Color Guard presents our nation's colors. And to hear and to offer our today's invocation, please welcome from God Shepherd Presbyterian Church in Florence, South Carolina, Pastor Stacy Severance.
Let's bow together in prayer. Lord God, we give you thanks for the city of Darlington, for this racetrack and everyone involved in today's race. Bless those gathered to enjoy it both here and at home, and keep these drivers and teams safe and healthy. We give you praise for all of our freedoms. Bless those who serve to protect our lives and liberty. And finally, God, we plead for our great nation, that you would not turn us over to our sins, but that you would guide our hearts toward the grace and truth that is found only in the Lord Jesus Christ, who had no sin but became sin for us, so that in him we might become the righteousness of God. In the name of Jesus, amen.
And here to perform our national anthem, please welcome from the University of Mount Olive, Carolina Sound.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets back there, the bombs
final race of the regular season for the Cup Series is moments away. We'll get the engines fired here at Darlington next on USA. Countdown to Green is brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Southern 500, baby. Hell yeah! Southern 500 winner. Southern 500. Hell yeah. DF8. That's what I'm talking about. Great work, man. Hey, hell yeah! Oh, baby! Hell yeah! Hell yeah, guys. Great job today.
The person I'm most proud of is you, Kyle Larson. You believed in yourself and you did it.
We won! We won! So freaking proud of you! Woo! Yeah, we got it! I can't believe it.
A win in the Southern 500 can be a career-defining moment for a driver, and tonight it could also mean a spot in the playoffs. Who has a game-changing night this evening in Darlington? It could be Tyler Reddick, who's also battling for the regular season title and might have the best car in the field. In fact, one crew chief in the garage area told me this afternoon the 45 car is, quote, lights out. Can he put an emphatic stamp winning at the Southern 500 and also claiming the regular season title, Kim?
Marty, the playoffs will be officially set at the end of tonight's race, and Ross Chastain currently finds himself outside of it. 18th on the playoff grid, 27 points behind the elimination line. Pointing his way in is still an option, but Ross said it would just be way easier to come out and win this thing. He almost did that here last year in May, leading until a very late caution crash with Kyle Larson. He did win the truck race here in the spring. I asked if that gave him confidence. He said a little, but he told me, Dave, this place humbles you very quickly.
Christopher Brown knows that very well. His best finish here is 5th. He's never won the Southern 500. Would like to do that tonight. He's got 3 wins, so he's in the playoffs. But the bigger picture for him is that he's got a couple of positions he can gain in the regular season. More playoff points, more points you can carry throughout the championship.
Dave, how about this? From the pit box to Cale Yarbaugh's race car for Dale Jarrett. That's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool moment, isn't it?
That is an awesome moment here at Darlington.
By the way, how about this hurdle? I don't know what's better, the drive in the Cale Yarbaugh's car, but getting over the pit wall. That's pretty impressive, Kyle. Can you do that?
There's a reason Dale Jarrett's a legend, okay? And that just added to the legend of Dale Jarrett.
But you got to drive your dad's car around this place just like this. I mean, what a moment.
What a moment. Got to drive my dad's car. Got to drive the 72 Mercury for the Wood Brothers, David Pearson. This is an honor.
After more than 8,000 miles of racing over 28 weeks, it all comes down to this. Time to get the engines fired and set the Cup Series playoff field.
Darlington Raceway, this is the moment we've been waiting for. Please welcome Cookout Representative Rue Reeves.
Driver, start your engine!
Every race car driver wants to be a Southern 500 champion. It's one of the most prestigious trophies in all of motorsports because it's one of the most difficult racetracks in the entire world. It starts with this asphalt. This stuff is coarse. It eats the rubber right off the tires. Car drives horrible. And then to do well, you got to put the car right here on the boards. You got to be right against it. You got to all night long find a way to be literally this far from it. You get too close, you hit it, your night's over. Green flag next.
Welcome to Darlington, South Carolina, one of the toughest racetracks on the NASCAR circuit. Because of its egg shape, turns 3 and 4 are more narrow than turns 1 and 2. Well, why is that the case? Because Harold Brasington owned the property where the racetrack is built, but his neighbor owned this minnow pond. And Mr. Brasington did not want to disrupt the minnow pond. And I say, thank you, Mr. Brasington.
The winners of Darlington are Hall of Famers. Think about who's won here. It's the best of the best. It is also about the tradition of family. The Pettys, the Jarretts, the best there are in the sport.
To tame this track tonight, the drivers must put the car on the edge and an inch from this wall. Generations of drivers have been branded with the Darlington stripe. It can ruin your night, but it's also a rite of passage when you dance with this old track.
This race is a Labor Day tradition. What better way to end the regular season than a party in Victory Lane? One driver will add their face to this legendary trophy. The tradition, the history, a win in this race is career-defining. Let's set the playoff grid. This is the Southern 500.
It can be the race that you will remember forever if you drive to Victory Lane. Darlington defines the best who can handle the biggest challenge of a track that is uncompromising. Oh, and by the way, throw it into the mix that it's your last chance to make the playoffs. The wait's over. The Cookout Southern 500, the annual classic, is here again. And yes, we are talking playoffs time. Welcome to NBC Sports on USA's coverage of this time-honored tradition. Let's show you how they're going to line up, because it was a terrific qualifying story following on from last week in Daytona, where it was all front row. More surprises yesterday with Bubba Wallace breaking almost a one-year drought, grabbing the pole, and Carson Hocevar starting alongside him. Well, he is the youngest to ever start on the front row here at Darlington in Cup competition. Let's get going with things. We kick it off with Dave Burns. Dave-O?
A little bit more, Lee, on the Bubba Wallace story. Remember, he last week told us he was going to put the weight on his shoulders to do well here, and he knows about last chances to get into the playoffs. He is the first man out just below the cutoff line, 21 points behind the cutoff line. So he's got to do well here. He has won the pole, as you said, and that's the best start he could have given his team so far. Kim?
Dave, Ryan Blaney qualified 7th here. So where does the defending championship team stand as the regular season comes to an end? Well, crew chief Jonathan Hassler told me compared to last year, they are better all around. Their speed is better. They know the direction they need to go. They have been better on pit road. Hassler said their strategy should be straightforward tonight, and their goal is to leave here 4th in the regular season point standings, Marty.
Kim, one final shot for two-time champ Kyle Busch to make the playoffs for the 12th straight year. Busch is a two-time Darlington winner, but Randall Burnett told me they have a bit of work to do tonight. It is win or bust if the playoffs are in the cards for Kyle Busch this evening. Meanwhile, another two-time champ, Joey Logano, is locked in the playoffs, and he told me he's hoping to continue the momentum the 22 team has been building over the last few weeks. Logano said we're peaking at the right time. Diff, we'll see if Logano can get Darlington win number 2 this evening.
It's going to be a great night ahead, Marty, that's for sure. Hi, folks. Lee Diffie, along with a crew chief who won here in the Southern 500, Steve Letarte. Stevie, when you come here, the history just grips you. You're a huge golf fan, right? It's like going to Augusta National in Georgia. But why has it been so special for so long?
Well, it starts because the challenge has stood the test of time. It doesn't matter, but for the last 75 years, the speeds at this egg-shaped original NASCAR speedway, it's always been the challenge of the track. You race the other competitors, but this venue, it's historic. It's Fenway Park, Lambeau Field, Madison Square Garden. Every once in a while, the venue is as famous as the event.
The drivers quite often say you've got to respect the track more than the competitors. How do you get it done? That's what Cliff Daniels wants to do. Let's dial him up.
Let's check the crew chief at the 5. He's found his way to Victory Lane here. Let's see if I can catch him. Hey, Cliff, it's Letarte and the guys in the booth. You got a copy? Hey, Cliff, it's Letarte and the guys in the booth. You got a copy? All right, I think we'll give that a little try later.
Well, why don't you answer for Cliff?
Well, listen, I want to let everybody know that Cliff, the crew chief for Kyle Larson, he's found his way to, there he is sitting right there. He's found his way to Victory Lane in the Southern 500. He's agreed to take his time, and he's going to talk to us. I'm going to jump on and talk to him a couple times over the course of the evening. This is a nearly 4-hour event, sometimes over 4 hours, and we're going to hear the challenges that Cliff and his team are facing from on top of the pit box.
Marty, what you got?
Hey, Diff, Ty Gibbs does not need a win to make the playoffs, but he does need a simple, solid night. Right now, plus 39 above the cut line. Chris Gale told me the way I'm looking at it, I honestly have to assume there will be a new winner tonight. So I'm approaching it like the 17 is the car I'm racing. I cannot be further than a couple of points away from him in each stage. Fascinating battle within the battle tonight to watch, Kim.
Chase Elliott ran yesterday's Xfinity Series race, finishing 4th, and Chase admittedly has struggled at Darlington and wanted the extra seat time to better himself for tonight's race. He said running that race last night, he definitely feels like he learned a couple of things that will help him here today. This team is still in the hunt for the regular season championship, just 18 points behind Tyler Reddick, but they've got some work to do tonight, Dave, rolling off from the 20th position.
Kim, there's only one way in for Chase Briscoe, and that is to win tonight in the Southern 500. The 14 car is good, but it needs to win the race. It's out of the points as far as making it in. So what did Chase do? He qualified 3rd. Is that a one-hit wonder? No, not according to crew chief Richard Boswell. They had a practice where they ran long runs, and over the long run, the 14 was very good as well. He said, we just hit the balance right in qualifying to put ourselves up front. We want to stay there. We want to win our way in. Lee?
Dave, let's remind everybody at home just what's at stake here again by looking. If you're in yellow, you're good. You go into the playoffs next week in Atlanta. If you're in white, if you're above that cut line or below, there's a lot on the line here tonight. Feeling a little more confident if you're Martin Truex Jr., but the closer you get to that red line, the more nerve-wracking it is, the more pressure-filled it is. Like the pole sitter in the Air Force Camry, Bubba Wallace, who is 21 on the wrong side of that cut line.
And we've talked, this is your first trip to Darlington, Lee, and you continue to ask, like, what makes it special from a competitor? And it's just the lack of gimmicks. There's nowhere to hide. There's no secret to be good at this racetrack. You have to have a great pit crew, a great race car driver, and a great race car. That's very hard to do, and then be nearly perfect all day long. If you think you're going to be perfect, you're crazy. You're absolutely going to touch this wall, Jeff. You talked about it. You were just out there in the pre-race. You showed us a nice, clean, painted wall, but you can see all the scuff marks from the years. You have to accept mistakes are going to happen.
They are going to happen, Steve, and the key is how they happen. The angle at which you brush the wall. If you hit it, you know, with the right front too hard, it's going to damage the car. If you hit the right side at the same time, the right front, the right rear, you can get by with that as long as it's not too hard of a hit. And Lee, the key is for 500 miles, you have to operate at 99.9%. You can't go right around and say, I'm not going to hit the wall, because you're going to get lapped. So you got to operate right at the edge of grip, and if you cross over it, you're going to hit the wall.
Ready to operate at 99.9% is our Marty Snyder. Marty, what you got?
Well, let's go for not quite 100, as you said, 99.9. Let's chat with Cliff Daniels. So the guys in the booth talking about how you can't quite be at 100% all night long here. Why is that the case at Darlington?
Yeah, really, Darlington's just all about racing the track. And, you know, our team we've learned that the good and the bad way in the past. And, you know, so much confidence in our team tonight, so much confidence in Kyle. Going into tonight, we're leading owners' points. That's something we've tried hard to earn, you know, all year. Of course, we want to go try to get the drivers' points tonight. But big thanks to everybody at HinderCars.com and Chevrolet. Hey to the boss back at home. And, you know, we're going to stay locked in, race the track, do our thing, and we'll see where we end up.
And Diff, they're also going to try and defend their Southern 500 win from last year.
Good stuff, Marty. Thank you. Let's go inside the 23 team for that last-minute pep talk. Have a listen.
You got me, Bubba? I got you, dog. All right, man. Proud of you. Go after it. No prisoners. Yes, sir. Thanks.
Good stuff. This man showed tremendous resilience and guts yesterday. Bubba Wallace, not once, but in 2 qualifying runs, to show how determined and how driven he is to race his way into the playoffs, just like Harrison Burton did. It's time to bring the action at Darlington Raceway. It is time to continue one of the best traditions in racing. It's time for the Southern 500. Listen to that awesome roar. Wallace, and then here comes Larson. Hocevar's been shuffled back a couple of positions as Reddick moves his way up to 3rd. And the question begs, does the guy we saw in qualifying as Reddick was ducking low to try and make an early move, then thinks about it twice, does the man we saw yesterday in qualifying in Bubba Wallace, does he continue that trend here tonight?
Well, when I talked to Booty Barker today, he had 2 simple words. He always gives me kind of their mantra, what they're going to be. As you see 3 wide racing back in the pack, he said, Stevie, all out. We're going to be all out all night, and it's either going to make it or it isn't. I love that mantra. I think that's what it's going to take.
Well, they're going all at it right now. You race that hard this early on this racetrack, and you'll be lucky to get by with it. 3 wide, Steve. That is aggressive contact.
Oh, Martin Truex Jr., he's lost it. Takes Blaney up into the wall with him.
2 of the best cars in practice. I thought Blaney had the best long-run car. And here you heard him. I'm an idiot. Truex says he knows he made a mistake only 2 laps into the race. Truex 58 above the cut line. Mathematically not a guarantee, but I thought everything was going to be easy. This is an uphill battle already.
That is a huge moment in this race and perhaps in the year. How much damage does Truex car have?
It hurts Ryan Blaney from the standpoint of potential stage points and then the overall points. He's locked into the playoffs, but this was what neither driver wanted.
Truex just simply got into the corner too hard for the amount of grip that he had. That's part of this, though. Lap 3, he doesn't really know. It chases the car up the racetrack, makes contact with William Byron, overcorrects the car. Big damage to Blaney.
He wrecks himself because he knew the option 2 was to wreck the 24. That's not Truex's style at all. He didn't want his mistake to affect the 24. Unfortunately, taking himself out got Blaney.
That's one of those wrecks. Look at, as we ride along, he just got up the racetrack. That's one of those wrecks on lap 3 at Darlington. Do you really want to be 3 wide getting into turn 1? This is something that 15 years ago we never would do.
Right.
The drivers have gotten more and more aggressive in how they approach turn 1. Chris Buescher sneaking by. Look, Martin Truex Jr. is one of our sport's best, period. Just a little too much aggression early in the race.
Everybody talks about racing the racetrack 25 times. Martin Truex Jr. has run Darlington. He knows what this racetrack holds, and yet a mistake like this just proves all the hyperbole about Darlington, the track too tough to tame.
It's true.
It's on display 2 laps in.
It's true, and Martin has an extraordinary record here as you see Ryan Blaney step from his car. You'll see him in the playoffs, but this is far from an ideal situation. Let's have a listen to his radio. Take you back a few moments.
It's killed, man.
You okay?
I don't know. Oh, I'm hurt.
10-4. Get him to you as quick as we can.
And you could see him paying extra attention to one of his hands and forearms.
Yeah, that's that impact. You could hear in his voice how much it hurt. Anytime you're on the outside and a car hits you that hard and shoves you into the wall with all of the force of the car underneath you, those are massive impacts, Steve. Those are some of the biggest wrecks I ever had.
Marty?
This is just massive for the playoffs, as everyone has talked about. Martin Truex Jr. came in plus 58, and the word just now from James Small telling Martin Truex Jr. to get out of the car. Truex came into the weekend, said, we just need a clean, smart race, and early on, they're going to be out of it. And man, can they make the playoffs now? That's something we're going to be watching all evening long.
Look at that. Currently, dead even. No more points to gain for the 19. Gibbs, Buescher, Chastain still on the racetrack, and that's without a new winner. We know that's Bubba Wallace's goal tonight.
The race had only just got going, and one of the playoff contenders is out. The legend continues here at Darlington Raceway. Do you get out of here without getting the famed Darlington stripe? Does the track treat you well? Do you respect it? And do you get in the tunnel on the Champions Wall? All questions to be answered. Well, the track has already bitten a couple. That's Martin Truex Jr. and Ryan Blaney, both drivers out of the race. Blaney going to the playoffs. Martin Truex Jr. is going to have to sit and watch. He had a 58-point buffer above the cut line. He's now at 0. So it's going to be an interesting night, to say the least, for those guys, and we will update you when we know more about Ryan Blaney's physical condition as he was headed to the infield medical center. So as we check in with Dale Jarrett, Kyle Petty, fellas, points implications already at such an early stage in the race. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, Lee, it's just amazing. We sat here and talked about the difficulty of that, but we also did it, just like Jeff Burton said, been there, you know, and you understand what's at stake here, but, you know, you're still a race driver, and that's your mentality, KP.
Yeah, it's amazing. As you watch this, and they called it perfectly in the booth, we see Truex just get in over his head a little bit, wants to stay off the 24, overcorrects, and takes Blaney up in the wall. What's fascinating is we sat here, as we watch all these angles, we sat here and talked about Gibbs, talked about Buescher, talked about Wallace and Chastain. We never mentioned Truex.
No.
A rookie mistake by a guy who has won at this racetrack and knows you have to race the racetrack every lap. I don't believe, I am shocked right now, and hopefully this will send a message to these other guys, step back a little bit.
Yeah, the impact for the playoffs possibly, and Ryan Blaney came in here 4th in the regular season, certainly going to drop from there, and those points could be valuable in the playoffs.
Great point.
And these images from a few moments ago, Truex stepping from his car and also heading to the infield medical center just for a check. Jeff, you highlighted it in one of those replays. Chris Buescher, one of the playoff hopefuls, just narrowly avoiding that incident. Sometimes luck's on your side. It wasn't for Blaney. It was for Chris Buescher.
Yeah, you have to have those things go your way. And look, I've been in that situation. You heard DJ KP talking about it. You make a mistake when you know it's your job, right? It's your job not to make that mistake, but you're pushing, you're trying to make something happen. You feel horrible because you feel like you let your team down, but it's just, you can't get it back.
Well, in all of that, now it's back to the task at hand. We have Bubba Wallace and Larson on the front row, Reddick, Briscoe, Hocevar back to 5th, but I thought Carson, you know, 21, youngest guy to ever be on the front row at the Southern 500, Jeff, you just was patient early, right? Like, he gave up a few spots, making sure he didn't make that mistake. Long night ahead.
All right. AMR safety team done an excellent job helping the situation, clearing the situation. We're ready for a take 2. Let's get this Cookout Southern 500 going again. Let's do it. Huge crowd here in Martinsville, and we're back to action. Wallace and Larson. Chase Briscoe in that black and white high point. Ford right behind. Here comes Tyler Reddick. The 2311 cars are on the charge, and that begs the question, what kind of a role will Tyler Reddick play in helping his teammate make the playoffs tonight?
He'll help to a point, but he wants the victory himself, and I think you're going to see this right here as he gets to the back bumper of Wallace. I think Reddick, he knows what's at store, you know, at stake for the 23. Boss man here, Michael Jordan in attendance. I'm impressed. You know, when MJ got into the sport, we knew he was a NASCAR fan, but this is a guy that's in so many business interests globally, right? He has so many different things, but I'm going to tell you, Lee, he comes to a lot of races, and not just on Sunday. On a Saturday, qualifying, you'll see him standing out on pit road. It shocks me to have one of the most famous, if not the most famous sports figure in the world be so consistent in the NASCAR garage.
Ty Gibbs running side by side with his JGR teammate Denny Hamlin, who has just an unmatched record in this field, Jeff, at Darlington Raceway. He is the best of this current crop on every number you can see. Yeah. Can it be Denny's night?
It can be Denny's night. Denny has the mentality that's needed at this racetrack. He has the ability to attack the racetrack but not step over it. See Reddick applying pressure. A little bit higher entry into 1. We're going to see the lanes change throughout this night. Reddick does a really nice job of approaching the corners just against the wall. That helps his car. See how close he is compared to Larson? Watch what happens in the middle. That allows Reddick to not have to turn the wheel as much. Carries a lot of speed to the center. I think Larson's car is a little better right now, though.
We ride on board the HendrickCars.com Chevy for the man who led 55 laps en route to victory here in the Southern 500 last year. We'll get back to that. Let's hear from Kim Coombe with Ryan Blaney for the latest.
Yeah, Ryan Blaney, part of that incident with Martin Truex Jr. We heard you talk about your arm or your hand. Are you okay, and what happened?
Yeah, I'm all right. I don't know. I saw Martin get loose and kind of hit the 24. I thought he was going to spin to the bottom, and so I kind of gassed up to get around him, and he, like, terrible time, and he overcorrected, and we were right there. So just, gosh, I hate it. Wreck on lap 2, but yeah, it's one of those things. It's like you think he's going to spin to the bottom, and then like his rear's hooked up, and he just came up. So just, I hate it for everybody in Menards and Ford. I thought our car was great and just didn't even get a run any laps, but hopefully next week goes a little bit better.
Great to hear from Ryan. That was some scary radio that we heard after the incident, but nice to hear him talk to Kim, and I'm with him. I thought it was one of the best cars in practice as well. We'll just never know.
Look at Spires. Carson Hocevar in the 77. Running well. Last time he started on the front row. was in the Truck Series last year at Homestead Miami Speedway. And that great performance came from that. So I wonder if the same trend continues, the same for the youngster, for the 21-year-old here tonight in Darlington. So we've heard from Ryan Blaney. Kim, tell us the Martin Truex side of the story.
Yeah, Martin Truex Jr. out of the care center, out of the race. First of all, we heard you say idiot on the radio. Clarify what you were talking about and what happened.
Clearly me. Yeah, it was all my fault, all my doing, and yeah, I got a run on the 24 and went to the inside and thought everything was going fine, and the car just took off and I ran into him. So obviously that one's on me, and I hate it for my guys in Bass Pro Shops and Toyota, everybody. We had a phenomenal race car, and I know this is like the longest race of the year. Just a dumb mistake on my part.
This is your last full-time season in the Cup Series. Right now, as it stands, you are not a part of the playoff picture. Describe the emotions attached to that.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks. You know, we've had a miserable 2 months. Fast cars, nothing to show for it, and again tonight, you know, tonight was on me. So just sorry to my team and all the guys that worked so hard.
Classic Truex. You know, he is in the best of times and in the worst of times has always been a class act, giving the times to the fan, to us in the media, taking ownership of this issue right here. I think that's why he's so kind of beloved in the fan base and in the garage, as we see Christopher Bell battling Buescher. And we're just going to have to wait and see, much like Truex, to see if he has enough points. Now it's up to guys like Buescher to see if Truex advances.
This is the fight for 7th position between the guy who won the Xfinity Series race yesterday. Back to the teammates, the 2 Toyotas at the front of this field, Bubba Wallace, Tyler Reddick. They just got a narrow margin over Kyle Larson in this early running.
Talk in the garage this morning was that these 2 cars had a lot of speed on the early part of the run. There was also some talk that they were not good on the long run. We'll see. You know, it's one thing to do that in practice. It was in the middle of the day. Clearly the sun's still out. The track's going to continue to cool down as this night goes on. But currently, you know, that short run speed is there, and also the long run speed is.
Just to remind everybody on the left, that playoff bubble, that's with Wallace leading, right? That's a new winner, taking the 14th spot. That makes the Truex, Buescher, Chastain situation even more precarious. If Wallace is not leading the race, that complexion will change completely. But we saw Harrison Burton a week ago. Yeah. Why not Bubba Wallace? Why not Ross Chastain? There's other names. Hocevar's running 6th. He's playoff eligible if he won this race.
And let's not discount Eric Jones, a 2-time winner here at Darlington, who just so happens to be the biggest mover in the field so far. He's up 10 positions.
Jeff, how can it be? I mean, Legacy Motor Club will admit they've switched to Toyota. They're still trying to improve. It's been a little bit of a down year. Does it still surprise you? Because it does me that Eric Jones shows up to Darlington and the light switch just flips. How can it just be, I don't want to use the word easy, but this straightforward for this driver?
He knows exactly what he wants. He knows exactly the feel that he's looking for. When his car doesn't have it, he does a great job of describing it. And he's not going to push too hard, get himself in trouble typically. And that's kind of Eric Jones, right? I mean, if you think about the success he's had in this sport, he's a very consistent race car driver, and he loves the racetrack. I think that's part of it, Steve. Some guys come here and they just don't like it. They just simply say, I don't like this facility. Eric has always liked it.
Dave, tell us more.
And part of the reason for that is he said, ever since I started coming here, I just like the way that I was able to adapt to the way the track changes. The way that the feel of the car will change over time. It was just always very comfortable to me. And then when he won, remember he's only won 3 times in the series. 2 out of 3 have been here. Yeah, that just adds to that comfort level. When I talked to him before the race, he said we got close in practice, but a bad starting spot because of a mistake I made in practice. So good to see that he's that big mover. Marty?
Dave, I'm fascinated by the point that Lee brought up a moment ago with Tyler Reddick. His teammate Bubba Wallace is right in front of him, currently leading the race. But Jeff, how would you approach this race if you were Tyler Reddick? You're also fighting for a regular season championship. By the way, your closest competitor for that right behind you with Kyle Larson. So would you help your teammate as much as you could? And if you do help your teammate, Jeff, if you're Tyler Reddick, how do you do that? How do you help out Bubba Wallace tonight?
Well, look, if I'm Tyler Reddick, I got to go out and try to win this race. I'm not going to move Bubba Wallace out of the way to do it, but if I can get track position on him and drive away from him, that's what I'm going to do. And that's what I get paid to do. I get paid to win championships. That's why he was hired. And to do that, winning the regular season championship will go a long way to helping him make it happen.
It's got the full attention of Michael Jordan. Here's a quick reminder that you can join NASCAR's free rewards program and start earning points that turn into member-only rewards. You can earn every time you check in for a race, trade in points for free tickets, exclusive gear, autographed merchandise, and one-of-a-kind race day experiences. Simply head to NASCAR.com/fan-rewards. How cool is this shot? Aboard the BuiltSubmarines.com Ford RFK Racing's Chris Buescher. Let's go for a little ride. Have a listen. All right, Mr. Southern 500 winner, you like what you see? You like what you hear?
I do like it. You know, against the wall, but not inches away from it the way he'll have to be. But with only 33 laps in this race, is now the time to be right against the wall? Probably not. I tell you what I see in the front of this pack, though. Bubba Wallace still leading this race, but look at how they've all stacked up right behind him. That tells me that the pace isn't quite what he needs it to be. Everybody's starting to catch him just a little bit. Still with good pace, but the fastest race car, Hamlin, Bell, they're starting to run this group down.
Let's build the positives for Bubba Wallace. This is his 13th visit here, and he has led more laps this evening than he has, Stevie, combined in the 12 other visits. Off to a great start.
Off to a great start, and it really started in qualifying. What we saw yesterday, I don't think can be overstated. You mentioned it didn't take one effort, but two efforts.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's kind of taken the performance of the 23 and putting it on his own shoulders. He said, we have to be better. We have to win races. I have to do better behind the wheel. I like that approach from Bubba.
And what we're talking about, if you weren't with us for qualifying yesterday, right here, Bubba grazed the wall. I mean, as an understatement. He hit the wall twice on his first qualifying lap to make it into the fast 10, into the top 10. And then it was a pretty electrifying run for him to grab the pole. So he backed it up twice, and here we go. Pit stops are happening. Race leader is in. Kyle Larson follows Bubba to pit lane. Marty Snyder standing by. Take it away.
Kyle Larson comes to his pit stall, which is down turn towards turn 4. Also, Joey Logano here on pit road. Everybody should pit in a very small window here. Cliff Daniels said, hey, how's your car to Kyle Larson? He simply said, really good. Dave?
Bubba Wallace seemed very happy with the 23 car when he was asked to give a balance check by his crew. He said it's just a little greasy when I'm running really hard. That's not something they really adjust for. That's just what they want to hear from the driver in terms of what he's feeling. He'll get 4 Goodyear tires and a fuel filled here, and he's got that first pit stall. Marty.
Tyler Reddick, who ran second to his teammate Bubba Wallace for much of that run, said at the very end, I feel like I'm burning up the rears just a little bit so I could stand to be a hair tighter. Otherwise, very happy as green flag pit stops. The first set happening here at Darlington in the Southern 500. And look how busy pit road is, Lee.
And successful for Kyle Larson. The 5 beat the 23 off.
Yeah, that first pit stop for the 23 will be a big advantage under yellow, but under green, no real advantage, almost a disadvantage because you're so close to getting up to speed as we see Reddick pull away. Kyle Larson overtook the 23 car. Still some cars to come to pit road, but the 5 will assume the lead of the race when it cycles.
One of the crazy things about Darlington, staring into that sun, driving down the back straightaway, makes it really difficult to judge where the wall is. Run straight away, no problem.
Here comes William Byron. Marty's headed your way.
And he narrowly, Lee, avoided some contact with Martin Truex Jr. He was the car that Truex almost got into before he got into Ryan Blaney. He said his car cars just a little bit too free. So see these cars running just a little bit longer here. Will there be an advantage for them on the back end of this run?
I don't think so. I don't think they've run long enough for the fresh tires to be an advantage. I kind of dissected the last 2 or 3 races here. Now, if you can run 10 laps longer, it kills you. You lose like 20 seconds, but you do have those fresher tires the whole next run. The problem is, it seems like you just burn your tires up so much working through traffic. You see Kyle Larson easily drive by Denny Hamlin. The question for Denny Hamlin is, you know, with 76 to go, are they trying to stretch this out to the point where they maybe eliminate an entire pit stop and save a set of tires? That would be a really aggressive call, but maybe Chris Gabehart is concerned about yellows later in the race.
Larson goes by, so too Wallace.
I mean, you see how quickly they go by you. Now, the advantage to this strategy is if a yellow comes out right now, you see a Bubba Wallace on back or a lap down. So Denny Hamlin will pit. Everybody would take the wave around, but he instantly would be the first car on fresh tires. It would be a huge advantage for Hamlin.
There's only 3 drivers following or 2 other drivers following the Hamlin strategy. That's Kyle Busch and Shane Van Gisbergen. Everybody else has come to pit road.
About 2 seconds a lap. Maybe not quite 2 seconds a lap, right, Jeff?
I'm impressed with that. You know, I think that Denny Hamlin, their ability to run this pace on this many lap tires, I think that's allowing them to play this strategy. 2 seconds is a lot, but we've seen it much more than that. Here he comes to pit road.
Dave?
Kyle Busch has come to pit road in the 8 car. He was running second to Hamlin. Crew chief Randall Burnett told me that they needed something special to happen tonight. Didn't have a lot of pace in practice like they thought they would need. He'll get 4 tires and fuel here, Marty.
Considering they started mid-pack. Oh, Hamlin runs a little bit long in his stall. We'll see if that costs him any time at all. Chris Gabehart told me this morning, he said, listen, if I can finish top 7 in stage 1, I'll count that as a win. He's also very close to the wall, so we'll see if that stop, maybe a slow stop here for the 11, cost him a little bit in this green flag cycle.
So as Hamlin leaves, we want to take you back and show you this. That involves Kyle Busch. Boom.
It's a pretty good little contact right there. Flat, luckily, but let's take a listen.
That's a part of the racetrack where the wall actually comes back out into the track off of turn 2. It's very easy to hit the wall there. When this race is over, he won't be the only one to do it.
The 11 came in, and Marty said that he slid a little long. I don't know if that's what's got the timing, but watch this right front tire changer. Tire off, goes to put the other tire on. The lug nut had fallen out. That single lug nut magnetizes to the socket. He had to reach down, grab it, and then on the left side, tight quarters, enough room to do the work, but it definitely messes up the timing with that little bit of space. The 11 was about 4.5 seconds behind the leader before anyone came to pit road. He's currently all the way back at 21st, 20 seconds behind. So fresher tires for sure, but we'll just have to see over the next 20 or 30 laps, can the 11 make up that time?
We got off to a pretty eventful start with Martin Truex Jr. having to watch anxiously the remainder of the Southern 500. On a beautiful Labor Day weekend, long weekend, Sunday evening here in South Carolina, pleased to let you know it is a sellout crowd for this Cookout Southern 500. Thank you to the race fans for supporting and continuing this awesome tradition. And the 5 of Kyle Larson would like to continue the tradition. That is winning here in the Southern 500. He'd like to defend his win of a year ago. Leading Bubba Wallace by just under 2 seconds. Chase Briscoe's having a nice start to the night.
No surprise whatsoever. Chase Briscoe ran 5th here in the spring. And all of the Stewart-Haas racing cars had performance in that race. And they had it in practice, Dave.
And Jeff, what telling words from the 29-year-old as he tries to make his way by winning to get into the playoffs. On that first caution, he had lost a spot on the track, so Richard Boswell, his crew chief, was concerned about what was going on with the driver of the 14. He said, it's fine, just being careful. You know, there's times, Jeff, when you just have to be careful here and watch what you're doing and not let happen what happened to Truex. It can happen in an instant.
Well, if you can be careful and make this pace, Steve, that's a great thing, right? If you're out there and you're having to give 100% right now to run this pace, then maybe back up a little bit and give up a tenth of a second. But if you can comfortably sit here and run third place, that is a great sign that there's even more for this car to go get.
I love the confidence between crew chief and driver that, hey, do you need something? No, it's okay. That's it, right? We don't have to keep discussing it. I'm going to believe you, and we'll sit back and kind of watch the show. Still 62 laps to go in this stage, though, Lee, and I expect another round of green flag pit stops. They're not going to try to take this set of Goodyear tires all the way to the finish of this stage.
Briscoe's got that positive memory of when he had that unbelievable victory in NASCAR Xfinity Series competition here a few years ago. As we climb back aboard, Kim, the Roush Fenway Keselowski Ford of Chris Buescher. Tell us more about the 17.
Yeah, with 62 laps to go in this stage, Chris Buescher currently one spot out of the top 10 in the stage, and you have to be top 10 to earn stage points, and that was a goal for this team. Crew chief Scott Graves told me they will be paying very close attention to points. Their goal was to try and put pressure on the 23 of Bubba Wallace and the 54 of Ty Gibbs. Both those cars, though, right now, solidly in the top 10, looking to earn points. Buescher right now moving up to the 10th spot, Marty. This team, they just cannot get a car that is turning well.
Kim, speaking of Ty Gibbs, it was actually Kyle Larson in the pre-race show who said, quote, the Southern 500 is going to be fun tonight. Ty Gibbs must have listened to that. Here's what he said on the radio a moment ago.
Dang, everybody's great to be so nice. This is so awesome. Thank you, guys. Thanks, everybody. Look, I love my competitors. They're so nice today.
450 more miles to go, so.
Keeping it light, only 50 miles into the Southern 500. Sometimes you got to have that attitude when you're running the Southern 500, Jeff, right?
Well, I love how relaxed he is. And, you know, we keep thinking about Ty Gibbs, the win right around the corner. They have the pace. Many races, they seem to lose a little bit as the race goes on. But they have, I mean, every race we look up, and there he is running solidly in the top 10. If you do that long enough, you're going to get your wins.
Solidly in the top 10, Jeff, and solidly in the top 5 7 times this year. He has kind of been like the quiet achiever of the Cup Series this year. And look at the points on the bottom left of your screen. Green to the good of 24 positions at the moment. Night off to the right start for Ty Gibbs. Kyle Larson up front has increased his lead by, I don't know, second and a half or so over Bubba Wallace, then Tyler Reddick. Two teammates still running well, then Briscoe. Christopher Bell, fresh from his win last night. And then William Byron and Josh Berry, who had that highly dramatic Daytona race last weekend when he was running at the front, involved in that huge wreck and ended up going upside down and was able to step from the car when the AMR safety team rescued him. Incredible scenes. He's rebounded beautifully to be running 7th, just ahead of Gibbs. The front row starter, Carson Hocevar, runs 9th, ahead of Chris Buescher.
This is, I believe, you're starting to settle in. What makes this race such a challenge is the lack of yellows lately. You know, we saw one early, and we normally get them late in this race, but this first and second stage, we see a lot of green flag racing, and you know, it's not a lot of time, not a lot of break. I mean, there are straightaways here where you can adjust your visor, take sometimes your right hand or left hand off the wheel and kind of rest your wrist or your grip, but every time you go into the corner, there's just really no room for error.
DraftKings Sportsbook is an authorized gaming operator of NASCAR, and this week new customers can bet $5 and pocket $250 in bonus bets instantly. Download the app and use the promo code SPEED. When you sign up, DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. What numbers and drivers jump out to you, Steve?
Well, Larson was the favorite earlier. He just his odds continue to drop down at plus 320, so a little over 3 times your money. Hamlin, Reddick, no surprise. Toyota's right behind Larson with Bell also and Wallace. You got to look down for a little bit of value. Do you think it could be Kyle Busch's night? It's so 16-1. And how about Chase Elliott? Rarely do we see Chase Elliott with longer odds like that. He currently runs 15th. You could bet live Chase Elliott 16-1.
Let's talk more about the man who started on the pole position in the 23, Bubba Wallace, with Dave.
Right, and I thought Steve made an interesting point about that green flag pit stop, the #1 pit stall not being such an advantage. Steve, I want you to get back to that. But Bubba has stayed focused since that pass for the lead that happened as a result of that pit cycle. Steve, they told him there's going to be one more green flag stop if it stays green before the end of this stage. So be ready again. What is the disadvantage one more time, Steve?
Well, so basically the advantage of the #1 stall is it's very close to the camera, which is where they score you under yellow when you're racing off pit road. But under green, you leave your pit box in first gear and you start to accelerate and you actually cross over the yellow line where the speed limit ends and you're not even up to the speed yet by 5 or 10 miles an hour. Everybody else, when they hit the yellow line, they're already at pit road speed, so they're leaving at 50 miles an hour. But for the 23 car, he's so close to that yellow line, he crosses over at, say, 40 miles an hour. It's not a huge disadvantage here, and I would absolutely take it because under yellow, it's a huge advantage. Only 22 feet to that scoring line. Under those late cautions, I'd take the stall #1 anytime.
Kyle Larson leads Bubba Wallace and Tyler Reddick. And John Hunter Nemechek gets a Darlington stripe in his 5th Cup appearance. Did you know you can download the official app of NASCAR and follow the action with free live scoring in-car and radio broadcast, and you can upgrade to premium for full access to driver audio channels and completely ad-free experience. Search NASCAR in your app store to download and start a free trial. Welcome back to Darlington Raceway. The Cookout Southern 500 continues. Lee Diffie, Jeff Burton, Steve Letarte. Let's show you something that is fascinating here at Darlington. Jeff, you had a magical year in 1999, winning the spring race, winning the Southern 500. How did you manage this? We were talking about it yesterday, the imperfection of the shape of the wall. It's just crazy. I mean, if this racetrack was to be built today, it wouldn't be built this way, but that's what is the beautiful part of the character of this.
That's what I love about it. You look at turn 3, the wall actually goes to the right. That creates opportunity. Watch the drivers. They actually turn into the right to get up by the wall where there's more grip, Marty.
Jeff, the second round of stops here in stage 1, starting with the leaders. You see Tyler Reddick coming down pit road. So the last adjustment made the car a little bit better. He comes in running third, Dave. His teammate Bubba Wallace on pit road in front of you.
He gives up second place, Marty, after that first round of pit stops. Remember, lost 1 position in that cycle. In hitting his pit stall here, remember the important role of the driver. They've got to be perfect as well. He does it good there, so the crew can change. He needs the car to be a little bit tighter into 3, Marty.
Since that first round of stops, Dave, Kyle Larson led all 25 laps between the 2 stops. The pit crew got him the lead last time. We'll see if they can keep him the lead this time. What no changes to the 5 car.
5 stopped 1 lap after Reddick and those, but he had amassed a 3-second lead, which has allowed him probably to run that extra lap. We will see if that's what pays off. Here at a penalty for the 2 of Austin Cindric for an uncontrolled tire. We talk about mistakes for the driver. We've really focused on that because of the difficulty of the racetrack, but mistakes by the pit crew can be just as costly. So as we see the 5 leaving pit road on this slippery apron in 1 and 2, we'll kind of take a peek up. We're looking for the 23 of Bubba Wallace. He's going to be the first car off pit road, and kind of there he is, right at the top of your screen, that bright blue hood. So the extra lap did not hurt the 5, Marty.
Ty Gibbs said his car started a little bit tight, but came to him the longer they ran. Chris Gale making the call to come down pit road for 4 fresh Goodyear tires. So Steve, his teammate Denny Hamlin still is not pitted. Chris Gabehart made the call to run long before the first stop. How long would he leave Denny Hamlin out here in the second stop?
Well, I thought it was a net loss the first time, so I believe the 11 of Denny Hamlin might flip to the shorter strategy. We'll see if he does that. Jeff, we talked about the walls of 1 and 2 and the difference, but how about pit entry here at Darlington? Very difficult.
It's one of the most difficult race places to get on pit road. Suarez, that is legal. He just simply beats Larson to pit road, turns underneath him. Larson being a little bit safe, which is a smart thing to do here. It's so easy to overshoot pit road.
And here's that replay of what happened with Austin Cindric's team and that errant wheel, and that's what was the catalyst for the penalty for the driver of the two.
We still have Hamlin, Elliott, and Busch kind of waiting to make their pit stop.
You know, Denny Hamlin's never had a DNF here.
That is shocking.
He has got the most incredible numerical record, but then throw in on top of that, no DNFs.
That is unbelievable.
And now the one advantage of Hamlin running long, you know, I'm looking at it by like the 10th of a second or the half a second. I do think he's losing a little bit of time to Larson. But you know what he isn't doing? He's getting himself out of the chaos. Right, on and off pit road. We just saw that 99 in the 5. That could easily turn bad for one of them. 5 runs a little long. Denny understands the plan. I mean, look at it. He's got clear track out front. Sometimes it's not all about time, Marty. Sometimes it's about just avoiding the eye of the storm, trying to stay out of the mess.
Steve, it's interesting where Darlington falls on the calendar this year. It has normally been the first race of the playoffs. It will again be in 2025. But this year, it's the last race of the regular season. You can see how much Denny Hamlin's struggling with the handling of the race car. So I'm wondering how much that changes the game and opens up the playbook for Chris Gabehart to make a call like this.
It's interesting. You know, I'd have to. I have it on my list to call Chris this week and see exactly what he's seeing, because I don't see a time advantage. I've seen Hamlin net out about the same on positions, but net time to the leader loss. But the 9 of Chase Elliott, Kim, is kind of on the same strategy as the 11, sort of.
Sort of, yes. Just finished up their stop about a lap ago, and Chase Elliott reporting he was tight in traffic. He told the team, though, he hurt the rears too much that run. They reminded him this run to the end is going to be slightly longer, so take care of those tires.
Kyle Busch on this strategy as well. And Steve, Randall Burnett told me there really wasn't a great opportunity to flip the strategy at this track because of the tire wear, but they would try to do what they could. So running a little extra long here as well. He'll fall back in the queue after he gets 4 Goodyear tires and fuel, Marty.
So Denny Hamlin pitched from the lead here at lap 77, working lap 78 right now, 38 to go here in the stage. No complaints for the handling of the race car, but see, you're starting to see this group now maybe running a little bit longer. You saw Chase Elliott and his race team, Kyle Busch, and now Denny Hamlin kind of taking this longer strategy here in stage 1.
Now, to the defense of the 11 strategy, remember, first time down pit road, a little bit of a botched pit stop. Trouble with the right front with the lug nut, too close to the wall for the driver. That pit stop right there looked extremely clean for the 11. 37 laps to go. We see where he'll blend out. He'll probably be just outside the top 20, but with those brand new Goodyear tires, will easily start to overtake cars that pitted just a few laps ago.
Denny proudly displaying the Flying 11, which is a tribute to Roy Hendrick, who passed away. He was a regular competitor at Denny's home track, Southside Speedway, so a lovely tribute.
Yeah, I raced with Roy at South Boston Speedway. He was the very first late model stock car champion at South Boston Speedway. Really legendary family.
We see sport clips on the side of that. A longtime partner for Denny and Joe Gibbs Racing. Down here at Darlington, we see that scheme. And if you're going to have a track where you decide to kind of anchor your coverage, Denny Hamlin at Darlington has been a pretty good choice.
Well, and this could be the night, and this could be the race that turned things around, right? The engine issue and that huge penalty, the loss of points, and then getting caught up in one of the big ones last week in Daytona. You're going to need to change that trend.
I actually think this race is more important to Hamlin than perhaps, other than winning the first one of the year and getting in the playoffs, this one for that momentum. I think the points are one thing, but it felt like a lot of air out of the balloon on that engine penalty, right? Even when he talked about it, shoulders down. It's not what he said, it's how he said it. He wasn't that kind of pound your chest Denny Hamlin ready to thunder into the playoffs. A good run here perhaps could correct that.
If you've never been to Darlington Raceway and wherever you're watching from around the world, we're about 100 miles southeast of Charlotte, North Carolina. We're northwest of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR on USA is brought to you by Straight Talk Wireless, Sam's Club, join the club, and by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. Visit progressive.com. Sun's slowly starting to go down here in South Carolina at Darlington Raceway. One thing that hasn't changed out in front, for now 35 laps is the HendrickCars.com Chevy of Kyle Larson. Hot in pursuit of Tyler Reddick in the regular season points. Now, while the overarching theme and the headline is the race for the playoffs, right? Who's going to make it, who isn't? Kyle Larson said that it's deeply important to him to win the regular championship, to win the regular season. He wants to do that here tonight.
I think some of that goes back to, remember, him missing the Coca-Cola 600 when Indianapolis ran the Indy 500. Had a great plan, but you can't control the weather. The weather got him delayed. Yeah. He missed the start, so he got 0 points there. And I think Larson, you know, he might not say it, but in the back of his mind, you know, he's only 15 points behind. He probably easily could have scored 15 points in that situation if he could have started the car. So I think if you win the regular season, kind of no harm, no foul, Jeff. You don't want to carry a, you know, missed opportunity into the playoffs.
Yeah, it's so important because of the points it allows you to start the playoffs with.
There goes Kyle Busch, fresher tires. You can see the big difference there. And here is Tyler Reddick, who, by the way, happens to lead the regular season points. Marty, tell us what's happening at the 2311 machine.
Yeah, Lee, they're certainly focused on that tonight for the 45 of Tyler Reddick. He has not run worse than third so far in the Southern 500, but is he not feeling well physically behind the wheel? Listen in.
Can you have some ready for me at the end of stage 1 under yellow?
Yes, that was a request for Tums. I did confirm with Billy Scott this afternoon. Tyler's been feeling a little bit sick on the stomach so far today. So, Jeff, I can't imagine. You know, number one, the Southern 500 is the toughest race all year long. But when you're not feeling 100%, how big of a challenge is that going to be for Reddick tonight?
Well, what you hope is that as the race goes on and the temperature comes down, he starts to feel a little bit better. He knows he has a long night ahead of him, and temperature makes everything worse. You see Briscoe trying to get underneath him right now. But sometimes it also allows you to just focus, right? I'm not feeling well, so I have to focus a little bit more. We see a lot of athletes have their best days when they are sick.
Oh, the old flu game? You
oh, yeah.
Over the Michael Jordan flu game?
Hey, remember
that may or may not was pizza delivery? Isn't that what we learned in the documentary?
Remember that move that we saw Daniel Suarez in the 99 car. He got by Kyle Larson getting on to pit road. When he did that got him back in the lead lap.
Yeah.
And since he made that move, he has sat there. You see Kyle Busch getting by him. Kyle's got newer tires than Suarez, but Suarez is he's the last car on the lead lap, but he has stayed in front of Kyle Larson in this entire run. So that move, there's Kyle Larson lurking, but that move has allowed them to stay with 23 laps to go. That could be the difference in their race if he's able to stay on the lead lap.
And you may have noticed the news this week that the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series schedule has been released, and with the addition, the exciting news of Mexico City on that calendar, which was music to the ears of Daniel Suarez. So excited. There's been a lot of hype about that. That'll happen next June as Larson goes to the low line to try and take Daniel Suarez off the lead lap. And Suarez is going to fight as hard as he can to stay on the lead lap. Remember, Suarez got taken out of Daytona last week in the most bizarre incident when he was pitted ahead of Denny Hamlin. Hamlin fired up the 11, went to take off. There was flames. There was a little bit of excess gas on the ground, and a fire ignited, and Daniel had to bring his then Coke machine back to pit lane, and he was a retirement.
He's fighting tough right here.
These are hard passes at Darlington. It's always been difficult to pass. Larson going to try to drive right here. This is tight. Larson's being aggressive, but not overly aggressive. No one's really pushing him, so he wants to lap him, but he doesn't want to get himself in trouble doing it. Now he's trying to run the bottom of the racetrack. It's hard to get grip down there. If he can stay side by side with him here, which he can't do it. It's so intense inside that race car.
Oh, I like this move, though. The higher entry, he's going to turn to the bottom. Very tight side by side, but he has momentum now heading to turn 3.
Yeah, so is he going to try to slide him, overdrive the entry to the corner? There he goes. Suarez with great entry speed, trying to stay even with him. He can't do it. He'll get momentum on the exit on that high line. Oh, he got there, but not quick enough.
Kyle Larson closes the door on Daniel Suarez and puts him a lap down. As for his Trackhouse teammate, Ross Chastain runs 15th. Here's a reminder of what went down a week ago. It was a pretty crazy scene for Suarez, and that thing lit up fast.
Yeah, scary, very bizarre. Fire department right there to put it out as quick as you can. You look inside the car, you see the flame pouring out of the trunk. A backfire of the 11 right here. You see the left side kind of spark. It lights the fire, the fuel that's on the ground, which just chases forward and goes into the trunk.
And that was Daniel. That was a replay of Daniel watching a replay of how it all transpired. So 17 laps to go in this opening stage of the Cookout Southern 500. And Kyle Larson has led the most laps, 46 over Bubba Wallace's opening 34 laps led. And Wallace is about 2.5 seconds behind the Hendrick Motorsports driver. And has had a really solid night. Chase Briscoe ahead of Tyler Reddick. And then Christopher Bell having a nice quiet run by himself in the top 5. Determined to win the regular season is what Kyle Larson did when he won the overall championship a couple of years ago.
That's my team out there.
If our network goes down, lives are at stake.
Our comms have to work.
Or the mission won't.
That's why we partner with Verizon Frontline, the network that truly prioritizes first responders.
So we don't worry about getting through. And they're the most reliable 5G network in America. Out here, reliability is everything.
Extreme or routine, Verizon Frontline delivers.
The #1 network choice in public safety. Learn more. Your mission is our purpose.
And Doug.
And if we win, we get to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so you only pay for what you need.
Isn't that what you just did?
Service!
Stand back, I'm gonna show ya how Doug and Lima roll ya. You know you gotta live it if you wanna win.
Time out.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
$5 all-you-can-eat pancakes are back at IHOP for a limited time. Or free with select combo purchase. Now you can get stacks on stacks. At IHOP, we don't just put food on your plate, we put a smile on your plate.
I was drowning in debt.
I had over $36,000 in debt.
If I would have just made the minimum payments, it would have taken me 59 years to pay off.
National Debt Relief can significantly reduce the amount you owe.
National Debt Relief reduced my debt by over $27,000.
With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team that knows how to talk to your creditors.
National Debt Relief, they got me out of debt.
Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to get started.
You can only get Wendy's new saucy nugs at Wendy's. So if anyone ever tries to tell you they have saucy nugs at home, you might want to see what else they're hiding, because that person lies. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
After the 26-week grind, 16 gather. Heroes, hopefuls, hot shots, hot heads. Their demeanor may vary. Their determination does not. Fortune brought them to this moment. Now, it's up to them. The NASCAR playoffs begin in Atlanta on USA.
The night is moving fast here in the Southern 500. Just 11 laps to go in stage 1. How about the man who started on the front row? Spire Motorsports 77, Carson Hocevar. Let's get an update with Dave Burns. Davo?
Hasn't really said too much on the radio, Lee. Not really that crazy over the radio about the race car. He's been making better speed through the corners, his spotter tells the team, so that's good for them. Back to 11th from a second place starting spot. Luke Lambert said we weren't too surprised about the second place starting spot. By the way, we think we're that good, and he's one of the guys, Kim, who could still win his way into the playoffs tonight.
As is Josh Berry, currently running in the 8th position, which should surprise nobody. He finished 3rd here in the spring, and that was the starting point for their setup this weekend. Brought something very similar. They felt like they had really good long run speed in practice. They worked on making it better on the front end of the road. And this team extremely complimentary about Josh because of his history on the late model short track circuit. They feel like that gives him the ability, Marty, to manage tires really well here at Darlington.
Kim, a moment ago, Tyler Reddick lost 3rd to Chase Briscoe and then almost immediately gave another health update. Listen in.
Copy. I think the car's okay. I'm just really fighting it right now in here. Get some crackers or something to do. Just plain crackers. I don't know. Bread, something. Yep, ma'am. We'll get you.
So that is what the team has done. They have fashioned a bag that they're going to hand to Tyler Reddick once he makes the stop here at the end of stage 1. In that bag does have the Tums and also 2 packs of crackers and some regular crackers as well. So, Steve, I can't imagine being in Billy Scott's shoes right now. So put me in those shoes. You kind of feel, I'm sure, helpless as a crew chief, right? You can't do much to help your driver. What would you do if you were Billy Scott, Steve, to let your driver make sure that he can make it to the end of the race?
Well, we would definitely want to aid him with whatever he needs, whether it's hydration or some nutrition if that settles the stomach. But the other thing is, you know, Martin Truex Jr. is out of this race, a fellow Toyota driver, a guy that knows how to get it done. Now, the physical limitations will be a little bit challenging. Tyler Reddick, much shorter than Truex. I don't know how much adjustment there is in that seat if you could get, maybe even change the seat liner itself, although then you're talking about perhaps losing a lap under yellow here. But if Truex is somewhere here in the infield, I might reach out to TRD or Joe Gibbs Racing and see if there's any way he can hang out. Remember, we're not even to the end of stage 1 yet, Diff. This is statistically around a 4 hour and 10-minute race. So if you're ever going to feel poorly, this is not the one.
This is going to be a tough slog for Tyler Reddick. I want to take you back just a moment ago. We were talking about Carson Hocevar not long ago. Here's Chris Buescher on the low side. And a close call between 2 guys trying to race their way into the playoffs.
Buescher used all of the racetrack. Got the 77 car up in the wall a little bit. Buescher sitting there running 11th place, trying to get a stage point. Bubba Wallace running in 2nd. You look right now, Bubba's, if it goes just like it is now, he's going to get 9 points. Buescher will get 0.
And the updated playoff bubble situation, bottom left of your screen. As they run, who's in, who's out on that cut line for the top 16. Buescher is agonizingly close, but out at the moment, but such a long way to go. 4 to go in stage 1 to open up the Cookout Southern 500. 59 laps to the good. Out in front, Kyle Larson coming up on one of his Hendrick Motorsport teammates in Alex Bowman. Bowman's down in 23rd position at the moment and about to go a lap down. Had a pretty badly damaged car last week, Alex Bowman, and rallied the team. The 48 team rallied really well. Alex drove it back to the highest finishing Hendrick car in 16th at Daytona.
Right now, Diff, is it really, you see forward 48 a moment, really loose on the bottom of the racetrack. This is a really important part of the race because this is the time that the drivers really need to be having conversations with their crew chief. Sun's starting to set. There's no sun on the racetrack. Track temp starting to come down. What is my car doing? Give the crew chief a little bit of time to think about it.
Let's see what happened not long ago. Ross Chastain, Kyle Busch. Whoa. Watch the rear of Busch's car.
And Kyle just way up the racetrack. Ran Chastain up at the wall. Chastain's not having the night he needed. He's a good, solid run.
On board with Denny Hamlin, Coca-Cola came up to 6th. Only 7 seconds behind the leader. 14 seconds behind before running long. So while the first strategy of running long wasn't a net gain, this one, almost a 7-second gain. Good to note for the next stage and how people are going to decide to break it up.
Final lap of stage 1. Kyle Larson, it has been a very strong performance. It's his 9th stage win of this 2024 season, his 5th at Darlington, and some more valuable playoff points.
And if you're Bubba Wallace, mission accomplished, right? You started on pole, you stayed within touch, you finished 2nd in stage 1.
Things are cooling off a little here in Darlington, some 8 degrees from when we started this Cookout Southern 500. One of the 3 stages complete. NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR on USA is brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Credit One Bank NASCAR American Express card. And by Toyota. Let's go places. Stage 1 complete. And pit stops are about to happen. We talk about the history here at Darlington Raceway. And have a look at this. From the very first running back in 1950 in the victory by Johnny Mance, it was a whopping 6 hours, 38 minutes. The man who's led the most laps so far and the defending race winner of the Southern 500 did it 2.5 hours faster. That's how far things have advanced. Let's go to pit lane. Marty's there.
Impressive stage win for Kyle Larson, who said the only adjustments I would want is if you feel like the track is going to change. For Tyler Reddick, this is part car maintenance, part driver maintenance. He said anything you can do to help me feel better, I would appreciate it. They're going to hand 2 bags inside the car to Reddick. They asked him, are you worried about getting sick inside the car? He said, yes, Dave.
Chase Briscoe hits his mark, touch free on entry, then free across the middle. That hurts his exit. As for Bubba Wallace, still he is no front grip off the corner. Needed an adjustment on that car, and he's going to hold his position. Does not gain this time with that first pit stall.
Dave, that's a good phrase, hold the positions. Look at all of the zeros on there for lack of change. And fans, NASCAR and its premier partners want to say thank you for your support. Let's take a look at one of NASCAR's biggest super fans, Nascar, and his experience at Michigan International Speedway. Welcome back to Darlington Raceway, Cookout Southern 500. We're in that pause period between stages 1 and 2. Kyle Petty, what did you make of the start of tonight before the green flew, where we got to see our friend and teammate Dale Jarrett enjoy a very special moment?
A very special moment. Darlington has always been about history, but one of the most special moments for me came tonight when my friend Dale Jarrett got to drive that number 11 Cale Yarborough special.
Yeah, thank you, KP. And it was special for me, too. Someone that helped me get a good start in my career to get in this Southern 500 winning car. Never been in one of those because never won the Southern 500. But to do this, to honor Cale Yarborough, the great 3-time champion and Hall of Fame driver that he was, the toughest driver out there. And also, look at this helmet. This is from the 79 Daytona 500. KP, remember what happened there on the last lap as he and Donnie Allison were racing?
Listen, this could have been you tonight. No, this is spectacular. And that's how tough Cale was. Cale's in here. He's on the gas. He's stabbing. He's steering. And look, the helmet that Cale's swinging right there looks an awful lot like the helmet you were wearing tonight.
That's exactly the helmet where he was trying to fight off the 2 Allison brothers as he did that. So huge honor, and it's great that we could be here to honor him.
Yes.
His wife Betty Jo, his daughters Julie and Kelly were there along with the grandkids. So just a very, very special moment.
Another piece of Darlington history. Great night to be a part of it.
Hey, I will add this too. Marty, tell him to get Tyler Reddick ice cold Coca-Cola. That always worked for me.
Well, that was special, that was significant, and it was just plain cool, DJ, because we were standing up here in the booth watching you do those laps. Really neat.
Yeah, that was awesome. You know, Dale Jarrett is, you see everybody choosing which lane. Dale Jarrett, Kyle Petty, were lucky to have those 2 guys, legends on their own. Marty.
So, Jeff, following the health of Tyler Reddick, listen into this radio conversation.
I'm just curious for CJ's feedback here. You worried about throwing up or no, just stomach stuff?
Yeah, I'm throwing up, eating myself, all of it.
All right, so it's both. All right, we got you covered. Pills, you'll chew. Those are Tums. The rest of them you swallow with water. Yeah. 2 to chew, 3 to swallow.
Grab the pills are too small. Dropped all of them. I got the Tums, but yeah, I got the small ones, the 2 medium-sized pills. They just, I couldn't get them out of the damn bag.
So what Tyler Reddick is going to do on the next stop, Billy Scott is going to mix up all the medicine he needs, Steve. They're going to hand that to Reddick because he did not get the medicine that he wanted. But yes, he is very sick inside the car.
It's so difficult to get any type of medicine pills into your mouth because your helmet, the eye port is very small. It's hard to go underneath the chin to get it, especially with gloves on. So they're going to have to do that in some sort of form, like you just talked about, putting it in liquid.
And you heard him mention on the radio he's worried about throwing up. He is not feeling well. Ready for stage 2 here of the Southern 500. Kyle Larson and poleman Bubba Wallace. Let's go here in Darlington. This is going to be a tough slog for Tyler Reddick. Can he hang in there? He's up on that high line. Chase Briscoe is doing the chasing of Kyle Larson. Reddick around his teammate to third. And ever present is that 11 of Denny Hamlin. He's just been creeping and sneaking his way forward, and Ty Gibbs, his teammate, is going with him. Briscoe blocks Reddick. Reddick with a stoic performance. Feeling sick, worried about throwing up, but that foot is to the floor.
Best thing you can do when you feel badly is just go attack. Focus on what the task is.
It's been a great night for Chase Briscoe. In that high point Ford, sits second there for Stuart Haas Racing. Wouldn't it be something if he raced his way into the playoffs? He's only had one appearance. That was 2 years ago. The man who crashed out tonight, Martin Truex Jr. in the 19, that is exactly the ride that Chase Briscoe's taking over next year. Bell on the inside of his teammate Denny Hamlin.
Bell won the Xfinity race yesterday, driving the car that normally we see Denny Hamlin run on Saturday here at Darlington. Now he goes past Hamlin inside to the top 5.
Coca-Cola on board showed us exactly that view. Here comes Tyler Reddick in the yellow, black, and blue Toyota Camry. That upper deck machine right behind Chase Briscoe. Larson's now racked up 73 laps at the head of this field.
Stage 2 the same length as stage 1, so a little bit of rinse and repeat. We expect 2 green flag pit stops. The big difference, and you talked about it, temperature cooling off, 8 or 10 degrees cooler, lights starting to come on. How are the cars driving differently? And is tire degradation just as severe, or does it improve as the night comes?
Saw the 45 of Reddick, a little bit of contact with the wall. Watch the 3 different approaches as they enter turn 1. Watch Reddick. Look how high he enters the corner compared to the other 2. Immediately against the wall. The 14 of Briscoe, he enters lower. Dave.
So Chase Briscoe running in second now. I think we saw that high line on the restart maybe work to the advantage here. It is a big advantage, but Chase, just after he got going, got this word from Richard Boswell, his crew chief.
Deep breath here, man. I want you to find out what the 5 car's strengths are and what his weaknesses are. That's who we're going to race all night long.
Almost 240 laps left in this race, so he wants Chase to know down the line. Jeff, that's so important for him to know where Kyle Larson might be weak here.
You're exactly right. You've got to find where your car is a little bit better than his and then continue to make it better. You see the 45 of Reddick right against the wall. Briscoe slides in front of him. That takes a little air off of that car. Then Briscoe just taps the wall. I'm sorry. Reddick taps the wall.
And another incident. Have a look at this. Watch Todd Gilliland. Top right of your screen.
Oh, heavy contact, and sometimes you can kind of get stuck into that wall, and that's what it looked like for the 38.
Yeah, that's the way to describe it too, Steve. You get in the wall and he just won't leave it. And here comes the flying number 11.
Hamlin on the inside of Bubba Wallace. Do you know, several days ago, long before he wasn't feeling so well, Tyler Reddick on Sirius XM NASCAR radio, he said, I think if I look at the landscape, Darlington Southern 500. I'm saying it's me, it's the 5, and it's the 11. The 5's leading, Reddick's running third, the 11 is in 5th.
Well, the unfortunate thing for the competition is I can list a lot of tracks where those are the 3 you're going to have. As we head into the playoffs, right, we start thinking about, now the playoffs have a different look this year with Watkins Glen in the playoffs now. Atlanta kicking off the playoffs is something new. So we have a road course and a speedway in each of the first and second round. But then if you are fortunate enough to move on, Las Vegas, Kansas, those high-speed mile-and-a-half still await. Those are the types of tracks that Larson, Reddick, Hamlin trio seems to always find their way to the front.
Let's Chase Briscoe run. We're not surprised to see Chase Briscoe running well at this racetrack because he always seems to have speed here. But think about this company, Stewart-Haas Racing. They've announced that they're going out of business. They've sold their charters. They're changing their structure completely. A lot of employees have been laid off. You see the battle going on right here. They're searching for jobs, but they're still bringing speed to the racetrack, and that is exceptionally impressive. I give a lot of props to the leadership there. Greg Zipadelli, a lot of guys there still bringing the fight.
Noah Gregson, Ross Chastain, and Corey LaJoie in the 7. A little bit of push and shove going on there. Here comes Alex Bowman in the background. Last weekend's winner in the 21, Harrison Burton.
Yeah, the 34 and the 21, they are battling hard to be the first car one lap down. Zane Smith behind them. He's also in that battle, as well as Daniel Hemrick.
We show you the battles up front, but can you imagine trying to run 4 hours like this? And this is what it looks like back here for the lot of the race. The right rear on that 7 car, it looked like the Goodyear was missing, like he had made some wall contact or contact with another car. You see the 9 of Chase Elliott in the mix, running 23rd. He's on the lead lap. So this battle with Hemrick and Burton in these cars are actually in front of lead lap cars. They're trying to get their lap back. A little debris on the nose of the 21.
If you think the battle for the lead is intense, you ought to be back here. It is wild racing, trying to be the first car one lap down. Michael McDowell, great competitor. Harrison trying to build some momentum after that win last week. Cleared McDowell.
And cleared Daniel Hemrick, who had a good top 10 last week. Here's Tyler Reddick in his upper deck Toyota Camry. Let's take a look at the Toyota driver update. He is the highest placed than Christopher Bell, Denny Hamlin. It was a Toyota pole yesterday for the 4th time in succession here in Darlington, with thanks to Bubba Wallace. But it's still Kyle Larson at the front. He's been leading for 83 laps. Kyle Larson in the HendrickCars.com Chevy continues to control this Cookout Southern 500. We welcome you back. We're at the beginning of stage 2, and as you've seen in each and every race here on NBC Sports this Cup season, we like to go embedded in the second stage, and that's where we join Dave Burns. Dave?
Lee, we're with the 43 Legacy Motor Club crew today. That's Eric Jones as a driver, and I'm standing by with his jackman, Kellen Mills from Mesa, Arizona. How does an Arizona guy get into NASCAR? Well, I'll tell you what, first of all, he's a tough guy because he was a walk-on at Arizona State. That's the first question I want to ask you, Kellen. What's it like being a walk-on and making your way into football that way?
Yeah, I'd say it's actually a lot like working yourself onto a NASCAR pit crew. You got to kind of find a way to fit yourself in the situation and then just work really hard and hopefully things turn out right.
They've turned out well for you. How's your situation tonight? How are the 43 pit stops?
It's been a good day so far. Obviously, it's a long race. It's a really hard race. So we're going to try and make sure we keep the ball in Eric's hands and try to be at the end and have a good finish.
All right, good luck the rest of the way. Kellen Mills, one of the stars for the 43 group. Marty.
Dave, Brandon Johnson, the jackman for Kyle Larson, has a terrific story. He was actually a running back at Penn State and the backup for Saquon Barkley in his freshman year. He was actually going to make the pit Pittsburgh Steelers and got a concussion in the preseason. The guys who helped him through that, none other than Le'Veon Bell and D'Angelo Williams, who he is still very good friends with. So he decided to stop playing football and try out NASCAR. He said, nothing gives me the thrill of football, but NASCAR is pretty close to that. It's like running a touchdown when you know it's on you as a jackman to be able to make the pit stop happen. And Stevie said something funny to me. He said, you know what? I'm so thankful for NASCAR because I could never work a 9-to-5 job. I think that covers about most of the garage area. That's what they love. That's why they love the sport so much.
I've been saying that for 30 years. Jeff, there's no chance I can handle going to the office every day. I've been fortunate enough to work either in the garage or now in the booth now for 30 years. Brandon Johnson, I'm going to tell you, the pictures, they don't do him justice. When you walk up and down Pit Road, there was a point where it looked like a bunch of mechanics. And over the last 15 years, it is very clear it is athletes, front to back. Just the physical stature of the jackmen and the fuelers, the athleticism of the changers. It's an impressive lineup.
It looked like a bunch of mechanics because that's what it was.
Yeah,
you know,
right.
And now they're specialized athletes. And, you know, he would really see a great battle right here. You would see Josh Berry underneath Joey Logano. Joey giving that spot up.
Yeah, Logano running 11th. Just a quiet night for Logano, but this is kind of signature Logano-esque, right? That you hang around inside the top 15 for a couple stages and then figure it out at the end. Penske's are always known for their kind of short run sprint, and I think we've had a lot of green flag racing. They're just kind of hanging in there.
But he has methodically crept his way forward because started 23rd for the longest time in stage one. Joey and that Scholl Pennzoil Ford was kind of running around the high teens, around 20th. So for him to leapfrog his way forward to 11th is a good step forward. Here's Marty.
Quickly closing in on pit stops here in stage 2. Another health update from Tyler Reddick. Listen.
To clarify, you're going to give me a new drink bottle, fluid logic bottle?
Yes, confirmed.
Or not really sure where to go on balance right now. I don't know. Maybe leave it alone and see what the track does.
Copy on all that. Copy.
After that radio communication, he said, I'm just trying to take care of me inside the car. Steve, I did talk to Billy Scott just moments ago. I said, we believe Martin Truex Jr. is still here. Have you reached out to him? He said, we have not reached out to him yet, but he would be the only consideration to put in the car. And he made the same point you made, Steve. I'm just not sure he would fit in the seat. Plan A right now, keep Tyler in the car until he tells us he can't.
And I almost like the, hey, we're not going to put anybody else in it. Reddick's our guy.
Yeah.
And I know that's crazy in the big business of NASCAR, but we're going to ride or die. He's our man. And if he can't run, if he's so physically ill he can't race, we're going to park it and get ready for the playoffs. And that sounds crazy, but I don't know. If I'm the driver, I wonder if that wouldn't feel like good support to think that, you know, the teams are going to do anything to give me an opportunity to compete.
Pit stops are starting. Kim's there.
And Ryan Brigetti electing to bring his driver in on the earlier side. Todd Gillen saying still too tight. 4 fresh Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel as Joey Logano making a stop, Marty.
Kim, a moment ago, Lee mentioned that Joey Logano's kind of leapfrogged his way through the field. Paul Wolf making a strategy call to come very early here on this window here in stage 2, Kim.
As you see, Brad Keselowski making his stop under green flag conditions. Brad said, I could use a little bit more drive off and more turn as they complete a pit stop here. 4 fresh Goodyear tires, entry not bad. He said he just, again, needs more turn as Chase Elliott making his stop. The last stop they made under green was a little bit slow, taking 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Chase saying, it's the best I've been all night, but I still could have a little bit more turn in the car.
Still plenty of activity on pit road. Marty, they're coming your way.
Yeah, here comes William Byron. Rudy Fugle told me this afternoon, we've been good, not great here at Darlington, so we're bringing a completely different setup. So far, Byron says of that, I'm going to need to turn a lot better as it gets into the night, Dave.
Bubba Wallace back on pit road. The car wasn't good at the start of the run, but then the radio from the driver was that the car is coming back to us. So not a big change, if any. He will get 4 fresh Goodyear tires and fuel, Marty.
So interesting, here comes Denny Hamlin down pit road, and Chris Gabehart playing it much more straight up in this run. Hamlin said the car started a little bit too tight for him, a little bit too free the longer he ran. We expect Tyler Reddick to come in the next lap, and again, more driver maintenance when he does come down pit road.
On board
There's,
with the 5
there's
of
Kyle Larson. Yep, down pit road, Steve. Yeah, there's Kyle Larson, who again said the car has been so good for them. They have dominated here in the Southern 500 tonight, trying to win back-to-back races. Meanwhile, here comes Tyler Reddick, who once again wanted to clarify with Billy Scott, what am I getting on this stop in terms of nourishment? So they're going to hand him the bottle. There goes the bottle inside the car. That's a fresh water bottle and the bottle with the medicine that he needs and wants, Dave.
Chase Briscoe, the 14 car, the guy that's been keeping the pressure on Kyle Larson up front. His car was going freer at the end of that run, needs an adjustment for that. Good stop by the crew.
Nice work from the Stewart Haas group. Chase Briscoe serviced and sent. And let's see what the rest of the night looks like for Tyler Reddick. Just battling those health issues. Can he hang in there? He still leads the regular season championship. A lot of valuable bonus points on offer as Austin Dillon brings the Toys for Tots Chevy to pit road. Dave Burns is there.
And he will come to the attention of the crew here again. 4 tires. There's not even a chance you'll take 2 here at Darlington because the track wears the tires so hard. 4 and fuel for Dillon.
In trouble on the right rear. Once again, we see another lug nut fall out of the socket. The tire changer has to go find one. You're looking at normally 9.5 second pit stops. That one 14.8, losing valuable time, Dave.
Kyle Busch to pit road in the 8 car. He's getting beat in a couple of different places in the track. Been working with his spotter on how to take that on. He'll get 4 tires and fuel as well. Now, top of your screen, we'll see Kellen Mills, the Jackman, and the rest of the 43 crew go to work for Eric Jones. On that first stage, Eric gained 10 positions. We know he's good here, a 2-time winner, and the car is just almost to the perfect balance for Jones.
Busch's stop is complete, and he's back out and at it.
Josh Berry, I think, is trying to get to the bottom to come to pit road. He was trying to protect it. Buescher was coming by, and that's exactly what's happening because now the 4 trying to turn off the banking.
Well, he was in there pretty deep. I did a nice job of getting slowed down, make pit road.
Kim, Josh Berry's headed your way.
Yeah, Josh Berry pitting from the lead. Earlier in the run, he said he was too loose, but then that car, it built tight. He has to be freed up for this next run. Crew on the right side, they'll put 4 fresh Goodyear tires on that machine, as well as Sunoco fuel. Looks like routine service here for Josh Berry as he's finished up.
And with the overstock Ford's service, now things cycle back to the norm, so to speak, with Kyle Larson resuming the lead. 3.8 seconds to the good over Chase Briscoe. Reminding you that you can sign up for the NASCAR newsletter to stay up to speed on all the latest from the track and to get your chance to win 2 tickets to a 2025 race of your choice. Simply scan the QR code that you see on your screen. Visit NASCAR.com/race ticket promo to enter. 67 laps to go here in stage 2 of the Cookout Southern 500. Lee Diffie, Jeff Burton, the 1999 winner, by the way, of this famed race, and Steve Letarte. As we're working our way into the night, it's Larson over Briscoe, Bell, and a sick Tyler Reddick, and then Denny Hamlin, William Byron, and Bubba Wallace trying to fend off Ty Gibbs here on screen right now. How did the playoff points look so far? Well, Bubba, after starting on pole in the US Air Force Toyota, he's 7 on the wrong side of the line. Chris Buescher is 7 to the good. And this story, you get the feeling it's just going to go all the way to the end. Can Bubba get that second appearance in the playoffs? Or is it going to be a heartbreaking story at the end of these 367 laps?
Yeah, Bubba did a great job. Ran second in stage 1, has slowly kind of fallen back. Still okay, running 7th currently, which would be some stage points, but you know, very valuable. He cannot afford to get passed here by Ty Gibbs.
Well, let's take a look at the Xfinity fastest lap, and it belongs to the man on your screen, and he did it on the 2nd lap.
Yeah, clearly unloaded with a lot of speed this weekend, sat on the pole, but now as the sun has gone away and the track has changed, it seems like they've lost a little bit. They're not running poorly, but they need a great night, right? And Buescher, he seems to be getting a little bit better in regard to pace compared to Bubba Wallace. They're going to have to continue to work on this car. And it's going to change even more. This racetrack is one of the most difficult racetracks to stay ahead of as that tip comes down.
On board the buildsubmarines.com Ford for RFK Racing's Chris Buescher. Let's go for a ride. Let's do a full lap of of Darlington.
Drivers love this racetrack, and you can see why. You got to use all of it. One of the more challenging parts. Oh, you see Ty Gibbs underneath Bubba Wallace. It's a tough pass right here. Things get really tight. Both those guys working well together.
I thought for sure you gave him the announcer's curse right there. They were going to go in and bang doors. Oh, they're still not done as the fire comes out the pipes on the 23.
Yeah, Ty just kind of slid up in front of him, took that line away.
Well, this is what happens. That fire out the pipes of the 23 now. You have the 16 of SVG kind of right on the rear bumper of Bubba Wallace. Bubba's a little bit under attack. SVG has a little bit fresher tires, about 8 or 9 laps. And I mean, you see, that's all it takes. Not for position, but now one more car worth of dirty air in front of the 23.
Van Gisbergen had a great drive yesterday in the Xfinity Series race, going from the high 20s on the grid. He got as high as 6th, ultimately finished 7th, so continues to build his oval learning experience. Marty, what you got?
Lee, it's been fascinating to watch Ty Gibbs and Bubba Wallace not so much work together. I'm going to challenge that one, Jeff, because Ty has had some choice words for Bubba Wallace here in stage 2. And a moment ago, he wanted to remind Tony Hirschman, this is what I'm talking about. Listen in.
Just like that right there.
He is not going to let us do that move. I'm telling you, you got to inch your way there. I know it's frustrating. Deep breath, get zoned back in. Pick it apart here a foot at a time. It's all good. Running our race.
So he finally was able to pass Bubba Wallace. But, Jeff, we talked about it in the pre-race. Even for Ty Gibbs, who was so jovial and happy and loved all of his competitors earlier in the race, this is what Darlington does to you. It makes you frustrated behind the wheel. And, oh, by the way, there's still 195 laps to go in the race.
When you go into the race, a little bit of contact. I don't think it's any big deal, though. But you go into this race thinking, okay, I'm going to be smart. I got to be aggressive, but I got to be smart. And then you catch somebody and you're faster than they are, and they don't let you go, and it frustrates you. But you see right here, Ty Gibbs is trying to get every bit of speed he can, just a little bit of contact, but that's the kind of contact that's okay. Watch how it hits. The whole right side, the right rear actually hits first. A little bit of a nudge, and then the right front kind of just touches it. That's an okay hit. When it hits the right front directly, that's when you damage the race car, but that should be okay.
Ty Gibbs said that his brilliant result earlier this year has buoyed him. It's given him so much more confidence for tonight's Southern 500. He finished just over a second behind Brad Keselowski in 2nd place. And at the moment, running in a solid 7th.
Well, let's see which drivers are on the move. Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. The 38 of Gillen all the way up, running in the 15th position, having a nice quiet night right now next to his teammate, the 34 of McDowell, doing a nice job right in front of Gillen. The 41 of Ryan Preece. You had mentioned SHR and the story about shutting down the upper management, Jeff. Well, Preece currently in the 12th position, running really well in this 41, quiet. And if there's any track you want to have a quiet night, Darlington is it.
Let's see how high he can climb as Larson continues his domination of this race. Are we looking at a potential 5th win on the season for car number 5, Kyle Larson. It sure looks so. 123 laps led thus far. We've got 50 to go in the second stage here of the Southern 500. What a performance. It has been smooth. Meanwhile, things are hotting up here. The battle for 4th. Denny Hamlin in the 11. William Byron on the low line in the 24. Here he comes.
Jeff, you had mentioned the track now almost under complete darkness, and it has shifted. The cars that have pace, Larson Briscoe still up front, but William Byron, another Chevrolet, seems to be a little bit better than some of the Toyotas on this run, as now he gets his way past the 11 of Hamlin. 49 to go in this stage. I expect pit stops to be in about maybe 7 or 8 laps. It's going to be very important between the leaders, who are only 6/10 apart, who gets to pit road first.
The other thing that's happened, Steve, since it's gotten cooler, the fall off on tires have become less. There's been less slowing down of the cars, but you can see, you talked about the change, and here comes Briscoe. Larson's having trouble getting by Cindric, and Briscoe's just gaining a little bit at every lap.
The way that William Byron's car has come to life, certainly over the last 10 laps, has been impressive. He just blew by Tyler Reddick. We know that Tyler is under the weather. And check out this, as the 6 is in, Keselowski's in.
Yeah, starting the green flag cycle early for fresh Goodyear tires, Snow fuel. Brad saying it's numb in the center. I feel like I'm overdriving the entry. Just need the car to turn better. Slight air pressure adjustment on that Ford Mustang.
Check this out. As Larson struggles to get by Austin Cindric, he's now got a full fight on his hands for the lead of this race. As Chase Briscoe in the 14, the High Point Ford, is really applying the pressure as Briscoe comes back.
Larson likes that. Now he has Cindric between him and Briscoe. That will allow him to run a clean 1 and 2, get himself a little breathing room. 4 or 5 laps, maybe less from a pit stop. Now if I'm Cliff Daniels, I know I do not want Briscoe to pit the lap before me. That will be the lead. 1 lap on newer tires will instantly be a leapfrog on pit lane.
And others are starting to pit, so that's the sign it's getting ready to happen.
Kim's there.
With Chris Buescher, you see the onboard camera from his stop for fresh Goodyear tires. They just do not have the car that they need. He was reporting still a little too tight, Dave, on that machine.
And they tried to call Chase Briscoe to pit road, but it was too late. Bubba Wallace did come to pit road this time. He said, I've got just nothing there on this last run. No grip, all 4 corners. So they'll change all 4 corners, give him more fuel and send him back, Marty.
Dave, no health updates on this run from Tyler Reddick, but he did say to Billy Scott a moment ago, I still have no idea where to tell you to go balance-wise. Billy said, okay, that's fine. We're going to leave it like it is for this run right now. So also in Kyle Larson, who for the first time tonight, you guys talked about the swing and the racetrack, said the car has gotten too tight for him, and you saw that on the long run, Dave.
Chase Briscoe was going on the outside of Austin Cindric that last time down the back stretch. That's why he couldn't get to pit road with a late call from Richard Boswell. But Boswell trying anything he can to give his driver the advantage. 1 lap later, now Chase Briscoe comes to pit road. He had been fairly good about that balance, fairly happy with it, as he'll get tires and fuel.
See the 14 finishing up the left side. William Byron on the bottom also leaving pit lane. It's going to be interesting to see. Well, you see it off the rear bumper of the 5, which means the 5 of Larson holds serve battling Briscoe. Some cars still yet to come to pit road, but the 5 of Larson should maintain the lead through the cycle.
And let's watch to see if the 24 of William Byron continues to come to life. There's Briscoe at the back. Cycles in just behind John Hunter Nemechek.
And look at all the traffic, though, right? Just a little gap on pit road. Diff was a huge gap between the 5 of Larson leading this traffic and all the way back here for the 14, right? 4 lap cars in between them.
Some extra work to do for Chase Briscoe. 43 to go in stage 2. Checking them off his list one at a time. He can race his way into the playoffs with a win tonight. It's been impressive, Jeff. He's been running at the front for the majority of this race.
Yeah, he loves this racetrack. And on top of that, you know, racing a guy like Kyle Larson, who everybody believes is the best race car driver, I believe the best race car driver in the world, to be able to stay with him all night, try to understand where do we need to be a little bit better. That's confidence building.
Sorry, Jeff, right behind the 14 of Briscoe's, that 9 of Chase Elliott. You had mentioned he had gotten last. They're trying to run long to see if they can get a lucky yellow, but you just see how slow the old tires are. I mean, it looks like they have a problem. They don't even look like they're up their speed. There's just so much less grip. We're looking at well over 2 seconds slower for the 9.
We're waiting on not only Chase Elliott, Steve, but we're waiting on Austin Dillon, Busch, Berry, and Denny Hamlin, continuing this trend that he's done all night long of going off sequence from the others, going off sequence from Larson and Chase Briscoe and Tyler Reddick. The Coke on board one more time.
If we review back to the first stage, long first cycle, hurt Hamlin. Long second cycle, advantage Hamlin. So we'll have to just see how traffic works out. The 9 on pit road, Kim.
Yeah, finishing up the stop here, putting good sticker Goodyears on there. He just talked about how he has a hard time feeling the front of the race car in traffic, so that front end just a little bit numb. And again, slow stops by the 9 has been their plague tonight, Dave.
Kyle Busch again cycled to the front, again has to come to pit road, not lose too much time to the others. He'll pit for 4 tires and fuel here.
The Morgan & Morgan onboard shows us Kyle on pit road, and this is per the sequence similar to Hamlin.
I have to applaud drivers and crew. It's been a very clean day on pit road. We had a 1 penalty on Austin Cindric, but other than that, pretty clean as now we see Hamlin. This long strategy, Marty, we'll see if it pays off.
Yeah, Steve, it's been the same group, really, with Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin, and Kyle Busch playing this long strategy. Chris Gabehart making the call once again. And as the track has shifted here, Hamlin said his car has gotten much better here. 38 to go. And Gabehart reminded him, Kim, you'll have a tire advantage once you cycle out.
Crew Chief Rodney Childers has elected to keep Josh Berry out on the longer runs during these green flag cycles. Josh Berry just reporting it's just a little bit on the tight side in traffic, but otherwise good in clean air. They're going to put fresh Goodyears on and take a drink of Sunoco fuel on that Ford Mustang.
Kim mentioned Rodney Childers, the crew chief. He's won 3 times here at Darlington with Kevin Harvick behind the wheel. What can Josh Berry do tonight in the overstock number 4? 37 to go in stage 2. Larson 1.6 seconds ahead of Briscoe. Bell a further 3 seconds back. Then William Byron now inside the top 5. Tyler Reddick running 5th. And hanging tough. Ill, not well, but still in the top 5. Who may put their image and name in this? The tunnel and the list of champions. Champions walk here at Darlington Raceway.
I just love being behind the wheel of a race car. I want to be the best race car driver in the world someday.
Oh my God, guys! Yes! Unbelievable. You guys are the best.
To start here, it's everybody that's won a championship. Terry, Jimmy, Chase, and you.
Made it.
You made it, man. You're on my wall.
Whether it's in a NASCAR Cup Series car, an Indy car at the Indianapolis 500, a midget, a sprint car, Marty, whether it's on asphalt or dirt, this guy is phenomenal.
He certainly is, Lee, and Kyle Larson has done his job tonight, but the pit crew has also done their job, including Blaine Anderson, his front tire changer. They gave him the lead on the first green flag stops of the night, and he has controlled the race since then. And Blaine was a football player at Alabama, actually walked on for Coach Saban, and these shots are from the 2015 National Championship game. He was a safety and also a special teams player. I asked him the #1 lesson you learned from Nick Saban. He said, honestly, discipline. I said, with what? He said, with everything, no doubt about it. But he gives credit to Scott Cochran, who he tells me is the most famous strength coach in college football, Dave. He said he's the one who told me, try NASCAR for your football career, and he's still here all these years later.
Well, Marty, you know where to go if you're researching famous people and things about them. Well, if you were looking up stuff on Eric Jones, you might go to Wikipedia and you'd see that one of his nicknames is That Jones Boy. That Jones Boy? Well, where did that come from? Well, it came from the legendary and late Ken Squire, and it happened right here at Darlington Raceway a couple years ago.
Well, we're ready for a start for the second segment. Coming to the line, Larson there with Truex, Hamlin, then Keselowski in the second row, and then it's that Jones boy in the number 77 running fifth.
That's right. Thanks to Ken Squire, that Jones boy is Eric Jones, two-time Darlington winner. And Lee, last November, we lost Ken Squire to a battle with cancer. We loved having him around, loved having him call stage 2 here with Petty and Jarrett and that legendary voice. And he gave him the nickname, Eric Jones, that Jones boy. And it'll stick around forever, Dave, that's for sure, as Eric is in 17th at the moment, trying to edge his way a little further forward.
And as a fellow New Englander, the highlight of my 9 going on 10 years in television is with Ken Squire. Threw it back to Jeff and myself and called our names out, Jeff. I felt like we had gone back 20 years. I mean, that is the voice I grew up listening to, owned forever a racetrack up in Vermont, Barrie, Vermont, Thunder Road. I went there so much as a kid. It was so special having Ken a part of these broadcasts.
His voice brought racing to so many people. And it made you understand it. He made you love it. You could feel his passion and when he spoke about it. And he did a lot of great things for this sport.
Look at this fight going on just outside the top 10. Josh Berry and Joey Logano, with Ryan Preece not too far away either.
Yeah, a whole group of Fords here. Barry, Logano, Preece, 2 SHR Fords, 1 Team Penske. Preece got to the outside of the 22, did a really nice job clearing the 22. Right behind them, the 38 of Gilliland. I tell you, Todd Gilliland returning to front row, I think that's a great decision for this organization. Every week, I think he continues to ascend the ladder. Now, they're small rungs, Jeff, but going the right direction, continues to get better. As now Kyle Busch is going to put Gilliland under attack. Kyle Busch was one of those cars that pitted a little bit later, and those 8-lap fresher tires now working as he's driven up to 14. With 24 to go, I think he can get all the way inside the top 10.
Yeah, Kyle Busch and Austin Dillon both over the last month, 3 weeks, they're showing life. I mean, everybody had RCR pretty much counted out. They really didn't show much speed at all, but it's starting to happen for this team. It's a little, maybe too late for this year. We'll see. Maybe Kyle Busch can win this race tonight and get himself in the playoffs, but certainly an impressive forward momentum for them lately.
So that's 13th in the Morgan & Morgan Chevy as he goes past Joey Logano. He's following in the footsteps of Denny Hamlin, who's up to 7th. So let's get an update on somebody hopeful of making the playoffs, and that is Trackhouse Racing's #1 of Ross Chastain. Kim?
And Lee, he currently runs in the 16th position. And this afternoon, I asked crew chief Phil Surgeon, what's in your toolbox for tonight? And he told me it will all come down to how the first part of the race goes. Who's having a good night, who's not. Well, this team did not score stage points in the first stage. They are not in position to score stage points in this stage. So it looks like it is a must-win situation in the final stage here tonight. And so Phil told me, if we are in a position where we have to win, we will throw a Hail Mary in the final stage. So, Steve, we think about Darlington as relatively straightforward. We know how much tires mean. What does a Hail Mary strategy-wise look like in the final stage of the Southern 500?
Well, the only thing I can assume is opposite of the field. I expect the field to pit twice in the final stage. Pitting only once, I think, is not very advantageous. You're out there slipping and sliding on old tires. But math says that there's a chance you could pit an extra time. Actually pit 3 times because the third stage is longer. Keep the one on fresh tires and see if you can try to overcome the gap.
Well, we've seen Ross do some pretty wild things in the past. Let's take you back to Martinsville 2022. This move, by the way, is now no longer allowed, but it was spectacular, to say the least. An objective achieved.
Still, in person, one of the craziest things I've ever seen. I mean, it didn't look real out of the window, and it just shows you the will of athletes and what he was willing to do on that afternoon. It kind of shocked the whole racing world.
Yeah. Really cool scheme on this car. Somewhat of a throwback with the Busch machine for Ross Chastain. The Cookout Southern 500 continues, and how far can he go? He being Denny Hamlin in this 11 for Joe Gibbs Racing. He has worked his way forward to 4th now with 6-lap fresher tires than the race leader Kyle Larson.
Was running basically in the 5th position when the green flag cycle started many laps ago. He has used those brand new or fresher tires to drive all the way up to 4th. As you pointed out, you see all the traffic in front of him. That's the challenge. Math says he should get to 3rd, no problem, which is William Byron. Briscoe and Larson, though, is out there about 6 seconds. It's going to be difficult to work through traffic, but he still has 13 laps in this stage.
Check this out from a few moments ago. Tyler Reddick in the 45.
Yeah, it just gets a little high. Does a nice job of giving up the positions and making sure he keeps the car safe. That's the key. Those are those moments. You're going to have many of them throughout the night. You just have to kind of understand you're in the bad position. Here's Hamlin using those new tires. This is going to be a lot of fun for a driver, Jeff, to be able to have this big of an advantage.
Oh, it's so much fun. Trying to slice through the field. They're telling you where the leader is. We'll see if you can get him.
Well, there's William Byron just ahead of Corey LaJoie. He's not that far. He's less than a second. There he is right there.
Oh, yeah, William Byron is not going to be an issue at all for the 11. Oh, I thought he was going to clear the 7. Oh, he does. Just way more speed than the 24. Still about 7.5 seconds behind the leader, Marty.
Long way to go for Denny Hamlin if he wants to win the stage, but Chris Gabehart reminded him a moment ago, listen, your tires 8-lap fresher than everybody you're running around right now. And just like in the spring, Steve, when the leaders caught the tail end of the field or they were in lap traffic like they are right now, they were able to make passes within the field. Denny Hamlin knew that from Chris Gabehart this afternoon. One of the final things he told him before they took the green today. Here he is trying to get another spot. He may not get the stage win, but Steve, would you play this longer run strategy if you're Chris Gabehart in stage 3?
Well, he's stuck to it for the first 2 stages. I can't imagine he would go away from it now. The question is, how does he get longer than everyone else? You know, people may migrate to his strategy. That's the challenge when you have so much conviction as Chris Gabehart. You kind of show your hand both stages. That longer longer final stage, I think you got to be very careful how you break it up, because if you get a little too greedy early, next thing you know, you have 55 laps in front of you.
For it, yeah.
Yes, and we, you know, we haven't got to that cliff, but it's coming. You know, these tires only have 36 laps on them. Jeff, what happens at lap 40, 45, 50? Somewhere out there, there could be another huge speed loss.
Well, that's right, and they don't all drop off at the same, right? Some cars will fall off really quickly, and then another car will go 4 or 5 laps longer.
Stage 2 winners, last 3 races here at Darlington. By the way, Denny continues to rack up the impressive numbers here. By leading 15 laps here tonight, including tonight's race, means he has led at least a lap in the last 10 consecutive races here at Darlington.
That's so impressive. And those are the kind of stats as a race car driver that really means something to you, because you know how difficult this racetrack is. And your peers look up to you. You know, they know that as well.
What else is impressive is this pace out of the 24. I thought it was going to be easy work for Hamlin.
Yeah.
But since they've both cleared traffic, William Byron's car has really come to life. Now Hamlin will throw it down to the inside.
Oh, a little touch. Loosens up the 24, and Hamlin's by.
Oh, I don't think William Byron's going to love that on the radio. I knew he would, you know, he knew he had to fight the 11 off, but aggressive for stage 2. I think this goes back to that engine penalty. I think Denny is driving with just a little bit more ferocity because he feels like he has given up so much.
Yeah, Denny just upped the racetrack into the left rear quarter panel. If you're William Byron, you're like, what the heck, man? Like, I'm up against the wall. What do you want me to do?
So the margin with just 6 laps to go is 6.5 seconds to race leader Kyle Larson. Larson 1.8 seconds over Briscoe, and then a healthier gap back to Hamlin in the 11 up to 3rd. Remember, 6 laps, fresher tires. Is that going to pay off over these closing 5 laps? We'll see. Keep your eye on the difference between Larson and Hamlin, 6.3 seconds.
And Larson still battling with Suarez. It seems like we've seen this now multiple times in this race. The 99 of Suarez, last car on the lead lap once again, continues the battle to 5. And he's going to put it right up against the wall, and that momentum makes it so difficult for the 5 to pass, especially on old tires. You know, newer tires, you can kind of get a little bit of the power down, but at this point,
I think Lawrenson at this point, with no pressure from behind, is like, okay, I'm not going to fight you here. I'm not going to get myself in trouble. And I think that's a wise decision.
Absolutely.
You know, Briscoe is about a second and a half behind.
While our main focus, and understandably so, is on the playoff points structure and who's going to make it and who doesn't. 3 laps to go in this second stage. Remember, Kyle Larson is determined to win the regular season, and he started this Southern 500 17 points back from Tyler Reddick. He's shaved that down, fellas, down to 8 now.
And leading to 163 laps while doing it. So not only gaining points, but asserting himself as the dominant car from the sunshine into the dark, yet continues to lead.
Hamlin's making inroads, but he's going to run out of time and run out of laps in this second stage. But it's been pretty impressive.
He is, but remember, that final stage is 20 so laps, maybe a few more than 20 laps longer. So, you know, the long-run car's going to be tested even more. I love this view. I could ride on the roof of Hamlin when he's just so precise around here.
Final lap of this second stage, and the pilot of the HendrickCars.com Chevy for Hendrick Motorsports won stage 1 in Vegas, won stage 2 in Vegas, and drove all the way to victory lane in Vegas in just the 3rd round of this 2024 Cup Series Championship. Is that an omen for tonight here in the Southern 500? Nobody has really been close. Chase Briscoe, yes, but Kyle Larson in control. Stage 2 victory. 10th stage win of this year. What an impressive run thus far. Briscoe follows him in second. Hamlin up to 3rd. Byron and Bell. For Tyler Reddick, who is trying to hang tough, he has drifted back to 8th at the end of this second stage. It is a tough night. Everybody knew it would be in the Southern 500, and they're all chasing Kyle Larson. No prizes for guessing who has garnered the most points this evening, Kyle Larson, but there's a quick snapshot for you at who has done the best through the first 2 stages of this Cookout Southern 500. Been a really good night for Chase Briscoe. Denny Hamlin fighting his way forward as well. Chris Buescher with the 1 point. All right, pit road's about to get super busy. As you saw the top 2 head, there they go. Hamlin, William Byron. Marty, they're coming your way.
Boy, Lee, yeah, you're right. What a dominant performance for the 5 team tonight. Kyle Larson said at the end of the run he had a little bit of an uneasy feeling, and then Cliff Daniels said something very interesting. We looked at the adjustments that the 24 made on the last stop. We're going to copy that on this stop. Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin made it up to 3rd. He said that was the freest the car had been all evening long. An adjustment coming for the 11, Dave.
Christopher Bell finished 5th in that stage. Chase Briscoe 2nd. Briscoe said, for the long run, I need grip. I cannot be any tighter to the front. The driver of the 20 said, going loose with laps, and that started pretty early. He'll get adjustments well. 4 tires lead. Watch the race off pit road.
Watching. Thanks, Dave. Here it is. Hamlin grabbed one. Nice work. Pretty stable there. Bubba Wallace grabbed one as well. Tyler Reddick trying to hang on and hang tough, and that's the way it's been since 1950. This place oozes history, and if your name is on the winners list, that is truly special. What a sight it is at night, Darlington Raceway, and the Labor Day tradition that is the Southern 500. And I want to remind you that as NASCAR gears up for the home stretch. Powerball is back again with its own version of NASCAR Playoff. Last year, Stephanie Walker of West Point, Mississippi, was the $1 million winner at Phoenix Raceway. Congratulations to these 16 lottery players locked in through their state lottery for the chance to win $1 million. Follow along as we will reveal the 4 players who will win a VIP trip to the NASCAR Championship weekend and an entry into the $1 million draw. Powerball, the official lottery game of NASCAR. So, we were fortunate enough to have the 7-time champ with us on the broadcast last weekend. And Dave has found Jimmy Johnson here tonight as well.
And Lee, so good to have access to Legacy Motor Club this weekend and the 43 car and the 7-time champ and the 3-time Darlington winner. And it was going so well for Eric. He was making forward progress. But now we've had some things happening with Eric's car. What's going on?
We're not quite sure yet. So unfortunate turn of events just before the stage ended. It seemed like there was something going wrong with the steering, maybe in the left front. We got those wheels and tires off. Nothing glaring there. Everything looked fine. New wheels and tires go on, and still have an issue with the steering. So this is one of those moments where I'm glad I'm sitting here and I'm not the guy in the car when the steering does whatever it's going to here at some point.
Well, you know, on the box, not in the 84 car this weekend for one of your starts this year. What do you like to do? How do you like to be involved? What do you like to provide on a race basis here?
I have so little time on a pit box watching that I'm just taking it all in and trying to understand the communication between driver, spotter, crew chief, watching our pit crew do their great work over the wall. So really just observing right now because it is still so new to me.
The view is so different, right? Because you want to contribute, and you were a driver for so long, but it's so different. There's different stuff you can pick up.
It is so different. It's very helpless. When you're in the car, you have such a better understanding of what's going on connected to the performance of the car. It is very confusing and very distant sitting on the pit box watching.
All right, taking notes is the co-owner of Legacy Motor Club. Going to get some ideas for next time they get together and talk about it, Marty.
Dave, want to give a quick health update on Tyler Reddick and what a gutty performance it has been for the driver of the 45 so far this evening. Under that last stop, he did ask for more medicine to be mixed up in a water bottle. They were able to hand him that medicine. And the interesting point, Jeff, he made is he said it felt like the medicine that he got in stage 2, number 1, helped him, but number 2 was wearing off towards the end of the stage. Stage 3, much longer. So how much can Tyler Reddick stand tonight, and can he make it all the way to the end?
Oh, I think he'll make it to the end. I mean, he's much past halfway in this race. And emotionally, Steve, that means, hey, I'm making it. I'm going to be all right.
I agree. And the adrenaline of the potential opportunity to win.
When we come back to green here to start stage 3, we're going to listen inside the 5 team. Let's get ready to go. Stage 3 of the Southern 500. Let's do it.
I'll roll in here. Still rolling. You have no help here. Still tight. Still tight. Still tight to you here. Still tight all the way bottom lane. Still tight. Still tight inside. Still tight to you. Still very tight. Still there. Just shooting him. Still there. Still there. Still just shooting him. Still just shooting him right here. Still there, tight quarter. Still just shooting him. Still there, quarter, tight, clear, clear, clear.
That's the voice of Tyler Mon. You saw him there, the spotter for the 5 of Kyle Larson, who is not only spotting for him here in the Southern 500, he had the honor of spotting for his driver at the Indianapolis 500 this year when Kyle did the double, or attempted to do the double. Of course, weather interrupted it at Charlotte Motor Speedway. But Tyler told me this afternoon that was one of the biggest thrills of his life, being the regular spotter here and going to Indy and doing that for Kyle.
Oh, I can only imagine. Kyle Larson loved the opportunity. As a spotter, you have to love the opportunity as well. A little bit of challenge here for the 20 of Bell, though. We were watching that battle at the front. Barry gets into the left side of Bell, gets up into the wall, damage to the left and the right side of the 20.
Yeah, we see a lot of this tonight. Drivers just getting into the door of the guy on the outside in the middle of 1 and 2 and putting him in a bad position. A lot of drivers going to be upset.
Well, here we are in the final stage. 241 laps complete, 127 to go. And if you look at the bottom left right here, 6 points between Chris Buescher and Bubba Wallace. 6 points between the opportunity to race for the championship or no opportunity when the playoff field is set. That's assuming Larson wins the race. A Briscoe win moves everything, but right now, Larson's so dominant, I think if you're the 23 and the 17, it has come down to simple math equation. Every position on the racetrack is a point. So the 23 runs 8th, the 17 runs 13th. That means that 23 car needs to move up 6. Hope Busher loses 6. It's going to be a fascinating final stage.
It sure will. 126 to go in this. It's Larson, Chase Briscoe, Denny Hamlin, William Byron, Tyler Reddick hanging tough as Marty continues to update us on what has been happening medically there with Tyler Reddick. And then Ty Gibbs narrowly avoided that moment earlier.
Yeah, you see Christopher Bell trying to take the fight to Bubba Wallace here, but I wonder if Christopher Bell's car didn't have a little bit of damage on the right side.
After that incident.
Yeah, he just, the forward Barry just ran him into the wall. See, the lettering is off the left front tire.
Oh, the right side has damage. Bell's just never going to get far enough away from the wall for you to see it. Jeff, he's going to keep it hidden. There you go. No Goodyears on the right side turning in there as well.
I know what, there's smoke flying out of that helmet. I mean, that just gets you so angry. And you'll remember it when you get around that guy that did that to you. You're not going to cut him any slack.
I think the left front, I want to say it was starting to look a little slack, like it potentially was losing some air. Almost could see a wrinkle on it. Maybe I'm dreaming.
Just keeping you updated as far as the regular season championship is concerned. Kyle Larson has overtaken Tyler Reddick and leads the regular season by a single solitary point.
I tell you what, Chase Briscoe, he took the fight to Kyle Larson on that restart. I thought he almost got it from him. Chase Briscoe's hungry, and he has so much to gain tonight. Winning this race versus Kyle Larson, he's willing to do things that Kyle may not be willing to do.
Let's talk more about the 14. Here's Dave Burns.
His crew chief, Richard Boswell, just got on the radio to him after that restart and said, okay, keep him within striking distance. You know how we've been on green flag stops. I'm thinking that is not maybe as good as the 5, but just keep it within striking distance. He's right there.
Chase has won here in spectacular fashion in Xfinity Series competition. However, he said, I kind of like this comment. He said, whether this is in the playoffs, the Southern 500, or it isn't, he said, this is one of NASCAR's crown jewels. I just want to win the thing.
Everybody, Steve, everybody wants to win the Southern 500. It is, you know, the Daytona 500, the Southern 500, Coca-Cola 600, must wins.
And I think this one's a little bit of a driver race. You know, it's like every car is slipping and sliding. Some are faster than the others, but anyone who competes in it just realizes the challenge of trying to run 500 miles around here. And I think there's some mutual respect in the garage area. Not as much specifically about the fan base, but within the garage, crew chiefs, drivers, engineers. If you can, you know, put a Southern 500 trophy in your trophy case, I think it kind of raises your notch.
I mentioned a moment ago about his Xfinity Series win here at Darlington. Let's remind you what it looked like because it was spectacular.
Great battle. Watch this. I mean, just such an intense race. Remember, you got to remember that, you know, Briscoe wasn't real sure where his future was going. You know, most of these drivers have had a point in their career where they didn't know what was going to happen, and a moment happened, a win happened, and you got a lucky break, and you went on, and you just never know where your career is going to go.
And for those Stuart Haas cars running with Briscoe in second, Josh Berry just rebounding wonderfully so after that huge moment in Daytona last week. Berry runs in 6th. Ryan Preece running in the top 15, just behind Ross Chastain and ahead of Todd Gilliland. How far can he go? Kyle Larson is edging closer and closer to leading 200 laps in this Southern 500. He's up to 190 already in a dominant display. Now under the lights here at Darlington Raceway. It was a race that started with a little bit of a bang, a big bang, in fact. On the second lap, Martin Truex Jr. gets out of shape, and poor old Ryan Blaney was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Both out of the race pretty much as soon as it had started. However, there is somewhat of a silver lining in this for Martin Truex Jr. as we show you the updated playoff standings. Stevie's highlighting it there with the telestrator. Truex, purely because of where we are in the duration of this race, with stage points in stage 1 and 2 having come and gone, Martin is locked into the 2024 playoffs.
Yeah, and this being his last full-time season, you know, I'm indifferent on who has great runs and who doesn't. I just hope for great racing. But when you see somebody like Truex and this career that he's had and the way he's carried himself in the sport, I think I was hoping that he would be in. I want to see him make a run at a championship. I hope that he wins at least one more race. I want to see a race win in his final full-time season for the fans, for Johnny Morris, for Joe Gibbs Racing, for everybody around him, for Martin. I think he's had such a great career. If you can earn such a right, I think he has. Unfortunately, the racing gods don't care. You're going to have to go earn it on the racetrack. That's what makes racing so beautiful, is when you line up on the grid, it doesn't matter if you've won 0 races or 63 races. Your opportunity in front of you is the same. You have to make it happen.
Since the stage 3 restart, Tyler Reddick has hung tough and rebounded somewhat. He's up 3 positions to be back running in the top 5. As we take you back just a few moments ago, Shane Van Gisbergen and John Hunter Nemechek, check this out. Yeah. SVG on the low line.
Seen a lot of cars make contact right here. I think SVG was expecting John Hunter to be a little bit closer to the wall, which I think is fair for him to expect. Normally the guy on the outside will be out by the wall. Now, we've seen multiple times where it didn't matter the guy was out by the wall. They've been run into, but in that case, I feel like he was just expecting a little more space.
And Jeff, we're kind of getting to a little bit of a fork in the road right here, lap 261. If you break down this final stage, you do a little math, you expect to pit a couple times. You're going to come around lap 270 and maybe around lap 315 or 320. But there is this outside chance. We talked about the potential, you know, what's a Hail Mary? The one said would do something crazy. Well, I think option A, and what most will do, will be pit twice, as I just mentioned. Option B is you pit 3 times, which means you're probably going to be on pit road at like lap 267, 268. The crazy strategy, what I think is the scariest strategy, is not pit till almost all the way to lap 300. That puts you out there on old tires for a long time. Now, a timely yellow, it's like, that Powerball playoff, you're hitting the lottery ticket with a yellow.
The Morgan & Morgan onboard shot. Hey, Marty, I know that you've been following the radio on the 11 and you're monitoring the progress of Denny Hamlin. What do you think they're going to do? They're going to follow suit what they've been doing for the early part of the night?
Yeah, Diff, I just asked Chris Gabehart that question a moment ago. I said, do you think the running long strategy will pay off? And he said, yes, I do think it'll pay off. And he reminded Denny Hamlin of that a moment ago. Listen.
Time to be all in yet. When he gets in front of the 14, you'll have to pound. Chris, I know you're studying, but I'm doing the best I can. I got it. Just doing my job.
Steve, the first part of that was, it's not time to be all in yet. That's code from Chris Gabehart to Denny Hamlin to say, hey, you're still conserving your stuff in this run. That leads me to believe that, yes, indeed, they will play that long strategy like they've done all night long here in stage 3.
All night long, and kind of their signature. I mean, look at their best average finish here. In 8.3, 24 stars. You mentioned it, Diff, that he just has completed all the laps, hasn't really had any issues.
No DNFs.
No DNFs. Where it's a track where you can have some like slugfest to finish. You know, it'd be easy to get turned into the wall on one of these green, white checkers or these crazy races. So no DNFs is so impressive. And I mean, their signature is normally long. And if anyone can take care of rear tires, it's Denny Hamlin. Remember that win back in Bristol when the tires were just disintegrating off these race cars? Who made it last? The 11 of Hamlin.
By the way, Goodyear tells me the same tires will be at Bristol when we're there soon in the playoffs.
Exciting times.
The thing about favorites is they're only your favorite until a new favorite tells your old favorite to beat it.
Introducing the all-new Sonic Smasher. So good, it's about to be your next new favorite.
Yo, I'm not a big fan of change, but I'm willing to try it. I gotta tell people about this. Yo.
The all-new Sonic Smasher. Live free, eat Sonic.
Wanna live free?
Valvoline Restore and Protect. A first-of-its-kind innovation that returns pistons to factory clean by removing up to 100% of deposits. Restore your engine to perform like new. Restore and Protect. Another first from Valvoline.
It's Pod's biggest sale of the summer. Save up to 25% on moving and storage for a limited time. And see why Pods has been trusted with over 6 million moves. But don't wait. Use promo code BIG25 to save. Visit pods.com today.
Dude, you're looking ice cold.
You look ice cold, bro.
Guys, somebody's coming. Somebody's coming.
Let's do it.
There comes a day, when I'll be the one you dream. It's gonna be great.
Dude, are you crying?
With so much great entertainment out there, wouldn't it be easier if you could find what you want all in one place?
My favorites.
Welcome to the land of the free, where we pledge allegiance to the flag, salute the heroes of old, and raise a cup to the new gladiators who dare take on the last great Coliseum. The Bass Pro Shops Night Race NASCAR weekend returns to Bristol Motor Speedway September 19th through 21st. Get a weekend package and see Dale Jr. race on Friday. There's no place like Bristol. It's not just a race. It's Bristol, baby.
And green flag stops have started here at Darlington. Teams showing their hand. Ross Chastain finishing up his stop. We talked about that Hail Mary Phil Surgeon talked about. They're going to stop 3 times this final stage. Brad Keselowski also in. Will stop 3 times. That 6th car just a little numb. Felt like he had Novocaine on the front end of the car was his report.
And remember, when we stop 3 times, it's not because of Sunoco fuel. You can run over 70 laps on fuel. You just don't want to try to run these Goodyear tires more than 50 laps. So to try to think only one more stop, I think would just be asking too much.
By the way, 12 sets of Goodyears for this Southern 500. How do you use them? How do you look after them? All part of the overall and overarching management, race management strategy. Here's Ty Gibbs in the Monster Toyota.
Yeah, Lee, we talked about how there would be the race within the race. So this is Chris Gale answering what Phil Surgeon did a moment ago. Remember, all of these drivers around the cut line. Right now where Ty Gibbs is, feels pretty comfortable above the cut line, but he's just covering what the one had done on the last stop coming in the lap before. He's coming for 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Tony Hirschman constantly reminding his driver, Ty Gibbs, take care of the right side of the car. We're truly racing ourselves tonight.
It's Chase Briscoe. Been a great night for him, Dave, and a win is still on the cards if he can do anything about Larson and keep Hamlin at bay as well.
Lee, he might have tapped the wall just a minute ago, but the car's been just so loose. He's been encouraged by his crew chief. Keep fighting for us. We'll fix you up on this stuff. You can see the mark on the right rear quarter panel. Well, that could have come from earlier as well. It is Darlington after all, but crew going to work now, trying to hold their position here. As Marty, we see the 5 of Larson on pit road.
Yeah, Kyle Larson coming down pit road. He saw Michael McDowell, who pitted way earlier in this stage, coming behind him, and he said, is that for position behind me? And they said, no, don't worry about that. McDowell is a couple of laps down. Now we'll see where Larson cycles out. This pit crew has just been outstanding all night long, Lee.
Another slick, efficient stop from the 5 crew. This night could not be going any better for Kyle Larson, who has led 207 laps of the Southern 500.
And now this is this game of the tortoise and the hare, the game of leapfrog. 14 pits, lap later, the 5 pits. then Denny Hamlin. When will he come? So as we see the 5 leave pit road, here comes the 14 down the front stretch into turn 1. He's going to have a ton of pace up the banking of 1 and 2. The question is, will the 5 be able to get off from the corner in front of him? He will, and he will relatively easily, to be quite honest. A great job by Kyle Larson on and off pit road to stay out in front of the 14, even with the 14 coming a lap earlier.
So now we wait and watch. This has been kind of one of the ongoing storylines of how long will the 11 of Hamlin go, when will he come in, and what advantage will it pay?
2 other cars we want to keep an eye on, and that's right here. Bubba Wallace and Chris Buescher. Remember, that's the battle for the final spot. Bubba Wallace needs to beat Chris Buescher, assuming no new winner, by 12 spots. That's the math. It's as simple as that. He has to find positions. So while we talk about Hail Marys to win the race, Buescher should just be chasing the 23. Whenever he pits, just come with him.
Watch what happened to Chris Buescher just a few moments ago. Boom! Into the wall.
That was the entrance of turn 3. Now Buescher on to pit road.
Kim's there.
And they're reminding him, make no mistakes, do not speed on this stop. The crew to the right side. Chris fired off just a little bit free on this run, but he said do not tighten it up. They'll take 4 fresh Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel under green.
And the guy he's fighting to make the playoffs just saw his teammate and one of his team bosses go blowing on by Bubba Wallace in Brad Keselowski.
So interesting move by the 23 running long. Remember, a yellow right now, it would be a pit of the stomach feel for Chris Buescher because Wallace hasn't pitted yet. He's on the lead lap. Now he's losing time. This is that run long strategy that we see Hamlin kind of work out, but I don't hate this move by the 23 because I don't see 12 positions available as good as the 17 is.
They're going for
So now that the 17 pitted, he pitted first. If you're crew chief in the 23, are you now saying we have to run long?
I think because they beat me to pit road, they kind of flipped over my cards for me. And I said, oh man, well, now what I need you to do is run long. We're going to chase. And if you're going to chase anybody, I'd follow whatever the strategy is, the guy that owns the team. So since Denny Hamlin's long, I would jump on that train.
There has only been 1 caution for on-track activity, and that was on the 2nd lap with Martin Truex Jr. and Ryan Blaney. The other 2 are for the stage breaks. Here we go. Hamlin's answering our question and our query, and William Byron's following him in.
Both got the pit road clean. That's the first challenge right here. And now, Marty, it's up to the pit crew. They don't need the perfect stop, just a solid 4 tires.
And here's the interesting part, Steve. Rudy Fugle has now flipped to the strategy that Chris Gabehart has played all night long. In these 2 cars, as you will see, just 1 pit stall apart. William Byron has a little more trouble getting into his stall. Denny Hamlin said this car's a little bit too free the longer he goes. And William Byron has been so good on the long run tonight, but a little bit too free at the end of that run. And Hamlin on the 11 team gaining a good bit of an advantage over the 24 on that stop.
Now the race win will be between these 2 and the 5 of Larson. Now I expect Larson to definitely jump in front of the 5. We'll just have to, or excuse me, the 5 in front of the 11. We just have to see how the new tires pay off. Bubba Wallace, Jeff, now comes to pit road as well. Dave.
And before the cycle started, Steve, Bubba had only picked up 1 spot on the track. So you got to do something different, right? So I think that's why they switched strategies here and went to the one that Denny Hamlin and others were running as well. 1 lap later, Bubba Wallace comes to pit road, expecting his pit crew to do a quick stop for him, maybe a little bit of a change, but really no complaints from the driver on the balance, perhaps just keeping up with the track. 2 tires on. Here come the other 2. Fuel going in. Christopher Bell on pit road as well.
Busy pit road, decisions by crew chiefs. Let's set the stage for the win. 5 of Larson, still a pit stop to go. A little bit fresher tires, about 6 laps on Denny Hamlin. Huge gap, but a huge advantage. Can the 11 chase down the 5 car? It's nearly a half a lap, but almost 6 or 7 tenths of a second faster every lap on the newer tires.
This is the Ergo Smart Base from Tempur-Pedic, and it responds to snoring so you don't have to. So no more nudging your partner or sleeping on the other side of the house, because the Tempur Ergo Smart Base actually detects snoring, then automatically adjusts to help reduce it. All night, every night. Don't miss our biggest sale of the year with savings up to $700 on select adjustable mattress sets and experience the deep, undisturbed rest of Tempur-Pedic. Learn more at TempurPedic.com.
Simple shopping. That's all I want. I just want things to be fast and easy.
Yeah, join the club.
I want it here already.
The baby?
No, our groceries. I wish we could get same-day delivery.
Yeah, join the club.
And free curbside pickup would be nice. You know, stay in my car. They bring it to me.
Yeah, join the club. Yeah, join the club and get free curbside pickup. We bring it to you.
See, she brings it to me.
Club members now get free curbside pickup on qualifying orders $50 or more.
The Barn Bar. The county's best hangout just got better. Here's to living smooth with the always smooth, easy drinking Keystone Light.
All the parts you need at the prices you want. Guaranteed to fit every time. So you can keep your ride or die alive.
We now return to our interview with the insurance whistleblower.
I just think everyone should know there's an insurance company out there exposing other companies' rates so you can compare them and save.
Sounds like trouble.
It's great, actually. It's called Auto Quote Explorer from Progressive. Here, look. See, we show you our direct rates and their rates, even if we're not the lowest.
So, whistleblower usually means you're exposing something bad.
I thought it meant calling attention to something helpful. You know, like, toot toot, check it out. This thing's the best. No?
After an unforgettable bash in Berlin, the aftermath is historic on Raw.
Welcome to Monday Night Raw!
Raw, Monday at 8, only on USA.
How far would you go to win it all?
I was gonna suck for water.
From the producers of The Traitors and The Circle comes a game where real-life perception
Came here to win.
meets online deception.
More fake-ass bitches.
USA's The Anonymous. New episodes Mondays at 11.
Kyle Larson leads this race as he has been doing for 213 laps in the Southern 500. He leads the regular season championship points, and he's got a bunch maximized the playoff point situation. It's been a positive night too for Ty Gibbs, Marty. As you see on the bubble points there, he's 46 points to the good, and he's worked his way up into the top 3.
Yeah, Ty Gibbs and Chris Gale have managed this race terrifically. They pitted a little bit earlier in this cycle than everyone else did. Again, kind of answering the call that Phil Surgeon and Ross Chastain made, and that got them some track position. Gibbs so far in third and so far in the playoffs, Kim.
And Chris Buescher also in the playoff picture, that last spot as it runs +9. He currently is in the 14th position, and I asked the team kind of what their thoughts were headed into this race, and they said, we don't even want to be in this position. This season has been so frustrating with near wins. Their goal, just make it through tonight, make the playoffs, then they'll treat it as a reset. They feel like they can do a lot of damage if they make the playoffs.
Bubba Wallace's crew chief, Booty Barker, told me today, if you're not prepared when you get here, you can't catch up at Darlington. Well, Bubba Wallace was prepared, sat on the pole, and led laps early, but this driver has lost a bit of the pace here mid-race. It's going to be hard to get back. He's got to get that distance between himself and Buescher a lot larger, Kim.
And currently Ross Chastain outside the playoff picture, but runs the best he has all night in the 5th position due to strategy. We talked about the Hail Mary Phil Surgeon played here, likely stopping 3 times this final stage. And how do they find themselves in this position? Well, they have not earned enough stage points this season compared to what they did last season. Last season at this point, 148 stage points. 72 fewer stage points have been earned this season. That is a huge gap. It continued here tonight. They did not earn stage points, and that's what has put them in the position to have to try to throw this Hail Mary, get a win, and find themselves in the title hunt.
Yeah, coming into tonight, it's a great point, Kim. No stage points in 6 of the last 7 races for Ross Chastain, but he's gone from 22nd up to 5th. But Jeff Stevie slightly off strategy to those guys that he's surrounded by.
Yeah, he really is. And when you look at the Buescher-Wallace battle, I think the big challenge for Bubba Wallace is, yes, he's outrun Buescher most of the night or all night. But, you know, there's only 19 cars on the lead lap. Buescher's running 14th. As long as Buescher stays in the lead lap and has, you know, he's got to keep reasonable pace, not have a bad night, he can probably get done what he needs to get done.
Yeah, if I'm the 17 right now, Chris Buescher and Scott Graves, I am clearly just racing the 23 car. I can't catch Gibbs. I'm just trying to cover the 23 and cheer on Larson or Hamlin or somebody that's already won a race. You can't have a new winner. Oh, 66 slow on the track.
Problems for Timmy Hill. And he'll be able to get to a safe spot.
Yeah, he's all the way at the bottom. Oh, look at this big stack up here. The 10 of Noah Gragson, 38 of Gilliland, 38 as the freshest tires of the group. Really just off pit road. He's in the 15th position.
Let's have a look at what just went down with these guys. Gragson on the low line. Cindric's in there. Gilliland goes high right across the front of Eric Jones. That was a lucky escape. Only 70 laps to go in the Cookout Southern 500 here at Darlington Raceway, and this is the driver and the car that has been in total control for almost the entire way. Pole sitter Bubba Wallace and playoff hopeful Bubba Wallace led the opening 37 laps, but then slipped back, and as soon as Kyle Larson got in front, it was look out, pretty much lights out. Whenever he's led more than 200 laps, he has a 30% conversion rate of winning. Pretty successful, and it's looking like that to defend his Southern 500 win of a year ago.
And the split road maps are slowly coming back together. The 11 of Denny Hamlin came out of pit road well over 10 seconds back, almost 13 to be quite honest. Now he's got it down to 5 seconds back, and now he's working past Briscoe. And I think this is when this strategy of running long gets difficult, because he's better than the 14. He has better tires, but you kind of have to like dispose of them. If you get stuck in that air for a couple extra laps, it just really puts you in a bad spot. Hamlin knows it. He's working all he can. This is a good run right here.
Good run here.
That's still not quite good enough. What he needs is for Briscoe to run that bottom lane in 3 and 4. Briscoe to the top. That forces Hamlin to go to the bottom. The car just does not rotate like it needs to in the middle. Good forward momentum here, side by side with him.
Denny Hamlin on the inside of Chase Briscoe, and has continued this alternate strategy. Come from behind, charge back up through the field to second place.
So we're around lap 300. This is kind of a point in the road for the 1 and the 54, who I think are pitting in extra time. If that is true, we're going to need to see them in the next 2 or 3 laps for the math to work out. For Hamlin and Larson, we're about 15 to 20 laps from their pit stop. So the question is very simple. 4.6 seconds. Does Hamlin run Larson down before they come to pit road again? That's kind of like the first demarcation point where you can kind of start grading the strategies.
Enjoying the ride around Darlington Raceway with Denny.
Think about next week. Can you imagine kicking off the playoffs at Atlanta? I mean, it's going to be these playoffs stiff with Atlanta and Watkins Glen, the Roval, Talladega. These first 2 rounds have, I think, the most roller coaster potential, right? We could have moments, wrecks, anything could change kind of the complexion of these playoffs.
Here's RCR's Kyle Busch. After that thriller last week in Daytona, where Harrison Burton won, narrowly ahead of this man here that we're looking back at from Chris Busch's car. He needed and still needs a win to get in, but that's getting increasingly more difficult as Kyle Busch runs in 16th place.
Not only that, but he's for 19 straight seasons, he's won a win. He has won a race. And for a guy like Kyle Busch that's accustomed to winning, this has been a very difficult year. And Dave, he does not want that streak to end.
No, he does not, and he'd like the car to get a little bit better, but he says it's okay tight, meaning it won't steer a little bit, but that is good, but then it just goes loose. Goes loose at the longer the run goes on. So haven't been able to quite fix that for Kyle Busch tonight. Another win here at Darlington looks far out of reach, Marty.
Dave, at 231 laps led and counting, there have been very few cracks in the armor for Kyle Larson tonight, but the handling not quite as good on the 5 car. Listen in.
I can maybe stand it to be a little bit freer.
When
if you could wrap the top of the wall off of 4, that was a really good pocket for speed, and I think you have to turn well enough to be able to do that. It'll be very small on the next adjustment.
I've benefited with clean air here too, so trapping up might be tighter.
So with a 3.5-second lead, Jeff, Kyle Larson and Cliff Daniels feel like the car can be even better. But how does Cliff Daniels even know that there might be a little bit of speed if Kyle Larson takes that exit a little bit higher off turn 4?
Well, those guys, they work so well together. And I think actually what he was saying is that we need to make the car better so you can run higher on the exit of turn 4. He said there's speed if you can run high on exit. You can't do it now. So we're going to make a small adjustment the next time we stop.
Well, we have a big battle going right here. You see on the bottom right, that is Chris Buescher, who has now been overtaken by the 8 of Kyle Busch. And why that matters is because this gap right here is down to 4. I mentioned we needed 12 spots between the two. Well, now on the bottom of the screen is the 23 of Bubba Wallace. And if you look up here, he's got 3 cars up to Chastain right in front of him that I think he can get. Here's Reddick coming back to him in a hurry. I mean, the 23 is much better than the 45, the 1, and even the 54 in their tire situation. So now it's down to 3 points. I think this is going to be a high-pressure, high-nerve situation for the 17 and the 23 over these last 60 laps.
Could it be back-to-back races at Darlington Raceway that breaks Chris Buescher's heart? Remember earlier in the year when he was fighting with Tyler Reddick and he was looking good for a victory, and Reddick tried a slide job on him and ended up in the wall. And he was furious. Buescher was furious with the driver of the 45 then. So now it's down to 2. Buescher is 2 above the cut line. Wallace 2 behind. But the balance of power is massively swinging Bubba's way.
It is. And this whole time, Hamlin has run Larson down, only 2.7 seconds behind. 59 laps to go. These leaders are sliding around on like 36 laps. On the Kyle Larson machine, we have Ross Chastain on 41-lap tires. So between 30 and 40-lap tires, Bubba Wallace said he has to do better. He wanted it on his shoulders. Well, he might just get that opportunity in this last 58 laps.
He's got 5 seconds to make up to try and catch Ty Gibbs. This is what I was talking about a few moments ago. This was in the spring race, and look at how incensed Chris Buescher was with Tyler Reddick. Reddick's trying to plead his case and say, I'm sorry, man, I didn't mean it. It was just one of those things. And Buescher's like, I needed that win. You're already in the playoffs. I needed that. Are we going to be talking about that moment back in the spring at the end of this cutoff race tonight in just 57 laps?
Reputations are earned. They're built with hard work, time, and consistency. They're respected, trusted. I'm just a traveler on this earth. They're real, and they're rare. Introducing Traveler Whiskey, the result of reputation.
Labor Day mattress deals are happening now at Ashley. Save up to $1,200 on select mattress purchases. Plus, get 0% interest for 5 years on in-store purchases. With the best mattress brands under one roof, Ashley has you and your sleep covered. Shop more deals in-store and online.
Negra, I want to be an actor.
So why don't you act like a good sister and get me some more of those baby back ribs?
I want to be a director now. Let's try a scene where you go get your own. And action.
And cut.
A lot of drama on this set. Action.
And cut.
Maybe I'll just go get wings for everybody.
Ready to rise to the challenge? Above perceptions. If so, we're looking for you. Join us at Toyota Racing. If this is your idea of ladylike, you're gonna fit right in. Join us at Toyota Racing.
It's good to get some fresh air.
Fresh air?
Hi, guys.
Bill, you look great.
Now that I have Inspire, I'm free from struggling with the mask and the hose.
Inspire?
Inspire is a sleep apnea treatment that works inside my body with a click of this button.
No mask.
No hose.
Just sleep.
Give me this thing.
Where are you going?
I'm going to get Inspire.
Inspire, sleep apnea innovation. Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
After the 26-week grind, 16 gather. Heroes, hopefuls, hot shots, hot heads. Their demeanor may vary. Their determination does not. Fortune brought them to this moment. Now, it's up to them. The NASCAR playoffs begin in Atlanta on USA.
As you saw in non-stop, we are under caution for just the second on-track incident. And it is Spire Motorsports' Carson Hocevar, who started on the front row earlier today, losing control of the 77 all by himself.
It was underneath Eric Jones. Not sure if anything happened before they got to turn 3, but just underneath him, and he loses it.
So slick, getting to the end of this tire run, and rear grip just goes away. And unfortunate, couldn't be worse timing for the one of Ross Chastain, who had just entered pit road. I thought there was a chance, Jeff, that he could hit it perfect, service his car, and then, you know, leave the pit still in the lead lap, but he ended up going a lap down to Kyle Larson, but just a few seconds.
By the way, about 3 or 4 laps prior to that, the 5 did have a glance with the wall. You can see it there on the front right and rear right. And Denny Hamlin was just under 3 seconds in arrears of Larson and says, thanks very much.
And now all of that kind of split strategy, that's all out the window. Now it's 52 laps to go. They're going to stretch this last set of tires, barring another yellow. So now the question is, you know, what do you need? 52 laps on a set of tires would be the longest that most of these guys have tried to put on a set of tires tonight. You're going to run the hardest on this restart, so it's going to be hard to manage tires and pit crews, right? Green flag pit stops, you know, you can be a couple tenths of a second, even a half a second slower on the pit stop, and it all kind of get figured out in the wash, but not now. Now you're all on pit road together.
Yeah, that caution came out. We saw Chris Buescher kind of backing up through the field a little bit, having trouble. That may have been a break for him. And we'll see how it works out, but Chris was having issues with his car. Now they get in here, get a chance to make some changes.
Here we go. Pit road's getting busy. Marty, they're coming your way.
Kyle Larson said, overall, I think the track is just losing grip. He said, I need to be freer. This is going to be a long run. Cliff Daniels reminded him the pit crew has been flawless all night. Let's see if they can deliver again. His teammate William Byron said, undo the last adjustment you did. I need that completely gone. Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin said, way too tight on that run. We'll see if they make the right adjustments here, Dave.
Chase Briscoe gives up third. He said, I was tighter taking off, then made myself lose rear grip trying to make it turn. They're going to go halfway back on the last adjustment they made, 4 tires and fuel.
Here's the race off. Good work again from the 5. No worries. The 11. Chase Briscoe as well. Good work from Stuart Haas to get Josh Berry. 5. No worries. The 11. Chase Briscoe as well. Good work from Stuart Haas to get Josh Berry up 1. And Ty Gibbs racing here at Darlington in the legendary Southern 500. Who's going to leave their mark on this race tonight? Can Kyle Larson join some of the sport's most famous in defending his win and go back-to-back? NBC Sports on Sirius XM, NASCAR Radio Channel 90, live Wednesday at 9 a.m. Eastern. Guess who's on it this week, this Wednesday? Our very own KP, Kyle Petty. Kyle, what are you going to chat about? And DJ, what do the two of you make about what has gone down, and are we headed for a tiebreaker for that final bubble position between Chris Buescher and Bubba Wallace?
You know, we talk about it all the time. It's a team sport. It's a team sport. And you see these guys on pit road. They falter a little bit. They give up 5 or 6 spots. These guys, the 23 of Bubba Wallace, the 17 of Chris Buescher, it's one-on-one. It's Michael Jordan. It's one-on-one. That's all they care about. 12 positions, as we've heard Steve Letarte say.
Yeah, Buescher right now probably has more cars that he can pass as he looked ahead of that. But he's got to dig down. His car was not good on that last run. Put themselves right in this position. Going to be exciting once again. Kim, how about that 17?
And And at a very slow stop, left front wasn't fully installed, couldn't get the lug tight. They were also slow in the right rear, but just marginally, the team told me. Here's what they told Chris on the radio after the stop.
I got nothing, man. We honestly this up for you all night, or not all night, for the last few stops. So we're putting it on your shoulders here at this point. We're out at the moment. You got to get to us board.
So you heard it. They're putting it on Chris's shoulders. He's got 49 laps to get his way into the playoffs here tonight.
Oh, boy. What a nail-biter between 23XI's Bubba Wallace and RFK Racing's Chris Buescher for that 16th and final spot to contest the final 10 rounds, the playoffs of this 2024 Cup Series. It is Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin with 48 laps to go. Let's go! Hamlin on the inside. And it's the first time in a long time that we've seen anybody really hassling Kyle Larson. Hamlin's ahead. They touch, heading down the back straight here in Darlington. Larson is unrelenting. He does not want to relinquish the lead. He has led for 245 laps tonight and is making life hard for Hamlin. 6 times in these guys' racing career at the Cup level, they have finished 1-2. Denny Hamlin has won all 6 of them. Kyle Larson's trying to change that tonight.
And there was 4 or 5 other times that they were going to run 1-2, and there was contact, and one of them didn't make it back around. That's in the back of their minds as well. These two race each other as hard as anyone in the field. And Jeff, as hard as you want to push right here, 46 to go is forever at Darlington. If you slide those tires more than needed or more than required, you will pay the penalty.
Yes, you will.
Oh, contact at the center.
Oh!
He gets into Todd Gilliland. They ran out of real estate on the exit of 2. It started with the 38 sliding up, pushing the 17 into the wall. Lucky for the 17 to avoid this.
Let's have a look at what happened to the front row motorsports driver.
Yeah, Gilliland underneath Buescher, trying to make the pass, gets up the racetrack, squeezes Buescher a little bit. Buescher back down into him.
Listen. So how bad was that hit, Jeff?
I don't think it was that bad, but what, you know, when Buescher gets into the wall, he then comes back, you know, hits the wall, then it comes back and hits the 38.
It's going to be interesting to see what damage there is. Now, the good news for Buescher is he's 15th, only 5 cars behind him. You see right here the frustration. This is sports. This is what we love, right? We could talk about technology and strategy and fuel mileage, but in the end, it comes down to the humans driving the race cars. And Chris Buescher, you could see the emotion.
And is there damage, right? That's the concern right now.
I think you could pit, though, Jeff. I'm pitting. I'm 15th already. There's 20 on the lead lap, only 5 behind me. There's 3 hard laps on the tires. That matters here. I would absolutely come if I'm the 17. I like the tire advantage. We haven't seen very many yellows. We have a ton of tires. Well, I say a ton. 2 or 3 extra sets of tires. I'm coming, making sure, because I can't be wrong. I can't stay on the racetrack and then have a flat and allow the 23 to outpoint me.
I agree. A couple cars got back on the lead lap right there because they played a strategy. Chase Elliott, I believe he was the first car lap down. So we're going to end up with 21 cars in the lead lap. Bubba Wallace running 7th. If he pits, if Buescher pits, he's going to have to find a way to get by several race cars to try to get himself back up where he needs to be to get into these playoffs.
I don't think it'll be a problem. Matter of fact, I believe a bunch are going to pit. You know, I think the back 8 or 10 cars are coming to pit road. I think for Buescher, there's no question in my mind I would come here. The damage is just a more reason to come. Pit road open. We'll see. It's green right here.
Kim, make sure you tell us when you hear something, won't you, from inside the 17. This is tense stuff.
And they do intend to come.
They do intend to come, Kim? So the question is, what does Bubba Wallace do? Right, Dave? So you're down there in the 23 camp. Can they afford to get 3 laps older tires than the 17?
Mom is the word so far, Steve. They're staying out.
You would think 3 laps is nothing, but here it is. Oh, a lot of guys came. I'm sorry, they all faked me out, but here they come from about 8th back.
And there is the 17 of Chris Buescher. They'll do a quick assessment on this, Kim.
And they said the pictures look okay. They asked about the steering wheel. Chris said it seems okay, somewhat straight, just scuffed up on the right side. They think fresh tires are going to help him, but Chris Buescher absolutely not happy with the 38 of Todd Gillen. Felt like he just fenced him for no reason.
That could have been the end of his playoff hopes. At the moment, they're still alive.
Well, now the pressure is flipped. You know, Bubba Wallace stayed on the racetrack, and unfortunately, there's always these splits, and only a car or 2 behind him stayed with him. So I know it's only 3 laps, but we are not at Charlotte or Las Vegas. We are at, I mean, this is the tire grading machine. This wears tires faster than anywhere we go. He has Reddick behind him, but behind Reddick is going to be brand new Goodyear tires. This is going to be a very stressful moment for Bubba Wallace.
The worst thing that you want as a race car driver is to be the last car without tires. Because you know the guy behind you, he's lining up and he has a row of them with new tires. It is, when you look in your mirror, and right now he's seeing in his mirror, he sees Reddick, but then everybody else that he sees behind him is a lap down. He knows he's in trouble. And what do you do? How do you defend that? It's almost impossible to defend it because they just have more grip than you do.
What does MJ think? Does he get both his cars in this playoff for the 2024 Cup Championship?
There's the nervous energy out of MJ. It only sets the stage better for me, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's so invested. You could tell right there that he's a little pacey, you know, got a little bit of nerves.
But that guy wanted the ball.
That's right.
He wanted to take the shot. Like, he was the one that wanted the basketball at the end of the game to take it. They just took it out of Bubba's hands. Now everybody else has the ball because he has old tires. He can't go. The only thing he can do is go on super offense and try to get people between him and those new tires. But they are going to be coming behind him hard.
The only thing is we have to remember with 42 to go, you know, when I say they have a bunch of tires left, they have 2 or 3 sets. We'll get the exact count up and down pit road. You know, we've had a very clean race, right? So, oh, Dave, you got the man himself.
He is. I looked over at him and I asked him and he smiled because I know this is why you hired Booty Barker to be the crew chief. You didn't want this job. What do you think now?
I trust him. I think they had a good game plan. I think Bubba has done an unbelievable job thus far. I mean, we still got a lot to go. I mean, Bush is tough. You know, he likes his track. He did well last time here. So I mean, we're in shouting range. So he's got to do his job. You know, he's got to go out and race. You know, barring from any other cautions, I think, you know, this is the last time we're going to pit. So,
do you get nervous for him?
I'm absolutely terrified right now because I want him to do well, obviously. And Tyler too. I know Tyler's a little sick, but he's struggling, trying to get through it, and you know that's what NASCAR is all about. I enjoy it. You know, I don't have basketball anymore, but this can replace it very easily. I'm excited for today.
I know you text him to challenge him and encourage him. If you could text him right now, what would you tell him?
Well, I mean, everybody wants something, right? But something don't come for free. If you want more, it's going to cost more. That means you got to put the effort out there. You got to go out and race. So he understood that. So hopefully he does. Hopefully he can pull this off.
Wise words from team owner, NASCAR fan, and a very nervous Michael Jordan.
Well, that was exactly what he texted Bubba.
I'm fired up.
Yeah.
I mean, he fired me up. I was already excited. I mean, think about those types of words of encouragement and coaching and where they're coming from.
And if Michael was in the 45, what do you think he would do? He would make that 45 as wide as this racetrack so that Chris Buescher had no way of getting close, or anybody had any way of getting close to the 23.
Well, the story is right here, last pit. Where are the new tires? Right there. 2 spots behind Bubba Wallace. Brand new tires on belt.
40 laps to go. when the green flies here in Darlington. Let's see how those closing 40 laps shape up. Larson gets a great restart. Hamlin pushed him last time, and here comes Chase Briscoe. Briscoe's not done with yet. Look at that move, sweeping around Denny Hamlin as Larson clears them. What a run off turn 2 that was for Chase Briscoe. And now he's got Larson in his sights, and here comes Chris Buescher, bottom right. Look at this traffic jam.
You see the 20 car underneath Bubba Wallace. He has new tires. This shows you the difference between new tires and old tires.
And if Briscoe wins, none of that matters. He's in, eliminating Buescher and Wallace.
What a run from the 14. The Stewart-Haas Racing Ford, the High Point machine. He got his career best at Darlington last time out with a top 5. And now Chase Briscoe. He won his Xfinity race in spectacular style here. And now he's all over Larson, who just had a bobble.
Larson's loose. You got to take advantage of it. Chase Briscoe saw him get loose. He's got to push him into the corner, make him run that car harder than he wants to.
Bottom right, Buescher's getting close to Tyler Reddick, which means he's getting close to Bubba Wallace. Where do we look? Which box do we look in? It's all happening here at Darlington Raceway on cutoff night. Who makes the playoffs and who doesn't? Buescher on the inside of Reddick.
And Ross Chastain, let's not forget about the one as he comes storming by Buescher as well. Briscoe is thinking everyone has overlooked me. Keep talking about the cut line. I'm going to jump in with a win.
Could it be in successive weeks we get a win and you're in situation? Harrison Burton last weekend in Daytona. Could it be Chase Briscoe here in Darlington?
Chase has had a fast race car taking off most of the night. Kyle Larson has been a step away from him as the tires get older. Have they made the right changes on the 14 car?
.35 to go.
Don't look now, but in 4th place is Christopher Bell with those fresher tires. He has driven all the way up to 4th, 1.7 seconds back. Can he has enough time. 35 laps is enough time. Briscoe can feel the urgency. He has to figure a way by Larson.
Chris Buescher's having a difficult time getting by Tyler Reddick in that bottom box. Bubba Wallace sits in 11th and still sits 7 points adrift of that cut line. Let's have a listen to some Briscoe radio.
Keep the pressure on him, buddy. He's tagged the fence twice. Keep the pressure on him.
Keep the pressure on him. He's tagged the wall twice, and that's exactly what Chase Briscoe's doing. Nothing between the top two. A car length at best between Kyle Larson and Chase Briscoe.
I mentioned Bell. What about Kyle Busch? Up to 5th on new tires. 19 years in a row. 33 laps. Will the newer tires bring him into the battle?
And this Morgan & Morgan machine is remaining resilient. Kyle has had top 5s in the last 2 races, and look at Briscoe. Top box.
That was the closest Briscoe has gotten to Larson getting into turn 1. Briscoe figured something out in 3 and 4 that time. Let's see if he can do it again.
Caution's out. Oh, and it's for Carson Hocevar again. Significant damage on the front right. And for the likes of Kyle Busch and Christopher Bell, this brings everybody closer together.
And for what we just saw with 3-lap fresher tires, I think there is no conversation for anyone on pit road. Yeah. But to make the pressure higher, Jeff, you keep talking about it. Now we're at 21 cars in the lead lap. With another free pass, we'll be at 22. What that means is, if you're Chris Buescher, 3 and 4 on the last corner, could be 5 positions. That could be eliminating you from the playoffs. You know, you get to a point where there's not enough cars in the lead lap, you start to feel safe. We're going the other way at this point.
Well, they are, but now you have an opportunity for your pit crew to step up. Right now you have an opportunity. To be honest, that's what he needed. Bubba Wallace, Chris Buescher, he didn't want to see that caution. He was getting everything he needed. Bubba Wallace did want to see it. So everything worked the way we assumed it was going to. It showed tires matter. Go back and look at Carson Hocevar again. Problems in, he had a right front. Something happened with the right front, and I think Gilliland may have got into him as well.
Todd Gilliland was in the wrong spot at the wrong time, unfortunately, and that was a pretty wild ride for Carson Hocevar.
So Kyle Petty said it earlier, this is a team sport. And we see it in the shops. We see it on the work, all the work done to prepare the race cars, but now we're getting ready to see it on pit road. Now we're getting ready to see which team is ready for this moment. Which team can step up, get their guy out of pit road, in the lead, or pick up spots. And you cannot, if you're Buescher's team, you can't afford a mistake here. If you're Wallace's team, you can't afford a mistake.
Think about Bubba Wallace winning the pole. You know, I mentioned earlier, hours ago, about how the #1 pit stall was almost a disadvantage under green. But why does everybody want it for these situations? You know this race has these long green flag runs, but history would say we have these cautions. And now only being 22 feet from that camera. Drop the jack, you roll forward, you get scored. That could be one position. Then you multiply that in the choose. It moves you up another row. It can change the outcome of a race just by 1 or 2 spots off the pit lane.
Close call earlier for Chris Buescher with Todd Gilliland. He was able to escape that, dive in, get fresh tires, no damage done to his 17 BuildSubmarines.com Ford. Here they come, Kimmy Coon, they're coming your way.
Yes, and Scott Graves, the crew chief for the 17, telling them focus on a nice, smooth stop. Chris saying he was a little freer, but not much. That run, just leave it. No adjustments on that machine, Marty.
Kyle Larson said it was way too loose on that run. Cliff Daniels going to answer with a chassis adjustment. He also asked, if the 14 wins, how does that change the playoff picture? He wants to know everything, Dave.
Chase Briscoe challenging for the win, says, just don't tighten me up. Bubba Wallace, so tight, so tight. He needs a big adjustment on the 23 as his crew now goes to work. Michael Jordan nervous for his driver. How nervous is he for the pit crew? As to now, they go for 4 here. Bubba was 13th when he came in. Cars go by him here. Where will he cycle back out?
Here's the race off. 2 positions gained by Gibbs. Busch lost 1. Berry gained 1. Big jump from Austin Dillon. This race, the Southern 500, is 367 laps long. This race, the win, and a playoff spot is going to be decided in the last 29 laps.
Yes, and we know we've talked about the point battle all night long, and sitting here up front, 2 guys that can spoil it. Chase Briscoe, he wins, he gets in. Kyle Busch, he wins, he gets in, and they are both in position.
You may have noticed when everybody was diving for pit road, Ross Chastain swerved right and kept his Busch Chevy out on track. Kim?
Yes, and Chastain staying out. Remember, he came down on lap 324. This, again, was another Hail Mary type call. Phil Surgeon, the crew chief, telling him you only have 9 laps on those tires. The call was watermelon for Ross Chastain staying out.
Kim, here is that radio from Bubba Wallace, but there's a twist afterwards. Listen.
All right, man, what you got balance-wise? What you need? I'm so tight. I'm so tight. I know it's because it's 3 starts and I got to push hard. Our balance is tight. I get it. But, man, I can't do anything.
Here's the twist. He was silent on the radio for nearly a minute after that. And then he came back to the crew. Okay, I'm back. Bubba has to do work inside the car, inside the helmet to win races. He knows that, and he was doing it right there.
This is massive pressure. So much on the line. How about this, TJ? Kyle, unbelievable. It's going to be decided in the last 20-plus laps for the Southern 500, not only for this race win, but the complexion of the playoffs.
Yeah, I think one thing you have to look at, KP, these drivers have been out here over 3.5 hours already.
Yes.
I mean, it's stressful. We talk about the stress. You know, they condition themselves for races like this, but mentally, you can be drained too, but you have to step up somehow.
Yeah, and at the same time, these drivers have been out there, and they're stressed, and the pressure's going up. These guys on pit road have just been in a rhythm, and now all of a sudden, you're asking them to jump this wall time after time and perform at the top level. Man, it's tough. And we're sitting on the pit box, and I can feel the tension up here.
Yeah, headed to the choose, guys.
Well, that's the question, DJ. You know, the choose is normally which lane is better, but now with the one on old tires, Jeff, I know what you do if you're Larson, but behind Larson, where do you dare restart?
If you're Briscoe, you got to go with Larson. There you go. Even Hamlin's going to go with Larson. Ty Gibbs, all the way back in 5th, is the first one to line up behind Ross Chastain. And even further behind, everybody's going to the bottom.
So just remind everyone how this works, right? The restart rule. The one is the leader of the race. So he enters the restart zone. He has the option to decide when to fire, when to accelerate. He can go from the first line to the second. I'm a big fan. I've said it forever. Go early. I want you to go way back here. As soon as you get into the zone, I want you to go. Now, the problem is if he goes and spins the tires, he may not look like he's accelerating, but Kyle Larson can hear that. And once he steps on the throttle, Larson can go.
Marty? And Cliff Daniels wanted to remind Kyle Larson of the desperation that's sitting right beside him on the front row. Listen.
A lot of coaching going on to the guys around you on obviously the situation that they're in. You know the situation that they're in. At the end of the day, for us, execute the job that you need to do.
A fascinating restart coming up, Diff.
Steve, you said if Ross Chastain spin the tires, Ross Chastain will spin the tires. That's almost impossible not to own old tires. Kyle Larson has to take advantage of that, and Ty Gibbs has to be aware and not run into the back of him.
All right, get ready. Be 26 laps to go. Ross Chastain in the one, doing whatever he can to try and stay alive and hope that he has a chance. But everybody that he's surrounded by on fresh tires, here we go. Gibbs on that high line, Larson on the low line. Briscoe feels he has a chance. Gibbs is looking good on points to make it. Briscoe wants to race his way in like Chastain does. Here goes Briscoe on the inside. The big move from Chase Briscoe. This could be the difference between making the playoffs or not. Wow.
The one of Chastain got an amazing start, better than I expected. 54 kind of paid that off, but what a move by the 14 down the backstretch.
That was epic.
Chastain did a great job of keeping speed into that restart zone, still falling back on those old tires. But look at Kyle Busch and that A car. Briscoe tried to check out, but Kyle Busch, he wants to play.
Ever since the Olympic break, RCR has been getting better. Lee, could it be Busch's day? We haven't seen him most of the night.
He was on that strategy earlier of Denny Hamlin, but just not as effective to get as high up the order as Denny was. And look at this, 3 wide. Wow, we got a caution. Multi-car incident. Ty Gibbs, Josh Berry, Bubba Wallace, it's over. Wallace's playoff hopes. Busch is trying to dodge the carnage. William Byron's car is torn apart. And Noah Gragson in it as well. How badly damaged is that 23? Are the playoff hopes over or not? This is far from ideal for Bubba Wallace.
The good news is it's rolling. He didn't have to get assistance back. All 4 tires aired up.
Took a really big shot square to the bumper. You all right?
Square to the bumper is actually better. The weakness on this car is really the right and left rear toe link as far as mechanically. Now, without a doubt, Arrow has got major issues. But the first thing is, can you complete laps? Because Buescher still has to finish this race as well.
Watch this. How did it unfold? Josh Berry pushing his way through the middle of Denny Hamlin and Ty Gibbs. Keep watching it.
Yeah, 3 wide into turn 1 at Darlington never works. It's just not enough room. Somebody had to lift there. Josh Berry extremely aggressive, shooting the middle here. And it's just too wide through there, Steve, is difficult. And now they just all stack into each other.
And Bubba Wallace was doing a really nice job, some front-end contact, but then Noah Gregson nowhere to go. He was the one that made the heavy contact to the back of the 23. So you see right here, flames out the pipes. He's on the brakes, some front-end contact, but I don't think this was enough to kind of end it, right? You're going to see him run into the 24. I mean, it's not great, but then right there, the big shot by the 10. It looks so easy in slow motion what you could do different. Let's ride on board. Even the front end contact, you saw the hood buckle. So, you know, the damage probably a little more severe than I initially thought.
And while we've been consumed with where Bubba Wallace has been and Chris Buescher for that final spot, what changed the whole complexion of it was Chase Briscoe with the move of the race. Look at Michael Jordan's reaction here when he saw Bubba right in the middle of all of that.
Yeah, he knows what that means. But to your point, Diff, you know, a 14 win, Briscoe win.
It takes this away.
Yeah, this whole conversation's a moot point at that.
Because the 54 of Ty Gibbs, who was also involved in that, would get that 16th and final position. What a move that was by Chase Briscoe. Here's Dave.
And keeping an eye now on the 23 repairs as they go to look at it. Steve, to me, the biggest thing is getting rid of that parachute in the rear. If everything else is straight, toe links are not broken, there it is right there, the right rear. Wouldn't you think just getting that in decent shape would be the main thing?
Yeah, I think you're right, Dave. That's the main thing. But at this point, they know that this car can't keep up on pace. And really, if you're Chris Buescher in 10th, you have to start asking yourself, can you risk being in the next restart, which is an awkward conversation. But, you know, they have to ask themselves, do they think they need to win the race? They're riding around in 10th. Because as you pointed out, Lee, you know, a Briscoe win or a Kyle Busch win kind of eliminates the points conversation. So I don't think the 17 can just sit back. I mean, we still have 21 laps to go.
All right, let's take you back and show you the move. Is it the defining move of the race? Check this out. Chase Briscoe with the ultimate slingshot. See ya. Here I come, and here I go.
Yeah, Larson and Gibbs got side by side, trying to deal with Chastain, who had older tires, and they just lost the momentum. See right here, they just get slow. Chase Briscoe did a nice job of laying far enough back, Steve, to take advantage of it. Goes to the bottom, and we've seen good pace from that 14 car all night on short runs.
Yeah, and you see the excitement on top of the box. This crew, we talk about emotion. This company is shutting down. They're not around. This is more than just a race win. These guys are battling for, you know, livelihood, jobs. But who comes to pit road? That was another 3 laps. We've seen this split decision. Kyle Busch, he loves brand new tires, and I love this call.
And this could save Ross Chastain as well, Kim. This might give him another lifeline.
And there was heavy debate on whether or not to bring the one car of Ross Chastain down. Ultimately, they decided their best bet was fresh tires, just a little tight. Grip level down is what Ross reported, Marty.
Kind of nothing to lose here for Denny Hamlin coming down pit road with 4 fresh Goodyear tires because they knew that other cars would pit. Ty Gibbs for now safe in the playoffs, but they're going to sit here and check the damage on the 54 car, Dave.
The 8 appears unscathed. He's going for 4 tires and fuel and send him back out there. Who would have thought Kyle Busch would have had a chance? I bet I can tell you who Kyle Busch thought Kyle Busch had a chance, and they've got him up front where it counts now. Catching up with Richard Boswell on top of the 14 box. First of all, what a move by your guy.
Yeah, I can't say enough about Chase. You know, he promised us last week that he was going to bring everything he had all night tonight, and he's an amazing race car driver. You know, there's 323 employees at Stewart-Haas Racing that didn't ask for the nonsense that's going on all year, and we want to win a damn race, and we want to do it for all those employees, and this one we can control, and we're going to do our very best tonight to control it and try and make those 323 employees proud.
Did you have any idea as the race unfolded early, Richard, that the car would be this good?
No, I knew we'd be good here. You know, we were good here in the fall race last year and in the spring race this year, and I knew Chase was in kill mode, and I know when we get him in that spot, he's as good as anybody I've ever seen. So just super proud of him, super proud of this team. Pit crew has absolutely stepped up tonight. Super proud of them. Engineers, car chief, everybody on this team's just done an amazing job. So just try and figure it out, finish it out in these last 19 laps.
Racers know how to race. What a show.
And how about the winless streaks that could be broken here? 73 races since Stuart Haas last had a win. How about Kyle Busch? 46 and 93. That's since Phoenix, his only win in Cup for Chase Briscoe. It could be a victory here for either of these guys that gets them in to the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs starting next week in Atlanta. We couldn't ask for a more dramatic ending to the Southern 500.
So many storylines. We have Briscoe, as you pointed out, but you have Priest in 4th, Buescher 5th, Keselowski 6th. Elliott and Logano found their way back into the top 10. Kyle Busch on those fresher tires. Last time he had 3-lap fresher tires, he drove right into the top 5. I mean, 19 laps to go is a long time. The other side to this is how many more restarts will we see? Tire count, I jinxed this when I said they had enough because it's starting to run thin on some of these teams. Some only have 1 or 2 sets left in the pits. So, you know, when are you going to put on the last set? It never ends. It doesn't matter what the first 2 stages of the Southern 500. Those are like the survival modes. Yeah. You just have to get to this place. Think about the team. Look at Corey LaJoie in 11th. I mean, Corey LaJoie's in 11th. We saw him struggling to find his way right at the tail end of the lead lap. I mean, we have so many different players in this field.
Chase Elliott. I mean, Chase Elliott's lap down. We saw him running in the 20s most of the night. A series of cautions, some smart strategy got him back in the game. And we saw Kyle Busch pit. He is the first car on tires. He's going to restart 9th. All right, Briscoe picked the top. Yep. That gives Larson the bottom of the racetrack.
Let's talk more about Kyle Larson. Here's Marty.
Can I add one thing more to the mix here, Lee?
Sure.
Back in 12th, Tyler Reddick pitted for brand new tires, and right now, as it sits, there's the regular season championship standings. He is only 3 points behind Kyle Larson with those fresh Goodyear tires. Could this move by Billy Scott after Tyler Reddick has been sick all night long earn them the regular season title? Another thing to watch in these final 18 laps.
So much unfolding, so much on the line. What's this restart going to look like? How hard would Larson go? Let's go to some 14 radio.
We can do this. Keep telling yourself that. We've got this. We're taking the green with 17 to go for the Southern 500 and a chance at a championship. We got this.
Pump up mode, motivation mode. Ryan Preece, his Stuart Haas teammate, is back on that second row. Pace car off. Track is clear. The green will fly with 17 to go here in Darlington for the win of the Southern 500 for an entry to the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs. How ready is Chase Briscoe? Gets a flyer. Watch that yellow and black car, the 8 of Kyle Busch on the inside of Keselowski. Now lining up Preece. He goes to the inside of Preece. Christopher Bell is out chasing Briscoe.
A great start by the 14, Jeff, matched by the start of the 8. Lots of positions in one set of corners.
Yeah, Briscoe did a great job. He kind of caught Larson sleeping a little bit, but look at Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch is coming hard.
3 laps, fresher tires, and a long winless streak on the line easily disposes of the 5 of Larson. The 263 laps led tonight looks like nothing versus the 8.
Heartbreak last week for Kyle Busch.
Here we go, inside Christopher Bell. The last 2 races, he's finished in the top 5. There's real momentum with this 8 team at Richard Childress Racing. Clears him. Busch to second. 2 guys in the top 2. If they win, they're in.
And this isn't just fresh tires on anyone. This is on Kyle Busch, a 63 race winner, multi-time champ, future Hall of Famer.
And has made the playoffs the last 11 years straight.
He's got to make this work, though. He's got to take advantage of these new tires right now.
I agree, Jeff. The longer they run, the newness goes away. They definitely equalize, and Chase Briscoe is not going to make this easy.
And the closer Busch gets to Briscoe, the worse his car is going to drive.
Briscoe shot out of a cannon on the restart. So impressive.
That was a really good corner. 1 and 2 for Kyle Busch. He needs to run a little lower. He should be able to run lower than Briscoe with these newer tires. That'll give him clean air also.
This lap will be the telltale. How much faster for the 8? We need a tenth and a half if he wants a chance. That time by about a half a tenth. The math says that's not fast enough.
13 to go here in Darlington. Chase Briscoe, Kyle Busch. It's a two-driver, two-car race to make it into the playoffs.
Oh, there you go. I like that middle lane. Still lower like you asked, Jeff, but I thought he could roll the corner.
Yeah, Briscoe got loose right there. Ran that high line. A little bit loose off the corner.
Half a second between them, that's all. Are you kidding? 11 laps to go next time by. 500 miles. And the margin between the top two is 0.4 of a second.
That was a big advantage, Kyle, that time in 3 and 4. That lane is working, holding even in 1 and 2. Over 1/10 of a second gain. It seems like the newer tires are still holding on.
Kind of broke even in 1 and 2. Maybe a little bit better by Busch. Now he's got to run that Logan line again. Briscoe blocks him. He goes to the bottom.
Is Kyle Busch going to be denied in back-to-back weeks? Is he going to do something about it? He's drawing closer to Chase Briscoe. There's only 2.5 tenths of a second in it.
Briscoe tried to take the air away from him, but he went slower doing that. He's got a decision to make. I think if you're Briscoe, you've got to go back to the top over here in 3 and 4.
Coming to 9 to go, still so much time. Oh, I love the high entry for the 8. He'll turn down the hill, get the run, and he'll have the momentum on the 14. The fans are on their feet, Lee.
9 laps to go here in Darlington. Not only to win the Southern 500, but to win your way into the playoffs.
All right, so this time, Briscoe guessed. What's he gonna do? This time he goes to the top. I think this is what Briscoe has to do. I think it's gonna be difficult for Kyle Busch to pull the pass off on the exit of 4. I know you hate to do it. You hate to give him clean air, but you're just gonna have to prove to me that you can drive underneath me.
The 2-time Cup Series champion is chasing down a driver who has 1 Cup victory. And he's within a car length, maybe 2 behind Chase Briscoe. 8 to go.
Traffic in front, just out of the frame. The 54 of Ty Gibbs going to try to get out of the way. Classy move. Let these two figure it out.
Yeah, I love what Briscoe did right there. He ran the line that he's the fastest in. Busch tried to run up there with him. It did not work. Briscoe needs to stay to the top in 3 and 4, and Busch needs to get back to the bottom.
A week ago, after finishing second to Harrison Burton, Kyle Busch said, my only option was to wreck him. I wasn't going to do it. Does he still feel the same way here at Darlington?
We're going to know right now if Kyle Busch has enough, because he did exactly what he needed to do. Briscoe did what he needed to do, and Briscoe still is able to maintain pace.
Hey, fellas, back in 2020 when Chase Briscoe won that Xfinity Series race, who did he fend off? Kyle Busch. Can Busch get revenge for that here tonight?
I like what the 8's doing in 1 and 2. That higher exit is definitely working. It's allowing him to be closer at this end of the racetrack. The 14 right on the wall, but he can't touch it.
See, that's where Briscoe's better. He's better up top. Off of 4, he just is able to carry that momentum. Think about Richard Childress right now. The disqualification of Austin Dillon winning it at Richmond. The loss of the appeal. Then the loss last week, Kyle Busch. I mean, Richard Childress has been on a roller coaster ride.
8 goes to the top that time, coming to 4 to go. It was an advantage.
Credit to Chase Briscoe to handle this pressure that has been relentless pretty much since the restart with the storming Kyle Busch.
Oh, good run by Busch right here. Made some forward momentum on him.
3 laps to go, and just under 0.3 of a second between these two.
Briscoe got in too low that time. Allowed Busch to make a little bit of gain on him.
This sellout crowd has been treated to one heck of a finish, and it's not over yet.
Oh, touched the wall once.
Here comes Kyle Busch. 2 laps to go. These two were beating and banging on each other 4 years ago in the Xfinity Series race. And it was Briscoe who came out on top. Now look at Kyle Busch on that low line. And he hits the wall. Briscoe hits the wall. There is nothing between these two at the end of 500 miles. 1 lap to go. Presented by Credit One Bank. Can Briscoe hang on? Or has Kyle Busch got something? Both guys are going to break a very long winless streak. But who will it be? Kyle Busch throwing everything at Chase Briscoe he can. It's a win and you're in. And the 29-year-old from Mitchell, Indiana, Chase Briscoe wins the Southern 500 and is going to the playoffs. 2 weeks in a row, we have been treated to a win and you're in. This time, it's Chase Briscoe.
God, it's so good, dude. Holy smokes.
How cool is that? There's only 10 races left from here on for the Stewart-Haas Racing Corporation. And Chase Briscoe just raced his way into the playoffs. That's how much it means right there. He's in tears. I just won the Southern 500. That's what it's all about.
He earned it. I mean, he had 2 of the very best in our sport that he had to beat, and he made it happen.
Credit to Kyle Busch. He gave it everything. That was an amazing final run. But it's Chase Briscoe who prevails. His wife, Marissa, is having twins in October. What an end to 2024 it is for the Briscoe household. Do you like that one, Stevie?
What a battle. What a battle. You said it. To win the Southern 500 is one thing. To do it with the pressure, knowing that Stewart-Haas is going away in 10 races is another. And then to cap it off, to hold off, you know, Kyle Busch, 63 wins, 2 championships. That resume chasing you down, it's just quite amazing. And we see this out of Briscoe. This raw talent, when he gets the opportunity, he puts it on display. And these fans in Darlington all standing and cheering him on as he salutes. I love the classy backwards victory lap.
Darlington just doesn't disappoint. It's just amazing how the end of these races, you said it, Lee, at the end of 480 miles, here we are racing like this. It's just never disappoints.
And courtesy of that win, unfortunately, these 2 guys don't have a say in the matter. These 2 being Chris Buescher and Bubba Wallace. When there was a new winner, with Martin Truex being locked in, even though crashing out, Ty Gibbs gets the last spot. They're out, this man's in. And by the way the drama continues, the points are in, And Tyler Reddick has won the regular season by 1 single point.
1 point.
And by the way the drama continues, the points are in, and Tyler Reddick has won the regular season by 1 single point.
1 point.
A win for the ages at Darlington. Chase Briscoe and Stewart Haas Racing are in the 2024 playoffs.
Great job.
Just the emotion. Unquestioned the biggest win of his career. The crew congratulating wife Marissa and his son coming in tears as well. Chase, how much of this was for you and how much of this was for the 300+ employees at Stewart Haas who don't have a job at the end of the year?
Both. Last week was the most embarrassing race I've ever ran in my life, and I told Richard, I said, I don't even want to talk about it. I promise you I will make it up to you next week. And just, man, everybody knows I'm a diehard Tony Stewart fan, and to get this 14 car back in victory lane and, you know, for all 320 something employees to be able to race for a championship in their final year is, man, unbelievable. So, yeah, God is just so good. It's like deja vu there at the end with Kyle with the Xfinity race here in 2020, and I was so loose. I didn't know if I was going to be able to do it, but yeah, just can't thank highpoint.com, Mander Tractors, Rush Truck Centers, Renai, Zepp, just everybody that makes us still go around and go to Atlanta and try to steal another one.
What does it say about you and the entire 14 team that you never, number one, gave up, but never, number two, never quit on each other?
Yeah, it's just this group. I mean, the day that we found out that, you know, the team wasn't going to exist anymore, we went over to the shop floor and we all looked at each other and said, we're in this to the end. We're not going to give up. And we kept saying all week, we got one bullet left in the chamber, and that bullet hit.
Kyle Busch was catching you. Was that the hardest you've driven in your entire life?
Yeah, I was sideways, counter steering, felt like I was in a sprint car. So, yeah, just, this night just literally went perfect. You know, the pit crew did an incredible job, and I was crying. Like, after the checkered, I just won the Southern 500. This is a crown jewel, and what makes this race so special is all you race fans. Every time we come here, it's sold out. It's awesome, and we love you guys. And last time I won here was during COVID, so I didn't get experience with the fans. So grateful that you guys are here, and yeah, can't wait to celebrate.
For a driver who loves the history of racing, this one means a lot on so many levels for Chase Briscoe, now a playoff participant, Dave.
Kyle, your team gave you the fresher rubber. Did you think that'd be enough?
Yeah, I did. When I made it through a few of those guys right there on the start, I thought we'd have a shot to get there, and I think I just needed him to have maybe 3 or 4 more laps, older tires, for me to be able to break through the wake. Once I got within his air, I really didn't have enough to power through that to get closer. I was kind of sliding already. So hate it for our guys, everybody on our team, everybody at RCR, and this Morgan & Morgan Chevrolet. They turned it around the last 4 or 5 weeks, and we've run a lot better, and that's been much improved and beneficial to our team and the organization. So something to build on and get better for. You know, we just missed a lot in the early part of the year and through the middle part of the year to put ourselves in this spot, to be on the outside looking in. So to come in here for a last-ditch effort and have a shot. I mean, early in the race, I wouldn't have thought we had a shot. So felt like we really overachieved there towards the end and got a really good finish for what we had, or what I thought we had. And we'll take it and keep building on it.
It's kind of a tale of two seasons, right? Because you had legitimate shots the last month or so.
And Atlanta, yeah. You know, so it's, yeah, it's just short, you know, come up short. And, you know, maybe I'm a washed-up old dog, but hopefully I can find a few more trophies.
I think not, but I think you'll be looking for that victory to keep the streak alive in the last 10 races here, right?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that's, you know, I wanted it last week. I wanted it this week. I wanted it in Atlanta. I wanted it in Vegas. You know, there's been a lot of opportunities. Daytona 500, we were up front all day. So I can count them, you know, at least on a hand. Maybe I need two hands to count opportunities that have slipped away. So we're achieving right now and getting success from those runs and pulling in the finishes that we need.
It's a good look from the 8 right now. Too bad they couldn't capitalize tonight, guys.
What a phenomenal run it was from Kyle Busch. This guy fought as hard as he could as well. Bubba Wallace, excellent qualifying yesterday. Started on the pole, gave it his all, but it's not to be. He will not be in the playoffs next weekend. On the flip side, his teammate, who battled sickness all race long, is the regular season champion by 1 point over Kyle Larson. Could we have any more drama in the Southern 500? That was incredible. The margin of victory, 3.5 tenths of a second after 500 miles. An incredible racing performance by Chase Briscoe to win his maiden Southern 500. An emotional win for so many, for more than Briscoe. What a night here at Darlington, and we've got plenty more to come.
Welcome to the NASCAR America post-race show presented by Progressive. Oh, an all-timer tonight in the Southern 500 at Darlington, Chase Briscoe, who had the money there tonight for him to be able to put himself and race his way into the playoffs. So, DJ, here's how the playoff standings officially shape up. Playoffs starting next week in Atlanta.
Yeah, exactly like we thought this was going to look a couple of weeks ago, right?
Sure.
I mean, I've been trying to think of a word as we were going to start this show, but, you know, as simple as it is, it fit. Wow. Yep. I mean, to see what these drivers did, put themselves out there, put the car in places that you didn't think were possible, the passes that we saw, just an incredible end to this race.
Yeah, you guys know I talk all the time, and I'm in stunned silence. I don't, there's not any words. When I look at this, and you look at what went on, the last 14 laps from Chase Briscoe, they said, go get the Southern 500. They didn't say go make the playoffs. Yeah. They said go get a Southern 500. That shows how important this race is. You saw Kyle Busch prove once again why he's one of the greatest race car drivers that ever sit in a car. He put that car on his back and ran it up there. Couldn't do anything with it once he got there, but it was fascinating to watch the talent and to watch the desire and then put everything on the line, lap after lap after lap for those final 14 laps.
So of all the Darlington races you have watched, DJ, where would you rank this performance by this 14 team and Chase Briscoe tonight?
You know, I think, and thinking back, obviously, that how different and what it means with this. And, of course, the first time that this race has been the cutoff race in doing that. But, you know, we've seen some phenomenal battles over the years. But for what this meant, this was as entertaining. I mean, this wasn't like Chase Briscoe came out of nowhere. He was there all night saying, okay, Kyle Larson, you make one slip, I'm going to take advantage of this. And Larson didn't do that, but Chase Briscoe found a way to do it. So, I mean, that's as entertaining watching the very best at what they do, be able to do it for so long and to to see a driver dig down. You know, you want to see that. What do these drivers have inside to make moves like this happen? And Chase Briscoe showed us exactly what he's made of.
Kyle, what did you say in the pre-race? If a driver's going to race their way in the playoffs, they're going to earn it tonight.
They're going to earn it.
There's no question Chase Briscoe earned that one.
They earned it. And that's what we said. Nothing's free. No, there's no free lunch. And these guys realized that, and they went after it. What's fascinating is we live in a time and are very blessed to watch this sport in a time when this race matters. Every lap mattered. When Dale drove, when Pearson drove, if we go back in time, it was all about coming in here, beating the racetrack and beating the rest of the competition. There were 15 different scenarios in this race that we had to follow. So many different storylines. So many. It wasn't the guy that was leading the race. We're talking about the guy that's running 25th. When's he going to get in the top 10? When's he going to move into points? When's this going to happen? It was as entertaining a race. Listen, I think they ought to run, when we get to the playoffs, they ought to run 10 races, and they all ought to be here at Darlington. all 10 of them. That's the way it ought to be. That would be entertaining for me.
Yeah, you know, and when you're leading the race like that, and I can only imagine the pressure of the playoffs there too, but when you're leading, the hardest thing is to see a driver at this racetrack that has run you down, and you try to do everything that you can, knowing that that guy has fresher tires, his car's a little bit better, and oh yes, Kyle Busch, a two-time champion. The hardest thing is to not overdrive the car, but you have to extend yourself to the fullest limits and abilities that you have and not make a mistake. We saw Briscoe get into the wall one time up in 3 and 4, but he challenged it pretty much every single lap, and that's amazing that you can do that.
Yeah, you think drivers, we talk about drivers never forget. Yeah. Briscoe referenced 2020 in a Busch race. Yeah. So he knew or an Xfinity race. He knew exactly what to expect when Kyle Busch got there.
Drove a very disciplined race, and the reward is the biggest win of his career and a berth in the 2024 playoffs. Unfortunately, with a new winner, the first driver out of the playoffs is Chris Buescher. Kim is with him.
Chris Buescher will come home in the 6th position, a solid finish. Unfortunately, not the day you needed with a new winner. You'll be the first guy outside the playoff picture, will not run for a title. You guys had to overcome so much today. How would you summarize your Southern 500?
Yeah, just, I don't know. We felt like we did what, for the most part, we needed to do today. And, you know, got back in contention there at the end and got a decent finish out of it. And, didn't quite get it done again, and yeah, now we're on the outside looking in. So unfortunately, it's just the system we're all playing in, and you know, we had such a great year. Everyone at RFK's worked so hard. We've been so fast. We've outrun so many of these cars that that are going to get to run for a championship. But that's the system, and we didn't work it right.
When I talked to your crew chief, Scott Graves, earlier today, regardless of what you did in this race, he said he felt like you guys could do some damage in the last 10 races. What is the approach to the final 10, and what are your goals?
Yeah, it's not on my mind yet. Yeah, just had a lot of things figured out, and you know, that's not it now. So get back, digest this one a little bit. Such a shame, but you know, another great run for our BuildSubmarines.com Mustang. Another great finish here at Darlington. Just not enough with a new winner, and yeah, just crazy. So definitely going to think back on different times throughout the year and you know, figure out how to do better next time.
How do you sum up the emotion in one word?
It's frustration and disbelief altogether.
The weekend started out so well for Bubba Wallace. That new winner thing caught up with you guys at the end, but there was a little chaos the second half of this race. What was going on?
Yeah, we just got behind on adjustments. We were back and forth on our U.S. Air Force Toyota Camry, just a little too loose, a little too tight, and that caution with a couple laps on tires where we stayed out. I don't know if that was the deciding factor, but we just got so tight there and got back there in traffic and a spot we hadn't been all day, and I got caught up in someone else's mess. So unfortunate. I hate it for our guys, but man, hats off to the 14. I thought I did something yesterday. They one-upped us and showed up when it was game time, so that's pretty badass. So congrats to them. Man, just wasn't good enough for 16th this year. Hate that. It stings saying that, but wasn't from a lack of effort from all of us on this 23 car. So best of luck to the 45, and hopefully the Toyota wins.
How do you evaluate overall getting to this point, and especially bringing it like you guys did this weekend?
Tomorrow's Labor Day, right? So got to sit and dwell on it. Hopefully no meetings, but you got 4 or 5 days to reset and go on to where we go next. I don't even know. Shows how mental this race was. So we'll be fine.
Boy, where do you go if you're Bubba Wallace, DJ? I mean, this is the hard one to take. But he did mention, and you mentioned earlier too, Kyle, it didn't come down to this race.
Yeah.
It was the body of work for the entire season.
Yeah, that's a good interview. He explained everything, what they went through. They brought a fast race car here. He drove a really, really good race. You know, it looked like at one point in time he might be the man in on points if there wasn't a new winner. You just think back to these 26 races. You know, we saw Chris Buescher a couple of times, losing by inches at Kansas to I think it was Kyle Larson, I believe.
Yep.
And then you think about Bubba, a couple of opportunities he's had. Kyle Busch was talking about the opportunities that slipped away from him. We could have easily had 17 winners when you really look at this thing. So it's so competitive. You can't say that Bubba didn't give himself and his team a chance there. Same way with Chris Buescher. They put themselves there, but you got to find a way to finish it off, and that just shows how much the first part of the season means.
Yeah, I think the one thing he said, they got a little bit behind on their adjustments. So they went from a leading car to a 3rd or 4th place car to a 6th or 7th. The thing that hurt Bubba as much as anything else was Kyle Larson dominating the race because he just lapped everybody.
Yeah.
So when you only have 10 or 15 cars in the lead lap, Bubba couldn't pass enough cars in front of him, and Buescher was right there keeping him in sight. So Bubba had put himself in a box. There was nothing they could do. I thought he drove one of the best races I've ever seen him drive. I will say that because he was on top of it all day long, the team kept putting themselves in position to do what they needed to do. They just couldn't get over that hump to get into the top 3 or 4. And in the end, Chase Briscoe, he just wiped the slate clean because it didn't make any difference where those guys finished.
So DJ brought up the couple of very close finishes for Chris Buescher, one being Darlington in the spring, one being Kansas as well. He's going to think about those moments. But Kyle, he brought up the point system. We didn't play the system correctly. Is there any merit to bringing that up now? I know he's frustrated because there's back-to-back new winners.
Yeah, stop.
That's why I'm asking.
The sour grapes, okay? They started in February. They knew the system. Okay, they didn't change the system last week.
No.
You know what I mean? It didn't change 2 weeks ago. You knew what you had to do week in and week out. You know what stage points are. You know what you have to do to run up front and to win races. And they've done that. They've put themselves in position they've not been able to capitalize on. So don't complain about the system. Don't complain that there's not a 3-point shot anymore, or you can't stand in the lane for more than the 3 seconds. Whatever the rule may be, don't complain about it. That's sour grapes. And that's where, as I watched those 2 interviews, I will say this. I thought Bubba handled himself just beyond good in that situation. And we've seen Bubba turn and walk off. Bubba has matured a lot. I thought Chris Buescher at the same time was stunned, was frustrated. He really didn't know what to say. But bringing the point system into it and the system we race under has no place in this interview.
So in the middle of all the chaos at the end watching Chase Briscoe, Tyler Reddick put on brand new tires and wins the regular season championship by 1 point over Kyle Larson. Kim is with him.
Tyler Reddick comes home in the 10th position, but more importantly, gets the regular season championship by a single point. Before we dive into what that means for the team, it was a heck of a day for you. You were battling some illness in the race car. How in the world did you maintain the focus needed to get that regular season championship?
I don't really know if I did, honestly. Just things fell our way there at the end. I don't know. I started the day off feeling really, really good, and just kind of trying to take my time to get around Bubba, and him and the 5 kind of jumped us on that first cycle, and thought we were long race. We had plenty of time, plenty capable, and just by the end of stage 1, I couldn't even really focus on what to tell the guys to do on our Protector to Camry. So it was frustrating, man. We had that buffer over the 5, and I just watched it disappear all day long, and I trying everything I can to drive this car as fast as I can. It was just a real struggle, honestly. I don't have anything left.
Nothing left, but as we look forward to the playoffs, you guys have been so consistent recently, and now you've got 15 additional points in the playoff bank. What does that mean for this team and what they can do during the playoffs?
Yeah, it's huge for us. It's a bummer, man. This has been one of my best tracks, and we had an all-around off night. I hate that. Like I said, I hate we had to use that buffer up that we had coming in here. But I mean, this is what this team's kind of all about. I feel like this is the worst night we've had in months and months, speed-wise. And we still finished 10th, and it was kind of an all-out struggle for us. So just really proud of everybody on this team staying behind me. I couldn't give great feedback, and it was just really, really hard to focus and keep it out of the wall there all night. So shame we gave some points up. You know, I feel like this race we could win, but it's really nice to, in year 2 for me here at this team, and in year 4 of this team, for us to get the regular season championship like we did.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Despite everything, Tyler Reddick battled here tonight, gets the regular season championship by a single point over Kyle Larson.
Just unbelievable, Kyle. I mean, how did he get it done? How did he gut it out all evening long? Because it was stage 1 where he was saying, I'm not sure I can make it.
Yeah, stage 1, the radio, the chatter that we heard and she kept reporting was like, man, he's going to melt and run out of this thing. There's no, we're going to see him in the front, on the front stretch, laying on the racetrack. And it was that kind. They kept working. He said we were off. And this is the fascinating part about this team. Okay, 4th year, they win the championship. Second year with him win the team, he wins the regular season championship. He comes into a race like this. He's sick. He's under the weather. He runs up front. He puts the car in position. He continues to drive. They can't make the adjustments because he can't tell them what he wants. All he wants is Tums and some crackers. He can't tell them what he wants in the car. And he still finishes 10th. That tells me this is a dangerous team. This is a dangerous team. When he's on it and they're where they need to be, it's dangerous. I'm going to say one other thing. Kyle Larson only missed the championship by 1 point and spotted him a race by not showing up at Charlotte. So you got to take that into account, too. This is a big year for the 5 team of Kyle Larson.
Well said. Only thing I'm going to add, I'm not sure if I'm more impressed by the 500 miles that he drove to get that 10th place finish or the 2.5, 3 minute interview after his all, because I know he's wanting to go somewhere else quickly. But we appreciate it. It was well said.
He did not feel well all evening long, but what an incredible performance by Tyler Reddick. And it paid off at the end of the day. Winds up winning the regular season title and the 15 bonus points that go with it. NASCAR America Post Race is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. Visit progressive.com. Let's take a look at this week's Progressive Safe Driver. DJ, any question who has earned this and earned a whole lot more tonight here in Darlington?
Yeah, certainly Chase Briscoe did the job that he had to do. The only thing that could make him excited about these last 10 races was to somehow figure out a way to beat Kyle Larson and then Kyle Busch at the end of this race. Amazing.
His spotter said coming to the checkered flag, it's all or nothing right here, and Chase Briscoe delivered the biggest win of his career. Not only him, but everyone in Stewart-Haas Racing. So here's how the regular season points wound up. We mentioned Tyler Reddick won the regular season title by just 1, Kyle, over Kyle Larson. I mean, you know, you made the point that Larson spotted him a race, but 1 point, I mean, you got to be thinking, man.
Yeah. You got to be thinking, close. Where could I pick that up? Was that at Richmond? Did I leave it at Richmond? Did I leave it at Atlanta? Where did I leave it?
Yeah, Cliff Daniels thinking, man, maybe I should have put on tires there at the very end of the race, because that's how Tyler Reddick was able to make it happen. Afterwards, Kim caught up with Kyle Larson.
Kyle Larson will come home in the 4th position. Had a dominant race car here today. Led 263 laps. Fell short of the regular season championship, though, by 1 point. As you look back on this race, do you do anything differently that final stage?
I think where it just got a little bit sideways for myself was when Ross stayed out. I wasn't really expecting that. And then, yeah, I chose the bottom, and he did a good job and got clear of me and kind of pinched my air off into 1. And then the 54 was on my right side. And then I was just stalled down the backstretch, and Chase got a great run to get by all of us. So, yeah, I just wish I would have maybe executed the restart zone a little bit better there, and maybe the rest of the race plays out differently. But, you know, I had the points on my mind, you know, knowing how close we were to Reddick and the great day we had going and the kind of average day he had going. I just didn't want to get overly aggressive and take myself out of it, too. So, bummer that, you know, we came up a point short, but we still, you got the owner's side of it, so that's always good. That's what pays the check at the end of the year. So, but hopefully, you know, I can make it through each round as well as the car. So, yeah, just proud of my team, proud of the pit crew today, and proud of the race car.
Despite not winning the regular season championship, as things are reseeded for the playoffs, you are the #1 seed with the most bonus points. What does that mean for you guys, especially as you work your way through the first round, which is kind of a wild card?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, you work hard all year long to get stage wins, get race wins, to position yourself well in the playoffs, to, you know, not necessarily allow yourself a mistake, but, you know, I think where we're 35 points above the cut line right now. So that's nice. I mean, especially when you go to a track as scary as Atlanta, but that could be wiped out, you know, in an instant. I could be below the cut line after Atlanta. That's just kind of the craziness of the system. So, yeah, just keep doing what we've been doing. You know, our car's been really fast, and our team's been executing great. So just keep it up, and hopefully we can advance on through.
Should be fun to watch Kyle Larson and this 5-team go for their second Cup Series title.
Plus 12 at the end of the day for Ty Gibbs. And after what happened late in the race there, can you believe it?
Not really. I was really unfortunate, or really confused on why we just tried to get wrecked in 3 or 4, and then went and got plugged in the wall in 1. So I don't know, you know, what was going on with the people I was racing around. It was unfortunate. You know, I'm just upset right now. I wish we could have ran better. I really love this track and have so much fun racing here. Our car was so good. Wish we could have finished better, but most importantly, we made the playoffs, and that's what we came here to do, and we accomplished that. So, you know, I'm very happy to be able to make it, and we'll go see what we can do in 10 weeks.
I was going to say, based on what you know, inside and out with the 54 team, how deep a run can this team make?
We'll see. We got to get through next week first. So Atlanta is a tough one, but I feel like we're really strong in the races for the rest of the season, and we'll see what we can do and go out there and give it our best shot.
Out of the 10, got a couple circled that you like best?
I'd love to win at all of them.
Fair answer. Ty Gibbs in the playoffs.
Who wouldn't, right, Dave? It'll be the first ever playoff appearance for Ty Gibbs. And, boy, DJ, you talk about surviving. I mean, to get into a wreck that late in the race and the car be that badly damaged, to be able to still make the playoffs, man, they got to be counting their lucky stars. That didn't happen earlier in the race.
Yeah, you know, he did a great job throughout the race of positioning himself, doing exactly what they needed to do, everything they needed to do. And then when I saw the hit that he took down there, I was wondering how bad that might be, because there were still enough cars in the race that he could have been on the outside looking in. And but you know, they survived that. This young man's just a huge talent. I mean, he does things right. Yeah, would not surprise me that first win comes in the playoffs this year.
Ross Chastain also does not make the playoffs this year. Dave is with him.
So the playoffs are a no for Ross Chastain by 33 points, but it wasn't for not trying, and especially that strategy at the end, the staying out strategy. Was that the watermelon call? Almost worked?
Yeah, 9-lap old tires and staying out at Darlington, that's pretty scary, but no, it was the right call, and it was the call for the cards we had to try to get a good restart, and I got a great launch. I can't even usually get that good of launches for our Busch Chevy when I have equal tires, Dave, right. So to get that, clear into 1, clear off of 2, I was like, okay, this is going okay. And then turn 3, they all blew by. So ultimately, it kept us out of that big crash. It kept us in a spot to pit from 4th, or right there behind the 8, and pit with those guys and set ourselves up for a good shot. You know, for the speed and the balance we had early in the race, we definitely made it better. And it's kind of our motto. We just tend to make our cars better. We want to show up to these weekends a little bit better.
And how do you take the next 10 weekends then? Because obviously it's a couple of things. It's trying to get the W's and it's preparation for next year. How do you approach it yourself?
I don't know if it's right or wrong, but I get out of the car and I watch the 14 celebrate and let that sink in and hurt. Because it is disappointing and it does hurt. And I look down the line and look at the playoff cars and just take some mental images of that and let that fuel some fire inside of me and inside of our team and how we keep going, because it does hurt, but a little hurt's good every now and then. And not that I want to be out of the playoffs, but we don't stop. And I do it my own way, and I'm not too down about it. I'm not happy about it by any means, but for Trackhouse and our group, we'll wake up tomorrow. The sun will come up tomorrow, and we will go to Watkins Glen.
An important side note, that is the winner of the championship race at Phoenix last year. So that's a big elimination for the rest of the playoff field. Kyle. But you got to give Phil Surgeon credit. I mean, he never stopped trying to keep his driver in the game, whether it was different strategy in stage 3, staying out at the end of the day. I mean, they really did a good job of trying to manage the race.
They did. Listen, if everybody went left, they went right. If everybody went up, they went down. They tried. When he stayed out, Dale and I looked at each other like, oh, my gosh, what's this restart going to be like? And he drove away from the field. I mean, everybody talked about, we're going to spin the tires. We're going to see this one car. He's going to back them all up. He drove away from them. They had to come back and fight their way past him. So good calls by Phil. And at the same time, again, you've got to look at Ross Chastain. Somewhere he digs a little bit deeper and goes to a different place when everything's on the line like that late in a race.
Yeah, you know, what it brought back, and I don't know the year, but Regan Smith holding off Carl Edwards. I believe it was. I was only for a couple of laps, you know, asking him to do what he needed to. But you have to do something, you know. You don't know what might have sparked that. If he's able to stay up there and they get a caution and that brings everybody back to pit road, then he has a shot. I appreciate the effort that they put forth there.
At the end of the day, it's Chase Briscoe, Stewart-Haas Racing getting the win here in the Southern 500. They find their way into the 2024 playoffs. NASCAR America Post Race is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. Visit progressive.com. So if tonight wasn't exciting for you enough, the playoffs kick off for the Cup Series next week at a very unpredictable Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Good afternoon, Atlanta. Let's go do it today. Quarter mile, a lot of crazy things going to happen here. Stay tough, stay disciplined. See where the weak ones are and try and snuff out our weaknesses early. Green flag, be on your toes. 3 wide, 4 rows in front here. Watch that 14 span in. Check. Low, down. Nice job, bud. 3 coming checkered. Says 99. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Woo! Closest in history.
At the time, only the closest finish in history at Atlanta Motor Speedway in the spring. Wow. Everything on USA next weekend. Still a regular season for the Xfinity Series, but the Cup Series race will bring you every green flag lap without commercial interruption. Any thought on who you might think of as a favorite at Atlanta, DJ?
You know, with all due respect to our 16 drivers that are in the playoffs, the way that things kind of go in this sport and many other sports, I'm going to go with either Chris Buescher, Bubba Wallace, Ross Chastain, or Kyle Busch, because they were needing a win to get through, and they couldn't get it, and it happens a week too late.
Yeah, and you're exactly right. And the way that you race Atlanta now is it's a different way of racing. It's not a speedway race, but it's not a Darlington. It's somewhere in between that kind of racing. And we saw it, as you said, the closest finish that we've ever seen. 3 wide coming off turn 4. We would have never dreamed about anything like that. But to see that type of racing, I agree. We may see Chris Buescher and Bubba Wallace and Kyle Busch coming off turn 4. 3 wide again.
I mean, Atlanta has truly turned into a super speedway race, so that leads to the unpredictability, DJ.
Yes, it does. Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's different in the way that it's a 1.5 mile track. You have high banks that you deal with there, high speeds, but there's a lot of grip in that allows those drivers, as Kyle was talking about, to we used to never see a 3 wide finish there. You know, we'd see some 2 wide stuff, but you know, it just opens itself up to a lot of things happening, strategies being played, and drivers willing to put everything on the line.
So if Atlanta's not enough for you, here's the first round of the Cup Series playoffs. I mean, my goodness, Kyle, you got a road course in there, a super speedway, and oh, by the way, it all caps off at Bristol.
And that is a crazy round when you look at it, because they are aggressive round. You have to be aggressive when you go to Atlanta to drive. You have to be aggressive when you go to Watkins Glen. We see that the road courses have turned into what we thought the short tracks were many years ago. And Bristol is just Bristol, baby. So that's just the way it is. You never know what's going to happen there.
So in the first round, DJ, it's a super speedway and a road course and a short track. Then you go to round 2, and it's again a super speedway and a road course. And then, of course, the all-important round of 8. You win that Las Vegas race, just like Kyle Larson did last year, you're automatically in the championship 4.
Yeah, and that's the way that you started off, and exactly what you want to do, because that gives you time to really think ahead. The only driver that can think and team that can think ahead 2 weeks ahead it's the driver that wins that Las Vegas race that's still in the round there.
Unless you're Ross Chastain, who was already thinking 2 weeks ahead, because he's going to Watkins Glen. He's not going to Atlanta.
Man, the way the playoffs lay out this year, it's going to be chaotic the entire time. Couple of super speedways in there, road courses, short tracks. Should be a lot of fun. Can't wait to kick it off next week, DJ.
Yeah, really looking forward to that. I mean, this is going to be fascinating to start the playoffs in this manner because, it could be, one of those drivers, I'm joking about someone outside, which could easily happen, but it could happen for, one of the winners that we just saw that moves themselves on into that second round.
We saw how dramatic this race was. We saw the tension. We saw the drama build and build and build. It's just going to build the next 10 races. That's what it is. We go to Atlanta, and builds for Watkins Glen, and builds for Bristol. Welcome to NASCAR, and welcome to the playoffs.
It ramps up over the next 10 weeks to decide a champion in Phoenix later this year. Congratulations to Chase Briscoe, Stewart-Haas Racing. They're in the playoffs. We'll see you next week from the Atlanta Motor Speedway.